Nomor sih. Nah.
16.
Oh, nosotros.
Bizi ben sona atıyorum. Direkt 16.'lar. Direkt elenir gideriz diyorum yani buradan.
За өмнө жил яг эцэд цомоо алдсан. Тэгээд нэг юм бодоогүй. Тэгж ямартсан шүү дээ. Тэгэл.
Halo, aku Rosemary.
Halo, aku Alfa.
За сайн байцгаана уу? Falcons Force Boy-гийн тоглогч Top байна.
East байна.
Merhabalar, ben Wolf.
Ben de Frozen Enix.
Hola, soy Milos
Hola, soy colega.
y somos de Team Queso y hoy haremos la predicción del grupo rojo de la PMGC.
Mungkin yang pertama dari tim kita predik
Nomor sih. Nah.
16.
Karena kita lolos lewat PMGC Race Point.
Alter-эгогоо горлоо тавьчихлаа.
Alt Ego bizim ilk üçümüze girmiyor. O yüzden 4. sıraya atacağım. Çok sağlam takımlar ama ilk üçe almadık Alt Ego'yu.
Roy мэдгүй баг байна. 14 дээр готлаа.
Groy geçiyor. Valla bence kalamazlar diyorum ben. Yani hiç elenirler diyorum giderler. O yüzden onları da 14'e 15 atalım hadi.
15 attım.
Untuk Face Clan mungkin aku taruh di survival stage. Karena dia lumayan bagus di PMSLC.
FaZe, un equipo que vengo viendo un poco en su región. Se me hace un equipo un poco irregular, pero tiene muy buen roster, así que yo le daría un top.
Nigma Galaxy aku taruh di survival stage. Mungkin karena itu dia lebih sering ketemu kita juga sih di game.
За энэ бэлтрээд алчлаа өнгөрсөн.
Ivin RX biz geldik. Bizi ben sona atıyorum. Direkt 16.'lar. Direkt elenir gideriz diyorum yani buradan.
Apa nih tim apa nih? NRX. Kayaknya sini deh. 12 nggak lolos. Karena gua nggak tahu tim ini. Gua baru tahu.
Virtus Pro bizim arkadaşlarımız. Onları biz direkt... Bizi oradan çeksene. Bizi 14'e koy.
Gel.
Virtus Pro'yu direkt biz 16'ya ters şekilde yapıştıralım.
Team Falcon Force.
Falcon Force.
За тэгээд мэдээж уусаа өөрсдийгөө нэг дээр хэлсэн шүү дээ.
Falcon aku taruh di Grand Final. Karena mereka punya tim yang power kuat, jadi bisa lolos ke Grand Final.
Falcon, muy buen equipo, tiene jugadores de mucho nivel. Yo la verdad le daría un top 4.
Ай нэмээд.
Яа,
долоод дээр
хайлаарай.
долоод дээр усч та.
Arabistan takımı.
Hayır Pakistan.
Pakistan mı? Pakistan takımı ama bence iyi değiller. Bence bizi bir yöne daha atalım.
Yavaş
Hep kaydıracağız Allah. Biraz sonra bire kayacağız.
Kayaknya sini deh. Mereka sering ketemu kita juga.
Oh, nosotros.
Top 3, top 3, top 3.
Сайн мэдгүй баг. Тэгээд 15 дээр ослаа.
Ini deh, survival deh. Aduh, ini bisa tukar nggak sih? Dendam gua. Ya, ini yang terakhir, IAC, champion kemarin di PMGC
2023.
2023, kita taruh di 1. Awas gua anjing.
Саяцыг хоёр дээр тавьчаа.
Монгол хүн байд.
Монгол манай улсын бас өмнө жилийн дэлхийн аваргууд отхон дэлхийн аварга.
Da bir şey diyeyim mi? Şöyle yapak bekle dur. Bak 10 numarası sıralama yaptık ha. Bende diye HC kaldı buraya. Bence 10 numara oldu.
Bence 10 numara oldu.
Vallahi gene kaldılar ha bu arada. Beni normalde eleyecektik ama
Ama zorla kaldırdık.
kaldılar.
Karena dari hasil yang kemarin kita dapatkan di PMSLC belum terlalu ada pembuktian lah, karena kita juga nggak tahu hasil di PMGC itu seperti apa. Jadi makanya kita taruh di hashtag 16 karena mungkin saja kita bisa juga lolos di survival stage atau enggak kalau di bisa langsung lolos di Grand Final.
Нэгт өөрсдөө тавьсан байгаа. Яагаад гэвэл энэ жил ер нь өөрсөндөө ихтэй байгаа. аварга авна гэсэн зорилгоор орж ирсэн байгаа юм.
Одоо би бол яг өөрийнхөө бүсийг бол ерөнхийдөө чанга гэж хэлж байна. Одоо тэгээ бусад бүсүүдтэй ч гэсэн ерөнхийдөө үзгийг бол үзэх бэлэн байна гэж.
Aksir olarak da bizi neden sonunculuktan yukarı çıkarttık? Çünkü
Kendimize yakıştıramadık.
yani evet bu takımlar arasında da inşallah kalamamazlık olmaz tabii her şey olabilir ama
Al final los resultados saldrán y bueno, esperemos que salgan.
Oke guys, jadi inilah hasil prediction kita di grup Red.
Манайхыг дэмжээрэй. Үзсэнд баярлалаа. Баярлалаа. Өмнө жил бид авраг авахад маш ойрхон байсан.
PMGC Champions!
geçen sene PMGC'de hiç ismimiz yoktu.
La temporada pasada, mi equipo estuvo a un paso de llegar a las finales.
Season kemarin kita pernah menjadi harapan Indonesia. But this time,
We're here
For the glory.
За өмнө жилийн дэлхийн аварга гэх юм бол ерөнхийдөө яг авраг авахар хэмжээнд бид нар бэлтгэлээ хийсэн. Тэгээд яг сүүлчийн мөчөд яг сүүлчийн матч дээр жижигхэн асуудлаас болоод тэгээд ерөнхийдөө хоорондоо ойлголцоогүй улмаас тэгээд арай болоогүй байхдаа ер нь elimination болсон. Тэгээд яг тэгээд болох хэвээр юм болгоор болоод хоёрт орсон баг. Аврагынхаа яг цомыг атгаад алдахад тэгэл санал санагдсан байлээ. Яг тэрэндээ тэгэл очроод байсан баг.
kalau mau ditanya titik terendah sih, yang pasti kita waktu gagal lolos ke EWC kemarin. Di situ kita benar-benar sedih banget dengan apa performa kita yang lakuin waktu saat itu benar-benar parah banget. Itu kita udah semua tuh udah nggak bisa ngomong apa-apa lagi sih, semuanya udah sedih. Intinya itu benar-benar titik terendah kita, sampai benar-benar kita udah nggak mau main PUBG lagi.
За улаан группийнхээ бүх багуудад амжилт хүсье. Тэгээд бид нар юу ч хийж магадгүй шүү. Би ялагдлыг мэдэрч үзсэн. Одоо ялагдлаа ялалт олох гэж энд ирсэн байна.
Geçmişte sorunlar yaşasak da biz bu turnuvaya hazırız ve bu turnuvayı domine edeceğiz. Yani bize hazır olsunlar. Görüşmek üzere.
Los verdaderos jugadores no se rinden, se adaptan, mejoran y regresan más fuertes. De ganar y pues cuidado con Team Queso.
Ke IHC sih, gua nggak tahu nanti di Sanok dia nabrak atau gimana. Lebih ke arah hati-hati aja sih sama alter ego bro. Walaupun lu juara PMGC nggak ngaruh di kita.
Never give up! Together we rise as champions! Don't even try, you are already in my shadow. Stand, fight, in the pride!
PUBG Mobile Venom, The Last Dance is here. In this collaboration, you'll get to enjoy a bunch of fun gameplay, including Black Symbiote Clusters, the Black Symbiote Arm, and a Black Symbiote Warhorse. Let's check them out. From October 18th to November 10th, you'll encounter Black Symbiote Clusters in Erangel, Sanhok, Livik, and Miramar. Near them, you have a chance of picking up a Black Symbiote Arm or coming across a Black Symbiote Warhorse. They offer great advantages, giving you more options in matches. Let's start with the Black Symbiote Arm. With it, you can aim at buildings, the ground, trees, or other fixed landmarks to get around faster and reach your destination. If you aim at a moving target instead, such as an airdrop crate or even another player, it will pull the target towards you, so you can always be on the offense. To travel long distances swiftly, use the Black Symbiote Arm to anchor to the ground and hurtle yourself forward. You'll be covering ground in no time. Furthermore, the Black Symbiote Arm can transform any regular horse or Bloodfire Warhorse you come across into a Black Symbiote Warhorse. Mount the Black Symbiote Warhorse, and you'll find yourself wielding a Black Symbiote Lance, which can be used to deal close range attacks from atop the horse. At the same time, you can toss the Black Symbiote Lance to ensnare targets within a reasonable distance. While it doesn't do much damage, it's effective for restricting enemy movement, which provides a great battle advantage. Oh, and during the collaboration, Venom himself will appear in-game by showing up prior to jumping. On top of that, follow the in-game collaboration themed event for a chance to get a Venom The Last Dance avatar, avatar frame, parachute, and home items. Join us in PUBG Mobile and check out the Venom The Last Dance collaboration with your teammates. Become the ultimate duo.
After a week of intense battles, have you felt the thrill of the competition? Hope you're still with us, PUBG Mobile fans. The 2024 PMGC Group Stage is heating up as Group Red takes the spotlight on November 7th. They've had moments of glory and times of defeat, but they didn't give up. They regrouped and returned to PMGC stage, ready to make a run for the finals. 16 elite teams are set up to clash in Group Red, each with a legacy, each with a story of resilience and never give up spirit. Only the top 3 will secure their place in the Grand Finals, while those from 4th to 11th must fight on survival stage, and 5 teams will face elimination. They have come too far to turn back now. First up, Falcons Force, a powerhouse 14 heartbreak, runner-up in both the 2024 PMSL CSA Spring and Fall seasons. They faced bitter disappointment when they were eliminated on the PMWC stage, missing advancement by only a few points. Every setback has made this team hungrier, making them relentless and more driven than ever. Falcons Force embodies the essence of never give up. Is this finally their moment to soar? Next, Alter Ego Ares. In 2023, they inspire an entire region, dominating Southeast Asia and bringing hope to their homeland, Indonesia. But their journey in 2023 PMGC was cut short in the Fear Group of Death. Yet their spirit remained unbroken. They returned stronger with a fierce determination after toppling rivals like Boom Esports. They have proven that resilience is their greatest strength. Will Alter Ego carve their names into PUBG Mobile history this time? Then, Team Queso, one of PUBG Mobile's original legends. Since 2019, they have battled their way to the top, dominating the Latin American region by 2022. But they faced a crushing setback in 2023 with the departure of a key player, Ayala. Unshaken, they have regrouped, bringing in a young fragger Colgoat, a rising star with the hunger to become the best in the world. Team Queso is here to prove that their legacy endures. Will they reclaim their place in history? And ASIA Esports, a team hardened by countless battles. They have won title after title in their region, but the global stage has tested them. Every fall only fuels their drive. They bring fresh energy and a tougher spirit. With multiple award holders and the renowned grenade master, Falak, fighting alongside ASI8, this week is about more than just a spot in the finals. They are fighting for the pride of their regions, their fans, and their legacies. Knowing that defeat is only a stepping stone to greatness. Will they rise above this time? The 2024 PMGC Group Stage will push these teams to the limit. Every moment their journey stands as a testament to grit, resilience, and an undying power to never give up. Catch all the action on the PUBG Mobile Esports channel from November 7th to November 10th at 10:45 UTC. You don't want to miss a single moment.
PUBG Mobile fans, welcome to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League Stage. Broadcasting live over the next 4 weeks, let's take a look at the intense journeys of the top teams in Week 1, Group Yellow Showdown. Week 1 kicked off with the highly competitive Group Yellow, where many rising teams made impressive debuts in this group of death. Despite the challenges, the experienced contenders Team Spirit, DRX, and Alpha 7 Esports secured their slots to PMGC London Grand Finals. Team Spirit opened strong on day 1, racking up 59 points to secure a top 2 position. Despite rising competition from teams like Mirai and Sejong and DRX on day 2 and 3, they steadily increased their score, reclaiming a top 3 position with a crucial chicken dinner on day 3. By day 4, they demonstrated resilience and consistency gameplay, closing the league stage with a decisive chicken dinner that solidified their position and proved their strengths in the competition. DRX, the rising star from South Korea, started slow on day 1 but steadily gained momentum throughout the following days. Their persistence ultimately secured them 2nd place in the group of death and a ticket to PMGC London Grand Finals. As one of the most anticipated teams, Alpha 7 Esports, the 2024 PMWC champions, brought a formidable presence through the tournament. Their entry alone turned Group Yellow into the infamous Group of Death, reinforcing their reputation as a PMGC powerhouse. Despite a slow start from day 1, 2, 3, Alpha 7 Esports managed to stay in the fight, keeping their position close to qualifying spot for the Grand Finals. In day 4, they secure a crucial chicken dinner, solidifying their place in the top 3 overall rankings. In a thrilling battle for 3rd place against Major Pride in the final match of the league, they emerged victorious with decisive points, securing their spot in the Grand Finals and reinforcing their status as a top dog in PMGC. A tough break for Major Pride, who held strong in the top 3 overall rankings from day 1 to day 3, only to fall short on the league's final day. Now they face the challenge of battling for their slot through survival stage. The Indonesian powerhouse Bigatron Knights had a strong start on day 1, however they struggled to maintain their gameplay in the following matches, placing them dangerously close to elimination. Although facing early setbacks, Bigatron Knights secure a chicken dinner in day 4, which locked their spot to survival stage, preserving their hopes of making it to London. Despite the hard efforts of DX Xavier, Vampire Esports, and Susi Esports, they were unable to secure a direct ticket to the Grand Finals. However, they will have another opportunity to prove themselves in the survival stage. Hora and Twisted Minds made their first appearance in PMGC this year. Although their journey concluded in the group stage, we hope they make a strong comeback next time, equipped with new experiences and determination.
Цели банальные, как у всех других команд, выиграть титул чемпиона мира.
저희가 런던에서 원하는 점수는 당연히 우승인 것 같습니다.
Bom, nosso objetivo é um só, é ser campeão. E a gente vai se preparar muito. E se for da vontade de Deus, a gente vai sair de lá campeão. E eu creio que dessa vez chegou a nossa hora.
PUBG Mobile fans, this marks the conclusion of Group Yellow League stage. Stay tuned for the upcoming league matches where each team will battle for a spot in the Grand Finals. Who will be the one?
Welcome back to Group Red of PMGC League Stage 2024. I'm here by just looking at IHC, what they're going to be doing. You know what? I see that their coach is right here. Do you have a quick second with us to just do a quick interview?
Let's see what he's got to say, because I really want to pick into their mind of the defending champions of 2023's PMGC. You guys are the defending champions, as I just mentioned. What are you guys going to be looking to do different? Because you're currently in 15th place. You're facing elimination.
Okay, өнөөдрийнхөө ямар нэгэн өөрчлөлт хийхээр төлөвлөж байгаа юу?
За мэдээж одоо 2 өдрийн байдлаар бол маш муу тоглолтыг үзүүллээ. Одоо үлдсэн 2 өдрийн 12 матчд бол ширүүн тоглож бага боломжоо шахах болно.
Okay. For the last 2 days, we not playing that well. So like the next last 2 days, we trying to make it difference, and we're gonna be like more aggressive than before.
Right on. Well, one quick question too. I gotta ask this. Do you guys feel extra pressure knowing that you are the defending champions? Do you feel like you have to make it to the grand finals?
Okay. Өмнө жилийн авраг болсон учраас энэ жилийнх дээр илүү их pressure авч байгаа юм шиг санагдж байна уу?
Одоо бидэнд бол мэдрэгдсэн тийм дарамт шахалтны энэ төр зүйл бол огт мэдрэгдэхгүй байгаа. Бид боломж байгаа гэдэгт бол итгэсээр л байдаг. Тэгээ өөрсдөө тоглож чадах сайн тоглолтуудыг үзүүлж бага боломжоор гарч ирэх болно.
So like for now, like we're not feeling that much pressure on us. Like we always believe we still believe like there is still a chance for us. So like we just like do whatever we do like that.
All right, well, I hope you guys end up making it. Thank you so much. Let's see what IHC is going to be doing on day number 3, because as the coach mentioned, they just haven't been able to play that well. They haven't been that aggressive, and maybe we'll finally start seeing that aggressiveness that we saw out of them whenever they did become champions. Now, we're talking with teams that are in 15th place. Let's talk a little bit more about some of the other teams, right? Teams that are currently in the top 3, teams that are going to have to continue to perform really well if they want to get a chance at being able to be on the top there, as I'm actually passing by Alter Ego. There you go. Thanks, boys. That's a team that definitely needs to pick it up a little bit more. But going back to top 3, I have none other than ASIA with me. You guys have been performing so well the past 2 days. What are you guys going to continue to do to make sure you stay within the top 3?
Hello. First of all, thank you for having me here. Yeah, we have second highest kills till now. So yeah, we will go for kills again. Yeah. Actually, it all depends on the situation, the zone. If the zone is far, then we'll go for kills. Like I believe my IGL's decision and the coordination of our players that they will manage the things accordingly.
Well, hopefully they will manage everything accordingly, and hopefully you guys will maintain that top 3 and get a straight ticket to the grand finals in London. Thank you so much, Trinda. Let's get started with day 3 of Group Red.
You know, I'm going to have to go in a little bit on the IHC interview, saying they don't feel any pressure right now to perform considering they're the reigning PMGC champions. Bro, I guess he's technically right, because they definitely played this year out as if they had absolutely zero pressure and expectations on them, because they have not been good. Their results have not been good. However, they can obviously still qualify here and get through the grand finals or get through into the survival stage. We'll see what will happen at the end of tomorrow, since we still have 2 days of action left. I'm Jason Kaplan, joined once again by Hot Jukes and Max Man, as we're going to break down yesterday's play. And let's start things off with you, Hot Jukes. Yesterday, what was the big standout team for you?
Well, the big standout team, obviously, IWNRX. These guys just shredded the whole lobby, but it's not just the team. It's also the player, dude. I was looking at the stats. Z-Wolf on top, obviously, right? 27 eliminations in just 2 days. The dude did over 6,000 damage. That's absolutely insane. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. So whenever you have at least one standout player like that, I mean, of course, you're going to be on top.
Max, what about you? What was the standout team? Do you agree? I mean, obviously.
I was going to say IWNRX. Can I use it? I guess not. I'll go Nigma Galaxy, let's say right now. Again, we mentioned it many times how the IGLing style has changed significantly from the spring season going into the fall season. This is the most aggressive Enigma Galaxy roster has ever looked realistically, Jason. And for that to happen here going into PMGC is absolutely perfect timing. So right now, IWNRX, Enigma Galaxy, the 2 most aggressive teams in this lobby, and currently the 2 teams that you want to take down absolutely going into today to make a spot in top 3.
Yeah, that aggressivity being shared between the 2 teams. I want to talk about actually Vengeance, the team coming in from Japan, who we kind of had a pretty damn good day yesterday, considering all things. They're able to push through into top 11. It seems like their style though yesterday, Hot Chicks, was more about playing center and not about looking for those eliminations.
Yeah, they play it very quietly. At first, I thought it was just like I thought it was a much better strategy than what I saw, because sometimes you see some teams go very, very early center and they play super quiet just to kind of bait teams out, right? Just like give them false confidence. And we saw that happen in Erangel, but they never flipped that aggression switch. That's something I want to see them change. If they can do that, they could definitely take better advantage of other situations. Because right now, you know, just looking at the individual player stats, you know, the top Vengeance player, we have to go down, I think, all the way to, yeah, they're in 32nd place with Noise. So with only, was it 11 eliminations? So hopefully we could see them just turn that on, win a couple better fights, and then we could definitely see them make some moves for sure.
All right, we'll take a look at our leaderboards at the moment. We do have I8 currently sitting in 3rd place. Get the Roy Max, they had a pretty damn decent day, able to get themselves up to 5th place.
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly thanks to that last game, Jason, on Miramar, where they got themselves the chicken dinner. Well, actually,
no, they didn't.
They didn't. I was like, because it should have been a chicken dinner. I was like, they got it. But no, actually, they did not get the chicken dinner. They failed the 1v2 versus the final player of Vengeance. But outside of that little bit of a fumble, let's call it, Jason, it was a very, very solid game, clearing all of the teams trying to exit out of El Azahar. They knew they had such a good, strong position in the circle at that point. They made full use out of it with that 2-2 split. Then again, that little fumble at the end. But I think Getzeroy here has been stepping up significantly in terms of how they rotate. They get in strong positions quite often. They are struggling when it comes to fight every once in a while because, well, IWNRX and Enigma Galaxy are currently just popping off. But I would say Getzeroy right now could be a big surprise going into today. They're in 5th position. They are in reach of a top 3 spot. So I'm telling you, man, they are looking like they could be contending for a spot in the Grand Finals if they keep improving at this pace.
And it was still so impressive to see IWNRX at the top of the table with 0 chicken dinners and having 35 placement points. They're 10 placement points behind Enigma Galaxy, and Enigma Galaxy have 2 chicken dinners. Like, that's insane.
I don't know what to say about IWNRX. We knew they were just absolute fragging machines coming into this. And as of right now, Z-Wolf, if he pretty much has the same kind of result as day 1, day 2 in terms of fragging potential, in terms of total elims, he could be tying Nomi, maybe even overtaking Nomi's current record in week 1 for Group Yellow in terms of elims in the group stage. So he is on track to beat Nomi. So we'll see if he can do it. But yeah, Z-Wolf is the absolute package as a fragger. And this guy, he's going to 1v4 at some point, Jason. It's going to happen. Just check it out.
Well, I'm getting a little bit worried looking at our leaderboards down towards the bottom. IHC and Furia just extremely far out of reach of top 11 at the moment. You can see there's a 20-point gap between 14th and 15th place. In my eyes, if they want to get top 11, because for me, top 3 is going to be out of the books for them. They have to start performing today, or if they maintain this position they're currently at the end of the day, Hot Jukes, I'm going to say, yeah, those 2 teams are out.
Without a doubt. I mean, Furia, I don't know what's been going on for these past 2 days. These guys just can't seem to win a fight to save their lives, and it's so brutal to watch because during PMSL, this team was such a strong squad. They had so much potential, but just to give you an example of how rough it's been, I mean, this team in past 2 days have done 5,518 damage combined as a team. That's less
Z-Wolf has.
That's less than Z-Wolf had by himself. Okay, that just goes to show you the difference from the bottom all the way to the top there. And man, they have to go crazy. And IHC is in the same position really because if these guys don't pop off today, they're going home.
I mean, we had on the interview, right, Jukes, them talking about they want to play more aggressive today for the side of IHC, which you need to at this point. If you want to be able to make a way into at least the survival stage, the bottom teams are going to struggle to reach the top 3. They need to step it up big time. IHC, we know what they did for so many of the players back in PMGC last year. Sure, the placement points, they're going to be low. It's IHC, it's what we expect, but IHC really need to be starting to take those fights. It's what really made them stand out last year. And the fact that they are looking so passive now is just such a surprise to me. So go back to what was working last year. Go back to just completely destroying teams in the lobby, and you might be able to put your weight up in top 11.
Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, they're going to need to. Anyways, we did take a look at our schedule today. It's going to be Sandhawk followed by Triple Erangel, followed up by Double Miramar. Going to be exactly the same way that we're going to be going about the entire time here. Of course, with Group Green still to come up next week, and then survival stage followed up by Last Chance thereafter. But before we can hop into our matches today, got to remind you guys once again that the official phone here at PMGC 2024 is the Infinix GT20 Pro, which Maxman's going to show us on screen right now. It's 120 FPS and 144 hertz AMOLED screen. I knew he had it there. I knew it was going to be there. And Hot Cheeks is still looking at it as if like, oh, come on.
There you go.
Where's mine? Give me one.
I want it.
Well, Hot Cheeks, I heard there is a way you potentially could get one. Do you want to know how?
Tell me how.
And this is no way representative of PMGC and actually an offer out there. You guys can go follow all the official channels for PUBG Mobile. I don't know where I was going with this. On YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. If you follow us, you're not gonna get an NVIDIA 20 Pro. I'll just tell you that right now. It's a little disclaimer. But it could help. You never know.
Never know.
It never know.
Say
also,
please.
you guys can still pick out, say please, $20. There's also some tickets available still for PMGC Grand Finals over in the UK on the 6th through 8th of December. You can go there. You can potentially meet some of the players. You can participate in some activities, watch the amazing games that are going to be happening. Not to mention, you get some sweet draws with in-game as well. So make sure you guys pick those up if you're in the area. Or even if you're not in the area, do it anyways. Come see everything that's going to be happening. Come see who's going to lift that trophy this year. Will it be IHC? Probably not, but we'll see if it can bounce back today. I don't know. I'm hammering on them so hard. It's just so weird for me to see like S2G have a downfall after winning PMGC, IHC having a downfall after winning PMGC. The only team to not have a downfall after winning PMGC was Nova, because they did it back to back.
That's true.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel bad for talking on S2G and IHC, but it's true right now.
You did tell me one of the most disliked teams from you is S2G, right? I'm kidding. I'm just trying to bait it.
I was like, did I? Wait, I don't remember saying this. This is weird.
Not out loud, at least.
Evan's on the desk. He will dive on that grenade and be like, yeah, that was me, actually.
Thank you.
He loves controversy. He loves getting angry DMs. But gentlemen, as we do obviously head towards our day of action here, I'm curious if you guys would expect any big changes to see Falcons, to be honest. I mean, they've done okay. They're into survival stage at the moment, but they're not the Falcons that I remember, and they haven't hit that stride, I would say, even with the new roster of having East on the team yet.
I mean, Jason, when we're looking at Falcons results, they got 2 chicken dinners, which if you compare that to other teams in this group right now, that's really good, right? 2 chicken dinners is really solid. I'd even go to say that right now, those 2 wins we've seen have not been all that impressive. We had some great shots from Top yesterday in that Erangel game. That was fantastic engagement from him on those teams like TJB and the squad on the West. But right now, outside of those wins, Jason, I'm not really seeing too much from them. I'm not seeing these big flashy games. And the thing is, when you're looking at your IWNRX, your Enigma Galaxy, your i8, your Navis, they're so focused on getting a ton of elims almost every game. Falcons are just falling kind of behind. So right now, Falcons, I would say, elims, we know what they can do. Put a bigger emphasis on making it to the late game. I want to see some more top 5s, top 4s, top 3s. And if that happens, we know the eliminations are just going to come rolling right in.
Absolutely, yeah. You know what? Speaking of a team like I8, right? We're about to go into Sandhawk here. That's what we heard. You know, Seven talked to them and say that was their best map, and it's so crazy. You could just look and just see how well they've performed. 17 eliminations right there, 3,344 damage on the first day of Sandhawk. They did 7 total, and then on the second day they ended up even doing better. I think it was with 10. Yeah, 10 eliminations there. So if these guys could just continue that here on Sandhawk, they're gonna be really, really set for the rest of the day.
For IA in particular, and Jason, is quite interesting when looking back to what was happening back in CSA. Falak was the top frag of the team. It was completely undeniable. Falak was the top player in terms of elims for the team. That was it. The stats speaks for themselves. Actually, IQ, as of right now on day 2, is out fragging Falak. He is currently up to 22 for IQ and 20 for Falak. So IQ is the second top fragger behind Z-Wolf, because everyone's behind Z-Wolf at this point. But currently IQ up there with Falak. That is just strengthening the fragging potential of this squad so much more in this game, that they can just weather the storm in this lobby and be in top 3. And realistically, with the way they're playing, I think they're going to stay top 3 for a long period of time, because that consistency is to be feared.
What worries me about them, if you look at our top 8 teams, they have the least amount of placement points outside of chicken dinners, except from TJB. TJB have 7, they have 12.
Yes,
they're stacked on eliminations, which obviously it's not bad, whatever, right? If you can frag out here, you're proving you can easily beat these teams when it comes to this close quarter combats or whatever kind of combat you're throwing off. But what I worry about for them is the consistency of placement points. I think might come back to hurt them, if I'm perfectly honest.
It could happen. I think we could agree on that, Jukes. It could definitely be an issue, but as of right now, I say that this playstyle is working great, and I think they can remain in top 3 thanks to it.
Yeah, it's working out perfectly for them right now, but that's the thing is, like I mentioned it yesterday, is we constantly see them that kind of have that all or nothing play style. Like we see them pop off with crazy eliminations and get a good solid game, or it's nothing, right? And I think if they can just kind of up that consistency a little bit more, I mean, we'll definitely see them, I think, up in that top 2.
I'm not sure about their all or nothing point there, because they got their worst game so far been a 9th place with 1 elimination and a 15th place with 0 elims. Outside of that is like 3 elims, 10 elims, 6 elims, 4 elims, 10, 4, 9. So like they are still racking points on their bad games, and we mentioned it many times. Your bad games are very important to see if you can stay relevant in a group. As of right now, that is the case for I8. So right now, as you said, Jason, if they can get more placement points, that would be a big positive, but the elims alone currently are enough. But you always want to try and get a bit more in these games, right?
I mean, I feel like if they can work on their placement points, this could be, which surprises me to say, a CCT, a championship caliber team. As we're going to dive into Sandhawk, our first map of the day. We're going to find out at the end of the day what teams will potentially be out of the running and what teams will still be gunning for that top 3 position. Let's throw it back to our casters here for the first time. John Allen and Blank, take it away.
Every team here with something to prove today here in Group Red, and we'll see who is going to step up to the mark and who's going to be left by the wayside. Plain path cuts through the middle. Nothing really special here on Sandhawk to kick things off. Let's see if we get hot drops or if teams are going to be able to finally extricate themselves from one another.
Yeah, I think honestly for a lot of our games, it has been teams being fairly okay, fairly safe here on Sandhawk. There has been maybe 1 or 2 elims coming through early. I actually think that our Miramars have been a lot hotter than our Sandhawk so far, which is a weird sentence to throw out here in day 3 of Group Red. But yeah, very, very exciting stuff that we're getting to watch here, because we do have a lot of teams who are streaking out towards that top side. Yesterday, unfortunately, on Miramar, it was awkward. It was awkward, John.
Virtus Pro, what is this drop? They're normally all the way over in Painan, but they've gone down to Camp Charlie. DJB have to adapt to this, Blank.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what they get up to. I don't think this is too out of the ordinary for Virtus Pro to try and take a split like this. You're right that they usually play in Painan, but they've not been finding a lot of success. And to be fair, for Virtus Pro, they got to make some special moves. They got to make some special plays going forward, because they are far behind the rest of PMSL EMEA inside of this lobby. But we know Virtus Pro is that team that is great on those last 2 days. Well, that's where they turn up the heat. But we have some really consistent teams at the top, so it's going to be tough for Virtus Pro to catch up to them. But if you can get a good start here over on Sandhawk, that might be the game that you need. But you can see they're currently in 14th place with 53 points. Probably one of the final teams that I would say that has that chance today to get themselves into a secure position for survival stage. Maybe not in the top 3, but if you look at IHC Inferior at 33 points to 28, today's got to be really good for both these teams just to even have a shot at staying in the conversation.
We saw the circle pop. It's going up northwest, Blank, and of course we remember what Alter Ego were able to do atop the mountain last time around, so controlling over the surrounding terrain. We're going to be seeing if Nigma Galaxy can get back up to their compound in the foothills of that, and will we see a return to that northwest compound conflict that we saw? I think it was Team Queso taking a fight. I can't remember who the other team was in that instance, but it didn't go well for Team Queso, I believe, in that spot. A lot of early rotates came through last time. Let's see if the same happens here.
Yeah, for Tongjiabao, they actually got themselves that chicken dinner yesterday on Sandhawk. And for Alter Ego, although I enjoyed like some of that control they showed on the high ground, it definitely felt like sand slipping through the fingers in those final like 5 minutes for Alter Ego, where they couldn't control several teams at once and they didn't really have that idea of what side to pick on. So Tongjiabao, I think they're going to go for something similar again on a instantaneous rotate up towards that northwest side. This is such an early rotate as well. I think a lot of teams might not be expecting this. So Navi's got to be prepared when this rotate comes through. They're currently heading over towards that southwest side of the island from Ruins. So a quick one for Navi, as they did fall out from that top 3. But it has been a fierce battle between them and ASI8. 83 points to 85 for ASI8 currently to Navi. I think both these teams are pretty equally skilled at the moment.
Definitely going toe-to-toe on the tables as it stands. TJB, I mean, this is a bit interesting
factor, though. For TJB, they really weren't able to loot early because of that adjustment they had to make around Virtus Pro's stretch out towards Camp Charlie down on the south side. They didn't even really start looting until about minute two and a half, which means that their move up, I mean, we saw for one of the TJB players didn't even have a helmet, very, very low on those meds, and they're going to fall short of the river crossing for now. I wonder if they're going to have to try and trash loot along their way in the compounds that they spot, and that may indeed slow them down because they haven't gone for that cross all the way to the North Island yet.
Yeah, they actually stopped short, like you say. It's a interesting one. I think they're going to try and see if they can scout over towards that north side and see what's happening between teams that have already made their way in. And for PMGMOBILE, somewhat getting cut out by similar rotations to what they made yesterday. I think people have read into this, just a case of there is a lot of open spots on the map where I think this is one of the few lobbies that we've seen over the last year where you have teams playing over towards Docks, Lakawi, as well as Camp Bravo. Cow as well is taken up down towards Camp Charlie and Sami. So the eastern side is quite populated, which means there's more space for teams to play over towards that northwest edge. I think in a lot of lobbies recently, more and more teams have decided that, you know what, playing around boot camp and kind of surrounding that area does actually give you a lot more control to siphon off players from other teams, basically.
I mean, we saw DXavier playing from that north side of boot camp, pushing in and making Team Spirit's life pretty difficult. A lot of times, even sometimes at the cost of DXavier's performance themselves. But this time around, no one really pushing into the north side. And the Falcons definitely are having an easier time of getting across this water than Team Spirit did. And that's good news for Falcons Force fans all around the world, as it seems like they will once more find a footing in the northwest side. Vengeance, they're a little bit behind, back of the queue here, behind both Enigma Galaxy and TJB on the wait to get across this bridge, because Na'Vi, they're still holding quite far south, Blank.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi playing on this southwest side is not a bad idea either. I think it gives you options to rotate over towards the northwest side of the map, which is smart. It's one of those things where for Na'Vi, in terms of positioning, this will give you a fair amount of opportunities in the near future, whilst also giving you that ability to scout out to the south side, which is very important to keep notes on when teams start to flow on through, because there is several priority compounds down towards the south side of this island, and Na'Vi wants to make sure that they have the pick of the litter when it comes to it. Yeah, more and more of our squads now moving out. Tiamba, we wanted to see more from this team, but 9th place right now on 68 points from what was a good start on day one is a little bit disappointing. So both of our PAL teams, and Tiamba as well as PMGMOBILE, not quite hitting the mark that a lot of us here over at PMGC thought that they would.
There's still half of the games left to go, though, Blank, and what has been done in the last 2 days can be repeated by different teams as well. Vengeance, they closed down yesterday with a Miramar game that saw them up towards those survival stages, but the team from Japan, a little bit of a surprise entry considering you had teams like Reject over in the region competing against them, but still looking to make their mark here, get to those survival stages. They're going for a crossing now. Na'Vi actually on the move a little bit, so maybe a small timing opening here for Vengeance to get through, but they're still going to have to contend with the cannons and Na'Vi. Through the middle they go. They're cutting in front of the queue and into a crossfire potentially, as Punch is actually isolated on his hill. Vengeance have read that. They're diverting, and a decent position could be theirs. I mean, the compound up the top of the hill is still open. The position that Enigma Galaxy played for so long last time.
Yeah, the fact that this is free is somewhat surprising for Vengeance. I think even they're like, okay, I guess we'll have this. That's absolutely fine with us. It's a strong position on the map. Hasn't quite confirmed down towards that south side just yet, but they'll be happy to play that one through. Tiamba suffering to Furia in the meantime, as well as Team Queso taking shots over towards Virtus Pro. So a lot of these crossings now coming into effect, as we know this is a northwest shift on the circle. So tons of teams are attempting to get their way on in. Enigma Galaxy start things off strong versus PMGMOBILE. They rocked up behind them on the southern side. Not quite crossed the bridge yet, but Enigma Galaxy is looking to clear out teams. Virtus Pro is in the area, and Team Queso is not that far behind.
A big surround on the south side for Enigma Galaxy. TJB's stop short of the river crossing may come back to bite them here. They've already lost one of their players. IHC, they were looking to be more aggressive. Blank, out all the way in the blue by Paradise Resort right now. That's not really what I would call aggressive, so we'll see if they are looking to crash into a fight and go a little bit hell for leather onto the first map of the day. Trying to navigate their way around towards the north, and ASA8 currently holding that north bridge, Blank. We've seen them play up on this position on a Northwest Island ship before. You try and cross that bridge, they are so ready for it. We saw them pull out a lot of points from yesterday's Sandhawk.
Yeah, I think for Falak as well, he's an extremely strong player. They opt to put him over towards the eastern bridge instead of having him on that high ground. Tongjibao still holding their own right now versus Getso Roy. Melodious will find a rundown onto Action. And that fight still rages on between Tiamba as well as Furia. So for both teams, it's looking fairly dire as they haven't even really escaped from Paradise Resort just yet. Shan goes down.
That is an unfortunate turn of events for Tiamba, and it seems like Fury have just been such a difficult weight for them to lift, to can't even get it off the ground at this point. Getso Roy maintaining the compound in the shadow of that mountain on the east side here, protected on both flanks now. It's going to be very difficult to get rid of them, but the circle may push them away. Shan does get flushed away in the end, so I think it's just QZ left for Tiamba out on that eastern side. IHC yet to make their push through. ASI8 still stopping everybody moving on that northeast side, and actually a lot of these teams haven't even tried it. They're all on this south coast.
Yeah, it's a massive struggle now. Again, for Vengeance, it really did feel like the freest crossing in the entire world here. Team Queso come against Falcons. They were able to get a run down earlier over towards Action, but Falcons not going quietly into this one. It's over on that southeast side, and a hard shift on the circle over towards the north. Once again, really does assist ASIA. Now, Na'Vi, they don't take that compound over towards the eastern side, but this actually helps them a lot, and I still appreciate the fact they took the western side of the coast, and they've controlled so much of that ground. That's going to mean a nice, easy wrap on a western rotate here for them, towards some of the compounds to the west of Hatin. Damn, it's just all popping off all day long here on the Sandhawk. 43 players and 14 teams, so a lot of teams still in this one, but a massive amount of casualties.
Papi Potro sends the vehicle out wide, has to hop out, leave it isolated. A nade onto the corner from east, maybe looking for the knock there, but it's going to be diverted, evaded by Papi Potro. Swatted aside, and East wants to put another one in, but he's lined up easy. Across the road he goes with the DBS onto the door frame, looks for another. Papi Potro on a tear for Team Queso here, but Icy gets the heal off. The medkit comes through, and the health bar keeps them alive. Falcons force with 3, but they're on the outside. Virtus Pro, IWNRX both looking to try and bear down upon this one, but Virtus Pro have bigger problems right now with 676 looking to try and push up towards Icy. A nade around the corner. The cook is there, but it's on the wrong side of the tree trunk, and 676 looking to cut straight on through it. The back of the rock, 2 players, Tixie and Icy. One not going to be good. Tixie over the top, misses the second, and 676 with the pump action handles Virtus Pro.
Oh man, that is rough to say the least. 676 with the pump shotgun. A 1-2 punch. Flick back on the handle. I mean, it is actually gruesome that they lose that fight. Well played to 676, but again, the slight amount of panic coming from Virtus Pro there. They know they need to get rid of him in that moment, but it did not need to come through that quickly. And there's a disconnect between the players. Just need to wait for Tixie to get that side swipe and then take the 2v1. Essentially is just 2 single fights there for 676, but still pretty impressive to do it with just the pump action. Now, outside in the blue stage 3. Tickles, but not by a lot. Tries to get back behind the tree, but Enigma Galaxy's got his number.
I mean, it's kind of just so indicative of what has been happening right now. Virtus Pro can't do it. Enigma Galaxy, rock up, so easy. I mean, obviously they do have the numbers advantage there. But being a little bit cruel, but still, Enigma Galaxy definitely much more impressive. And now they have a little bit of freedom on that south side to take on Falcon's force with the numbers advantage, playing as 3. They're both going to have to try and move through, and the sticking points of the lobby are starting to retreat. We had that line across the middle of this Northwest Island of Na'Vi on the west Alter Ego on the high ground and ASI8 on the northeast side. But now Na'Vi have retreated up, and Enigma Galaxy may be going to be moving in their wake up the west.
Whew, oh boy.
Wow.
That is a nice circle for Na'Vi. I think they'll be very pleased with this one. They're going to take a 2-2 split, fairly dangerous in stage 4, but I respect it. If they can hold on to this for a little bit while longer, essentially they do have a bit of safety here, because I think most teams that are rotating on this western side likely will stop short on one of these compounds that sit over towards the southwest edge, so they can be a bit greedy with these northern compounds. So I don't mind it from Na'Vi, but yeah, for Na'Vi this is certainly a game where they can shoot themselves further up the tables, though ISI8 already have found themselves a full 4 eliminations over towards that eastern side, and IHC is just not even making out of the blue.
Send up the east edge here past IWNRX, a hop out, Icy down a second as well, and they immediately evaporate as IWNRX turn their ire their way. It will be very difficult to make that approach. Top of the tables, they'll maintain it. East side, though, a difficult approach. They have to push past ASI8.
Yeah, it's sad for Falcons there. I mean, they rock up to Frozen, who is a solo, but the response time from the rest of IWNRX was fairly speedy. All just flipped around and took the shots that needed to happen, but a good initial knock coming through from Frozen as well. Vengeance now make their move up, and this is the reason why you didn't see Na'Vi go for that rotate over towards that compound. It did restrict their choices of where they can go. For Vengeance, it pretty much has just been a straight line up into the circle. Enigma Galaxy takes more space though, and I like that from them, because I think they rocked up over towards this compound on the southwest, realized that, you know what, there is a ton of space being given here, and for what reason? It's likely because a team has given this up so they can move over towards that north side. Now Lemon gives up on that northwest compound and will just try and scout down towards the south. But again, for Na'Vi, this is an important game and a big chance for them.
Unfortunately, though, ASI8 have already got 4 elims blank on the north side, which puts them a total of 6 points behind their competitors right now for that third place spot. They want to get rid of them as soon as they can. The good news for them, though, is that ASI8 are kind of trapped in Hatin, right? On that northeast side, getting out of Hatin is going to be pretty tricky. They're towards the edge. Na'Vi a lot more central. The two really powerful spots are Na'Vi's, and I would say Alva from Alter Ego holds the other one. The difficulty of that high ground is it's so just isolated. Was that a knock at that range? Goodness me, just a quick one tap. Or maybe that came from another angle. But Alter Ego still holding off all angles here. IHC moving in from the south. Is Yol going to crash onto Tunch, find an opening towards Alter Ego? I mean, it's kind of how they started to fall down earlier, right? On the last game that we saw on the Northwest Island, taking an early knock, getting flushed away, losing players, bleeding out.
Yeah, it's that lack of expanding of influence, really. I think that Alter Ego haven't done badly from this high ground. I think they would have liked a lot more than just 5 eliminations, but if you are playing on that Northwest Mountain, you somewhat have to commit to that position and hope the circle comes down your way. I would in fact go as far to say that ASA actually have a really strong spot, and getting out of Hatin is not as difficult as you might think, because they can rotate over towards the northern side and play the coast, and there is a ridge that cuts off a lot of sight lines, so they can play off the back of that quite easily. And there's a lot of hard cover in that area too.
We'll see if they can navigate it. Na'Vi will try and stop them with more motivation than just the points on this game. It's taking ASIA out of the mix because 6 teams remain. The placement's starting to ramp up now. And it's more and more likely that you see these elimination counts go up and up. IWNRX got taken down in the meantime. Not too sure where that happened on the roll-up.
Yeah, it was on the south side. It was a brutal crossfire between ASA as well as Alter Ego, so I don't think they were really making their way out of that one anytime soon. Here's Vengeance, though, taking shots over towards Enigma Galaxy. Vengeance actually made a very slick rotate to get ahead of Enigma Galaxy. It was a bit of a gamble over on that northwest compound, but they had enough time to get the scouting done. Falak attempts to leave, or at least get a peek out from these walls in Hatin. Yeah, that's hella dangerous.
Oh my goodness. Excuse me? They're still alive? Okay, that's more like it. But a second follow-up as well. I mean, you're kind of sacrificing 2 to allow this second crash, right? You're drawing ammo from the mags. and they crash in and they get to some cover. So 2 players for Alter Ego make the crossing. I feel like that's just the only option that they kind of had other than just fully committing to the high ground, which I think arguably may have been better for them, and trying to pick off some points on the other teams making moves in the meantime.
Yeah, I mean, they would have been out in the blue at that point as well. I think Alter Ego, this was really their only choice to get further into the match. It's a good explode in the vehicle coming through from ASI8. But yeah, now time is limited. But they could pick up an easy extra double here, sending them to 9 eliminations on the game and the highest in the lobby, which would be really fantastic for them. So despite Na'Vi having arguably the best position inside the lobby, they're still on 0 elims. They haven't found much value out of this game. And ASA is still just pumping those numbers. Good side swipe there coming through from ISI8. Ooh, that's a close nade, but Rosemary is just not able to capitalize off the back of it, and a good shot from the DBS. And like I said, 9 elims now found for ISI8, and yeah, Na'Vi needs this chicken dinner now to stay close, even just close to ASI8.
I mean, it's also Enigma Galaxy who have to worry a little bit with the elimination count coming on through from ASI8 with the power that they have from this position. A likely third place finish for them. The shots over towards the high ground. I mean, we spoke about this guy yesterday, right? The Terminator on FaZe Clan has just been so brutal, but the blue zone, you can't out-heal it anymore. And he will fall. Na'Vi breaking the seal. 2 points now on the match.
Though the thing is, though, I'm pretty sure that Miller has picked himself up 2 elims there. Just off the back of the 2 knocks he was able to get over towards Vengeance, which is wild, by the way. This is that crossing that I was talking about earlier over on that northern side. It's a slight dip. It does give you cover. And like I said, there's a huge amount of rocks in the way. Oh, they're stealing the elims away from Mela and adding more to the tally, up to 11. What a start of the day here for ASIA. And Na'Vi just doesn't know.
I mean, they're aware there's a team there, but a big nade from Falak, an opener up to the wall of the compound. This flex out has done so well for ASI8. Lily for Vengeance, very unlikely to be able to get away from this one. Just crawling away with the blue zone at the back. Gonna be watched eagle-eyed by Noki. Actually steps forwards up to the next layer of the ridgeline. Falak, what is this guy doing? You can't do this, Falak. That is not allowed. Na'Vi have got him in the compound. They spotted it as well. Puncher sees him on the cross. He's hopping out. He's going in on his own. No backup from the rest of the team. He doesn't think he needs it. And the reses have come through, but now he's in a lot of danger. Ralph is having a little bit to say about this one. Enigma Galaxy trying to defend their second place spot. Noki takes down the last player from Vengeance. And there goes Ralph. So we're down to 2 teams remaining. Falak finally falls, and I feel like that was a long time coming. Far too bold for my liking. Another lineup for Puncher. And here's where they can start to fight back. 3 elims on the tally. And they're looking for a second knock as well. 2 players down on ASI8. And it's only the 2 on the outside left.
Yeah, I mean, for ASIA, that was an unbelievable play from Falak, and the fact that he's able to pick up Ralph from Enigma Galaxy is just hilarious to me as he cosplays as one of Na'Vi's teammates. IQ moving forward, just maybe trying to look for this final knock here and flush. Now just UZM left remaining. Could be a decent nading towards the back lines, but highly doubt it. And that is Na'Vi take themselves a win on the game, which they could be happy with, but they have not caught up with ASIA on a blinder of match. A huge amount of eliminations, which is not easy to do a lot of times from Hatin, because you are slightly cut off towards that northeast side. But yeah, it was a great rollout, like I was saying. I mean, you have to take advantage of that northern side as quick as possible, and things could have gone absolutely differently for Falak inside that situation.
I feel like that was way too bold from Falak. I mean, they still managed to get a huge game on it. You can see a little bit of frustration there. They feel like they should have won that. They had the outside of the compound. They had that ridgeline that you were talking about earlier, and they could not quite convert. They get a little bit too greedy, a little bit eyes bigger than stomachs on the end of that game, and Na'Vi are able to do it. And remember, it's not a 2-horse race for third place. Enigma Galaxy as well, still in danger. If both Na'Vi and ASI8 push them out, there is still that opportunity to go for that third place for both of them. We'll have to wait and see what the overall tables say. Back with the desk.
And I'm surprised why I8's so frustrated considering the match they just had. I mean, obviously a win probably should have been going their way. However, Falak was just feeling himself. He just dived straight into the compound up against Na'Vi 1v4, saying like, I got this, guys, don't worry. And that actually, sadly, might have been the downfall of I8 in this match.
I mean, I can't blame him though, dude. I mean, the guy's feeling himself, and they should, because they are officially the most successful team on Sandhawk in this tournament so far. That's right, Major Pride during Group Yellow, they won back-to-back chicken dinners, right? On the first Sandhawk and the second week. But with this performance here, I mean, I8 is just on another level, Max. And I think a lot of it is due to one player in particular, right?
Yeah, I mean, we have to look at Noki. I mean, sure, Navi get the win, but I think the biggest highlight is how I8 played this game, Hodrix. But Noki, he was scouting, I think, towards phase 5 or 6, and he got information on Vengeance, and he knew that Vengeance currently did not have a strong position in the circle. And because north of the compound is a high ground spot, they can fight Vengeance without fighting Na'Vi. They don't get in that weird three-way fight, so they can just take a secluded fight onto Vengeance, clear the northwestern edge, and then put all of their focus onto Na'Vi. So Noki scouting was so pivotal for them to even get into the second place in the first place. But at the end of the day, Na'Vi had the compound. Phallic was, as you said, Jason was feeling himself a little bit too much maybe on that push. And Na'Vi's team play was on point and just ready to punish those individual players of IA almost instantly.
I mean, I know Na'Vi won the game, but I feel like this entire match for us has just been how I8 played it. I mean, even before the Vengeance fight, the way they were playing Hot Tin, I kind of wanted you guys to go into, because they denied not only one, but 2 teams from crossing that bridge.
Dude, they're so good at it. They're so good. I mean, it's very fortunate for them to get that zone again, right, Max?
I don't know about fortune. I think that they just dropped Northwest. It just happened to come their way, but they make their own luck in a sense, right, Hodrix? That they were holding off those 2 teams to the east that Jason's referring to, Incilio and IHC. They were coming their way, and because they just had the perfect angle, they had one player in Hatin, they had one player near the bridge, one player to the compound south of the bridge, and one player south of Hatin on that high ground position to scout from a distance. So really, it was an almost perfect setup. It is risky, because if one player gets knocked, your entire setup to defend the bridge just falls apart, but they didn't lose any players. So Incilio, IHC, unfortunately for them, that rotate was not going to work out. So from the early stage of the game to the late game, here, Jukes, it was just absolute perfect how they played the macro aspect of Northwest Island.
Yeah, that's what frustrates me so much, because, I mean, IHC should know that wasn't going to work out in the first place, right?
Exactly.
I mean, we were watching this, and we were like, where's the rotate? I mean, these guys are so... I was watching them rotate in so late, and I remember asking you specifically, like, dude, what do you think IHC is doing here? And you were like, they're gonna rotate 100%. Like, no, I think, what was it you said exactly?
It's just they have to rotate.
Best and simplest play for them is to rotate.
Yeah, you said you know what? If a team is coming in this late, they have to rotate, and they didn't. They just drove straight in. They're like, oh, we're gonna sneak by this bridge. I8 said, come to Papa. Look at that, 14 eliminations. These guys are not letting anybody pass. They're straight Gandalfing it here.
I like that one. That's
I don't understand. Gandalfing?
You shall not pass.
You get it now?
I don't get it.
Wow.
Okay, he's playing a bit. Don't worry. I'm used to this, Hot Jukes. I'm used to this. He's playing for the bit. Okay, it's for the bit.
Okay.
But yeah, still, Gandalf in it for I8. Definitely the case here. And we'd said, right, sure, they might not always get the chicken dinner, Jukes, but the eliminations alone are hard carrying this Pakistani team. I can tell you that much. 20 points on the board. And it's been happening a lot where the second place team, Jukes, is actually the top winning team in terms of total points, not the chicken dinner team. So I'm telling you, man, Elims is going to be so heavily focused upon for some of these squads, I in particular. But then I got to say, Nigma Galaxy, as always, putting points on the board. 8 points this game, right? So staying relevant in that top 3 conversation every game, it seems like.
I'm also curious about, I mean, I'm pretty much gonna change topics to Na'Vi, back to them, if you don't mind, Max.
Sure.
Because I'm kind of thinking back to yesterday's game where we had a similar zone yet again, right? And we had Na'Vi, well, we had Team Queso, I should say, send it full straight through every team to get to that northwest part of the Northwest Island. And then Na'Vi actually ended up going up in that direction, not realizing Team Queso had gone there, ended up losing a player. This time, they actually just sit towards the bridge a little bit more, where Vengeance kind of leapfrogs them. And from that position, like, okay, we're just going to send it a little bit further in. They didn't try to go for any like bridge camping or denying of any players from pushing in towards that island. But I feel like they were a little bit hesitant to move earlier, afraid of like a team full send it like Team Queso did yesterday.
It felt like they understood other teams are going to do the dirty work for them and hold off the bridge. So, oh, well, we rotated so early, other teams are going to be holding off the bridges, holding off the swim rotations across the water. We can just play it very passive until the late game, hold on to our resources, and thanks to that, we're going to be getting a chicken dinner. So it was a really good execution, at least this time around. Jason, as you said, Team Queso did not send it, so they had free reign to do whatever they wanted up Northwest. Unfortunately for them, though, sure, they do get a win, but they still don't breach up into the top 3. I thought that was going to be the game to make it happen, but no, they're just going to be, 3 points behind Enigma Galaxy, and thanks to i8's game here, up in second place. Maybe are we going to see them overtake IWNRX here in 2 matches today? That would be absolute madness today.
This is wild.
It's possible, man.
It
they
is.
got more limbs. Their placement points are definitely going to be behind them, but obviously Sandhawk, as they said, is their best map. So I would imagine they're not going to have a similar performance go into the next matches, but honestly, who knows with this group, because we've already had everything turned completely on its head. Also, quick mention there, Falcons did move up a place into 5th, I believe, if I saw that correctly. One thing that's kind of interesting, though, is the gap we're seeing between 14th and 15th place, which IHC did close the lead on a little bit. I think they're originally like 20 points behind getting into 14th place from 15th, and before that last match it was less than 20. It was 11 points from 8th to 3rd. Like, that's how far of a gap we have between 14th and 15th place. A little bit unfortunate, but Alter Ego, man, Max, you can be happy about this. They moved into 11th.
I'll take a victory when I can take it, Jason.
Yes,
top 11. But I'm happy with Alter Ego here. Of course, it's Northwestern Island. It's kind of gifted to them because they drop on the mountain, and they do a really good job, Hot Jukes, of making sure they don't get backstabbed by teams. Here they were making sure no teams was going to be entering late from the southern side. They even picked up Zol, the solo remaining player of IHC. They were really keeping tabs on every squad entering from the southern side. And by doing so, you have an easy access into the late game. You don't lose any players. You have a lot of resources. But unfortunately, when you are pushed downhill, Jukes, against teams like Na'Vi, i8, Enigma Galaxy, Vengeance, like, you're not going to win that game. You just know it.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's why I'm really, really loving these Northwestern drops. I mean, if the circle goes there, your odds of winning are just like through the roof. And yeah, what do you know? The 2 teams that drop there are the squads that we saw in 1st and 2nd place. And if the zone goes to mainland, I mean, it's not like much of a worry. There's so much room to breathe there that it's easy to rotate on in. So, I mean, I love this strategy of this Northwestern Island drop. We've seen teams that do it more often than not have a lot more success on Sandhawk. So, I mean, it's totally understandable why they said that, i8 in particular said, hey, this is our best map. We put up points on here regardless, and the proof's in the pudding, right?
It is.
And I do like some pudding. As a last note, though, a Sandhawk. Max, talk to us about that 2v1 out of Virtus Pro up against 676 from TJB.
We talked about it, Jason. You don't bring up my boy Tixie when he fumbles, okay?
Oh, no.
Those were the rules. We signed a contract. It was how it was going to happen.
Fumbling, let's be honest, right?
It was icy.
For some reason, they gave him 2 1v1s. And why?
And you know what? I got a really good answer to that. I don't know.
I don't know.
I have no idea. We've seen a few times where a duo would push a solo and they would get a little bit too overconfident, a little bit too overzealous, and like, oh, I really want to get that elimination. And they send it as a solo, and then he gets picked up, and then you're down to 1v1. And because he's got DBS or Nest 12K, well, the other guy follows in his footsteps and he gets taken out instantly. So I hope that one day, Jason, these guys will learn. But yet, that is not the day. Today is not the day.
The reason I bring it up in particular, I know as we're about to head into our next match, it kind of shows that, VP with having Tixie using him to play, there's definitely some like communications or synergy issues that they haven't been able to iron out coming into this event because they had a ton of time to prepare with him. So I was getting a little bit of an out in terms of how the performance has been going. But you're obviously seeing some problems in the team, but hopefully we're not going to see any problems in some of these other teams. We're heading to our first Erangel of the day, and well, we're all looking at i8. We can see if they can replicate their performance from the last match, or will Na'Vi continue to be the most dominating team on Erangel in this group? Let's find out.
And there is only one way to find out, and that is by launching headfirst into our first of 3 Erangels. From the military base up to Stalba, plane path should be fairly kind to a lot of teams. Maybe the west coast a little bit inaccessible, especially up towards North George and Zaki way. But overall, we'll see if Na'Vi can step up to the mark and keep things going, because right now, it's kind of looking like an isolated 4-horse race.
It is, yeah. And as Jason said, the errand bells are ringing for some of these other regions. Right now, PMSL, EMEA, they're kind of on top right now. They're doing sick. Like, we
Kinda
just
good right now.
kind of good. We had Team Spirit winning out in Group Yellow. Now it's likely going to be another PMSL EMEA team taking a first place position here in Group Red. Like you say, though, still 2 more days to go. But IWNRX have found that spark that they've been looking for quite a while, a return to form. It felt like that rust is just fallen away from the blade, and it's nice to see. It is really nice to see because they look sharp.
Absolutely, definitely honed in on this group, which is hopefully going to be able to maintain, but if they go down early again and there's some good performances, might be tricky stuff. West side circle, blank. We haven't seen it this group, but we saw it plenty of times going over towards Quarry. We'll see if we drop down there again, because it seems like so far we've seen so many shooting range circles in this group. Teams may be unfamiliar with it. Ooh, Tiamba, who have they spotted? I think that's one of the Na'Vi players over on the east side, trying to drop over towards Milter and Milter Power.
Yeah, it's a bit of a difference for Na'Vi right now over towards Milter at the moment. Right now, I think they're trying to play down towards Mini Milter, which is fair enough. Try and get something done here for Na'Vi. It's a little bit out of the way, but for the playing path being so far over towards the eastern side and then the circle shifting off towards the west, it's another one of those circles where it's not going to be easy to play. I did really like Na'Vi's rotates on that last game, and you have to admit, either way you look at it, for Na'Vi in terms of that performance on that map, yeah, they weren't able to get a lot of eliminations, but in terms of where they went, when they went, and why they went there, it was all fairly perfect. I just don't think that the knocks and the elims came their way all that often. And ASI8 were just able to pick a lot more eliminations out from the position they were playing, catching a lot of the teams coming off from that high ground on that south side. It was fortuitous on the circle, because we've seen a lot of times where, you know, you play hats in, circle moves down towards the south, you're in that exact same situation versus the high ground teams. You're the one who has to come out the cave looking very sad for yourself, because you're about to get railed by the teams up on the high ground.
Furia on the prowl in Yasnaya, looking for Virtus Pro. The Bears versus the Wildcats over on the northeast side of the map. Both of them going to have to leave, but on Yasnaya positions in general, you can play two teams fairly split. Doesn't mean you can get too confident with it, though. You can't get too close to the danger, because everybody's ready for a point, you know? You'll take those whenever they do get spotted. ASI8, you know where they're going. It's military. They go there every time. No questions. They're going to have to leave it now this time, though. And IWNRX may be in their way. So potential danger on the crossing if IWNRX don't send towards a North Quarry position first.
It's an interesting one. I think for IWNRX, there's always this curious, I guess, move between both ASIA and them, right? The way that they play in tandem between one another inside of Erangel, where sometimes IWNRX might want to go for that bridge hold versus ASI8. However, in the past, it's not always worked out. ASI8 have found the better of them for quite a few times. So it does look like you're right, John. IWNRX are going to head over towards the northern side of the quarry early, which is a fair enough move to me, I would say. Getting more control on that north side where you can then back it up into quarry later on. I think that gives you more options in the future. And especially we've seen a lot of times in the past over the multiple years that we've casted PUBG Mobile, the fact that when you get teams isolating around quarry, you get tons of teams all around the outside, and it creates all of this net for the teams within. So if you are one of those teams on the inside of that net, you want to be in a secure position. You don't want to be getting picked up by outside teams. And I think where IWNRX is currently placing themselves on that northern edge of quarry, that's the smart choice.
Yeah, they've headed up now to that west side, just north of quarry, a little bit towards those Gatka fields as well. And you're right, it is in general the much more higher expected value play. However, I will bring into the fact that they know that it's ASI8 there, and they know that ASI8 are only 6 points behind, and whilst it may be good for your point scoring in the long run to go for that, it would be worse for ASI8's point scoring if you can take 2 or 3 of their players down on a crossing. So I think it's a little bit early to be going for plays like that. But if this was the last day, if this was tomorrow, and this situation was happening, I would say it may be a little bit more convincing for IWNRX to actually maintain a hold on that position. But then again, it's a risky strategy, very risky.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. That's why I say this as well, is that for IWNRX, it has been difficult because the multiple times that they've tried to hold that or even drop around ASI8, has been consistently ASI8 winning those fights. Their team is very strong. They have players in there who have been part of the PUBG Mobile scene for a long time. Not always to the greatness that we're seeing here from them. However, it feels like they have been improving time and time again. All credit to their coach as well. Feels like he is being much more supportive of them as a team, which I think is the right thing to do when you come to a team that has a lot of veterans, right? You have to take a step back a lot of times and realize that there is stuff that they can teach you, and your job is mentality and making sure that they stick to the plan a lot of times and give them help formulating that plan. It's more about evoking the approach the team wants to make in those games. I think the way that he's spoken so far for them, especially with the interviews with Seven, sounds like he knows what he's doing. I think that is something that's certainly helping out ASI8, so well done.
They have been certainly very impressive so far. And the biggest surprise in this group, I think it's safe to say, for ASI8 to be able to come up and compete for that first place spot. Great stuff coming on through. Falcons Force on the south side next to Tianba right now, going past Farm. And I think both of these two teams, kind of the opposite. And I guess also one of the biggest surprises of these groups. Falcons doing a little bit better than Tianba right now, 79 to 70. But both of them were expected to be top 3 performers. I think by the majority of analysts or anyone looking at this group, you would have been putting them certainly in the conversation, if not in your top 3. So the fact that they are falling behind and in some cases at risk of not even qualifying for survival stage, it's a little bit surprising.
Yeah, I again, there is a fair few amount of teams here. This is I mean, we've said it multiple times now throughout both groups that we just have a really competitive lobby. We don't even have a competitive lobby. We have a competitive amount of teams here in PMGC. All 48 of the teams that did join us, like, damn, it's been an incredible time watching all of these teams play. We haven't even got to our final group just yet, but so far, I don't think really. It's IHC and Furia that so far have been the teams that stand out as not so great teams, but it's not like they can't tango with the rest of these boys, right? I mean, we know IHC's a strong squad. We know Furia has good players on side. They are just being outshone a little bit by some of these other squads. Again, would you say Virtus Pro is a bad team? I don't think I would.
No, I would agree. Think that they are bad, but they're just not as good right now as the rest of this lobby. A hard south shift blank, and it's group yellow time. We're going back to Quarry. Na'Vi going to be trying to roll across the open ground. They've lost Puncher, but Tianba are on foot, or very exposed. Just pulls Shan. I mean, that was a really slow roll up, especially for a bike. Shan should have been going at a fair lick faster, and it looks like Na'Vi are on the hunt. They want retribution. They want some points from this game. Oh my goodness me. They are just absolutely terrorizing. Oh, Tianba's rotation. This is so brutal. Goodness me. What a way to go.
I mean, look at it this way. Tianba, you find one Elim onto Na'Vi. You create such anger within this squad that they hunt you down in vehicles, and Flip picks up time and time again some disgusting shots over towards them. It is real nice. I mean, Flip was so on the money, every single one of those shots. And it's nice seeing both Lemon and Flip both in that same vehicle, because both of those players really have breathed a new lease of life for Na'Vi a lot of times. And there we go. They actually do cut Nigma Galaxy out from third place, and they will take that on the tiebreaker with the chicken dinners accrued. For Nigma Galaxy, I think that they just had a horrible 2 Miramars yesterday. They were far away ahead of a lot of other squads inside of this lobby at the middle mark of day 2. And I still do think they can bring it back, but ASI8 very much on a tear, as at IWNRX.
I just want to go back a little bit to what you were saying about it's nice to see Lemon and Flip in the vehicle, right? Flip, great shots, right, coming through, but very, like, a massive amount of credit to Lemon for keeping that vehicle steady as well, like finding smooth parts of ground, knowing when those firing opportunities are coming up, allowing his teammate to just nail those sprays on a smooth transition. Really, really important, and it's a real pair play there. So it's Flip nailing the shots, but it's Lemon nailing the driving as well. So fantastic stuff from Na'Vi on that roll-up. Furia, they've managed to get in on the north side, close to IHC. The battle for the bottom is on the north side this time.
Yeah, it's got to be done. I think a lot of teams are kind of changing their approach to this one. ASA8 currently here looking over towards Virtus Pro. Felt like he wasn't that low, but...
He was on like a sliver of HP there and nearly got the first aid off. I think it was a fraction of a second.
I see. I think that I think I've just gone blind for a moment. I was like, that's full HP, right? Because I don't see any health bar on there. But no, they do pick up Tixi from Virtus Pro. And again, another not so hot game here for Virtus Pro. Absolutely, they'll have to move down towards the south side. Luckily, the circle does shift on down towards the south, so they can pick up position on this southern edge towards Primorsk. This will keep them safe. I think for Virtus Pro, this is likely the best decision you can make in the future, is just to play over towards that north side.
Quarry is the central focus. As I said before, we saw a lot back in Group Yellow, and now it's Group Red's turn to try and dig what they can out of this game. A shot, a knock, a confirm as well for Vengeance over towards Incilio. On the southwest side of Quarry, this is. They are taking a little bit of a look over that way. IWNRX on the north side of Quarry right now. TJB towards the south on the hill that sits to the south of Quarry. You've also got ASI8 in the compound closer towards the water on the south side, nearer to Ferry Pier, Blank. That is going to be pretty powerful for them. Fairly isolated from the rest of the teams as well.
Team Queso, nice strong spot for them, and they do want to solidify this one over towards Ghetto Roy. I think Ghetto Roy has definitely been a surprising team. That's a nice name from Colgo, who is consistently really putting out the numbers here for Team Queso. But yeah, like I said, it's an interesting one from Ghetto Roy, because we didn't really see that they'd had fantastic performances throughout the start. I think you were saying it as well, John, that they have just been managing to get towards a lot of these end games. Their rotates are fairly clean, albeit some of their fighting isn't always the best. But in terms of getting towards position, Ghetto Roy's pretty damn good at that.
It's the same story, I think, for Incilio. These were the two teams that, you're right, I was talking about seeing them a lot, right? Seeing their nameplates a lot in these later games. And you're right to sort of criticize them on their fragging potential, though. It's not quite up to the standards that we're seeing towards the top of the tables, or even from some of the players lower down those standings, because they're not able to access those late game frag out scenarios. Vengeance trying to get across TJB's sight lines, and that is dangerous. However, seems like they'll be successful here. FaZe being pushed in on the north side, moving in, Mela and Mormon on the north, regrouping with the forward position. Furia to their west, Enigma Galaxy out to their east, so a dangerous approach from FaZe.
Yeah, for FaZe, it will be difficult. They have to find some early shots here onto Furia, who are... yeah, this is an odd one. We have the leaning vehicles against one another, trying to create a card stack for themselves with the two bookies. And next circle is shifting at the same time. It's an awkward fight to take at this timing as well. I think a lot of teams would be against this, especially now you get this circle shift on the lobby. For Tongjiabao, they are grinning away. This is a gleeful circle for them.
Absolutely. Brilliant news, but on the north side, it is anything but, because both Furia and FaZe having a real tough time. Damage done back over to Furia. Look at Silence up on that high ground as well. Last player for FaZe up close and personal on this fight. Mormon does take a tumble as well. That is Narvalo. It's Enigma Galaxy. We saw how much they liked to third party in yesterday's games, in the games before that as well, and in they come to pick up some points from this match. And at a crucial juncture, remember Na'Vi are breaking down the door right now. They're going to have to try and push in from Ferry Pier, potentially towards ASI8. If Enigma Galaxy can seal these points away to their tallies, they could jump up over ASI8, maybe even contend with IWNRX.
I mean, Enigma Galaxy don't have a bad position to play this game out. I think their real struggles are going to come later in terms of deciding where they want to play going forward. Good nade from Silence, finds another from FaZe, and that will be the finish there, as Fury did get a nice tight surround on the guys over on FaZe. Yeah, for Enigma Galaxy, I do think that they have them potentially dead to rights here. Need some strong shots over towards their way, but a good dip out and quickly finding those eliminations. In the meantime, it's IWNRX coming up against IHC, 2 down, and it's just Zed Wolf remaining, and it's time for him to prove his worth.
IWNRX moving very quickly out on their west side. A nade over towards Godless. Zedwolf looking to try and do it, but he can't find the crash. It's Virtus Pro from a million miles away, having an impact, an import from the other side of the circle.
This is hella important. Na'Vi actually rocked up over towards ASA and actually blew the damn doors off here. Found an opening knock onto him. Nocky's down. IQ's low. Does get taken down by East. And now ASIA in a little bit of an awkward situation. Falcons looking to capitalize off the back of an awkward situation here for ASIA. Potentially backing up into the southern compounds here. Whilst Na'Vi controls that high ground position. But yeah, that was a great play from Na'Vi. I think me and you both assumed that them crossing in from the eastern side, likely ASIA was just going to shut them down as they entered. But yeah, fantastic crash from them.
Really well-timed push, seemingly finding that opening, managing to jump through the hoops. I think Falcons, their approach here, whilst maybe well-principled, might not work out too well for them. Because Na'Vi can take shots through those corridors, it's going to force Falcons to take a full-on, straight-up fight directly and linearly into these buildings, right? You can't use those side angles, you can't use those off angles unless you can get some picks over towards Na'Vi. Na'Vi control a lot of the pace of this. The good news for Falcons Force is they don't need to go for the full push in. They can just maintain position here and try and play for the next circle.
Nade's been thrown in from either side. Flip's looking to get another one going through as well. Team Queso here against Enigma Galaxy, and this is what we were talking about earlier in terms of what was their crossing looking like in the future. I think that might be the entirety of Enigma Galaxy actually going down in a blink of an eye. Just one player left remaining for them in Ralph as he has to make a quick send round the corner. There is shots coming through from both Alter Ego as well. Wow, he's just about living. Spins out on the buggy as well. Does he get back behind the tree? I don't think so.
No, he's got taken down there. Will meet his maker. Trying to go for a wild rotate. It was a really difficult approach for Enigma Galaxy. They get 3 elims, and Na'Vi can go on the chase now. The next circle keeps them in this. 5 elims on the tally already. They're looking to try and push further into this one. The placement points haven't started to kick in yet either, which means that Enigma Galaxy only get the 3 points from the elims they found.
And Enigma Galaxy, unfortunate ending for them. 105 points. Still, again, for their point scoring, they are far ahead from a lot of the other teams, but you are right, it's this 4-horse race towards that top side, and Na'Vi could quite confidently get back into that third place position from their spot on that southeast side. There's a ton of potential eliminations for Na'Vi as well in ASI8, Falcons, and the final player from Tiamba. Colgo, though, he's been having a great time this game. And the majority of this tournament so far in Group Red, I mean, he has been a singular beacon for Team Queso.
The south side of Quarry, seemingly their playground right now. And we haven't really talked too much about it. We touched on it earlier a little bit, but TJB, slap bang on the high ground in the middle of this circle, are on for a really good game. No elims just yet, but we talk about this a lot. When you get that central strong position, in general, you're looking to stage 5, the end of stage 5 and stage 6, to start to open the cannons, right? To start to open these fights. Icy finally opening up for the Falcons Force up towards this compound, because now they do have to make that move. They didn't up until this point, but now they can start to turn up the gas.
Quick pick off on the bond as well, so that backstab potential is taken away. Na'Vi may be thinking about getting involved with this in the future. I mean, it'd be good to take them down whilst they're distracted with the final player from ASI8. I think they're more comfortable just to hold the position that's inside the circle. They know that even if Falcons are able to clear the spot, they have to push out into open ground. Good nade from top will finish off UZM, and that is ISA8 going out in 11th place with only the 1 elimination. So not quite as bombastic as our previous match there on Sandhawk.
Na'Vi able to get a point here and ladder up into 3rd now, Blank. Enigma Galaxy pushed out of that 3rd place bubble. How far can Na'Vi go now? Because the question that is can they reach IWNRX on 114 points? They're on 105 right now. They have just taken a knock, though.
Yeah, that's from Alter Ego. I think 6 has been looking out that way quite frequently, and I think Alter Ego finally do find the number. Again, it's one of those positions where you expect a team to be, so you are checking that balcony quite frequently. So I think that Na'Vi needs to be a little bit more cautious on those peaks now as we get more into that slow portion of the match at 20 minutes in. It goes through, another one on that top side. Yeah, Na'Vi starting to suffer a little bit, and they have just allowed Falcons to push on through. There is that off angle still available. 6 again needs to be careful. This is a position he wants to play to stay out of danger, but he knows that there are those sightlines from Alter Ego behind him on that north side, and we are waiting for this next circle shift, which might accelerate this fight quite a bit, but instead will definitely slow it down once again. Both these teams know that they need to win, though. They are on the slow side of the circle, so can play this out quite a while.
Alter Ego will have to move, and not unlikely that they go for a third party on this fight, especially with a knockdown towards the south side. Alter Ego definitely could crash, although it's not in the circle. It might be a little bit of a misstep. 6, however, up on the balcony, doesn't care about those sightlines to his back. They hear the fighting, but a jump out wide, and in comes the Falcons force. Are they finally going to be able to find their feet into Group Red and have that big bombastic performance with only 2 players left? They've got Lemon left to handle.
For 6 there, I feel bad for him. Again, that's just some of the nerfs going through his DBS, where he tags him on the side there. That's a nice nade from Isaac. Na'Vi fall short on that game. I really do think they could have pushed that a lot further. 7 elims, though, is not bad, but that's all they'll be grabbing off the back of this one as Falcons do take them out. It was somewhat lukewarm in terms of their defense versus Falcons as they made that crossing. I think partly that's because they have to commit the time to the res. 6 goes down at such an unfortunate moment for them, and I do think that is partly his fault on the fight, because I don't think he should have been peeking Alter Ego. They should have been way more focused over towards that Falcons crossing. Alter Ego was something that they wouldn't have had to deal with for a long time.
I think it all comes back to a little bit on their initial crash, right? They got an opening to ASI8, but they didn't conclude that fight, and that may have forced them into suboptimal defense positions against that Falcons force approach, because Falcons were able to consume the ground that ASI8 were holding beneath them. And I feel like, sure, the hold wasn't super strong, but I think there were multiple factors that played into that, not least of which Na'Vi crashed into the north side earlier on, didn't quite fully establish themselves. As we turn our attention now to the north side, Team Queso trying to push TJB off this high ground, but they're not giving.
And for TJB, it's a strong spot. It is, however, exposed to multiple positions. There isn't really all that much hard cover in that location. This is just going to rely on pure mechanical skill. Luckily for Tongjiabao, they are filled with mechanical skill. They have boatloads of it. And I think this is one of the few locations where I would have good confidence in Tongjiabao to be able to hold on to this spot. Nades are going their way, though, now. And they're not taking too many shots outwards. A little bit of a shot controlled for 676, who has shown us he is unbelievably deadly.
With that pump action as well on the back, slung behind the scar. Team Queso, Alter Ego go for a roll-up, and it's getting messy over on the north side. Rosemary, Alva, both still up and in action, but 3 players down for Team Queso. Finally, they get taken out. Is this a rollout as well for TJB? They're looking to third party. A lot of damage done to Team Queso, but it's Melodious to try and stand tall. Melosa on the off angle as well. 676, nice. Can he find the spray? No connection. And there's a third party that comes through from the Falcons, and Team Queso will be going down very low. Can they keep their heads above water here? Because TJB may have just stumbled.
Yeah, it was a great crash coming through from Team Queso. A little bit explosive in terms of losing 2 players on that run-up, but in terms of the smokes they were able to place down, the nades that went through, they did clear out that fight. So Team Queso down to 2 players, but 10 elims on the game after taking down Enigma Galaxy. So a strong spot overcome by Team Queso versus Alter Ego, and also taking down one of the most formidable squads inside the lobby of Enigma Galaxy. Trade there onto Tongjiabao, but it's all for naught there. Tongjiabao do have those number advantages. Circle does not favor anyone. It's over towards the roadside. This is a very difficult circle to play in the end game. And again, this is a case where stage 7 is probably going to be the most important stage of finding those pickoffs and maintaining a full squad.
Incilio down, try to move close to the shack that Furia hold, but will not work out. 6 teams now remain. Melosa launching a nade. Only the one left in the back pocket. TJB, this was a really timely flex out for them. It looked a little bit messy, but they managed to get all of their players alive and kept back up to the north side. But they have to now roll down the hill. A light up for Longs. Looks for 1, 2. Flowers there as well on the off angle. And Vengeance careen into a wall of lead. And they will meet their match on TJB's hold from the north side. But TJB, equally, they're going to have to move. The removal of Vengeance from that west side does make it a lot easier, though.
Yeah, I mean, they understand that, look, there was the crash that happened down towards the southeast. That's likely both those teams gone. There was only one team that could really hold on that western side. So for PMGBao, there is now just this sense of, we control the northern edge. And it's going to be up to teams down on that south side to either fight against one another. We just need to have a little bit of interaction throughout the majority of this. You can see that it's around about a 62% chance of the win rate for PMGBao, and I would 100% agree with that fact. They have so much control in this lobby. Now, getting this close to Falcons is an interesting maneuver.
They're within nade range, but that goes both ways. 676 looking to pull the pin here. They move away from the vehicle. You can see that smoke is dropping. They're playing outside of it, trying to confuse Falcons, but there's still nades in the back pocket. Icy has got 4 of them. A nade over that will isolate the angles. He's looking more towards the edge of the blue here. That looks like it might be on target, but it doesn't go quite long enough. The cook just a little bit too long. Up on the high ground, you still got Longs going. Malloy still hiding out behind his little ridge, his little buggy, and Furia yet to leave their shack.
I mean, the amount of nades that Falcons had, yeah, I didn't like this roll-up from PMGBao. I think that they could have potentially set up a little bit further back there and just gone for shots like this as the circle started to push in. Instead, they try and get a forward outpost. You understand why they try and go for that. But again, they don't know the angles on the south side. I think that's the dangerous proportion. It was the advantage they had over on the north, is that they knew they controlled all of that area. Again, this is dangerous, but okay.
No way. You can go for... How did he get away with that? Longs is there, up on the high ground. Didn't spot that, didn't even take shots.
He is smoked off right now as he's making his way in. If they lose Longs, it's very bad news for them.
Oh, a little bit of a mishandling here as Furia try and leave. Actually, East picking up one of those knocks. I think that was... No, yeah, they are all out on the southwest side. Falcons actually getting... the flush over towards Longs on the high ground as well. And they're picking up the points now. TJB starting to suffer. They still have the numbers advantage, and they still have an overwhelming odd of victory. They have the middle of the circle, and they know where the Falcons force are to leave. Malloy's been quiet for a long time now, though, Blank. And maybe there's a surprise.
Well, they cleared out the players on that western side already. So it's a question whether TJB thinks that there isn't any more squads on that edge of the map. Good step up from Triple S. Instantly gets back down again, and Icy has to pull off some magical plays here. But PMGBao will find that one. Now there's one final player inside the lobby, and it is Malloy from Virtus Pro. This is probably the furthest we've seen Virtus Pro get into a game before, but this should be a win for PMGBao. Good step up from Malloy, though, on the M4 here, John.
And they'll have used a lot of nades trying to get rid of Falcon Force, so not potentially super easy to get this one done. The middle of the circle has to be given up a little bit, and TJB not looking to push forwards. They're waiting for him to step up and go for the pair fire here. 676 and Triple S need to be careful, though. If you're overexposed, if you just get clipped, you could be in a 1v1 situation in a very dangerous spot. You can see no nades there, and he spotted Malloy for Virtus Pro. Still has one more player to deal with, but it's 676. Has to stand up, has to go for the dart out, and 676 stands up for the spray. Can't quite find it, and out in the open, finally it's put to bed as Flower gets back to his feet. And will find it. TJB able, with multiple times where it looked a little bit hairy, to close that game down. The fight versus Team Queso, the flex out on the north side, they keep everyone alive, and on the south side, they hold their nerve against Malloy.
I just think that there was a situation there where the two players had dropped down on the east. If Icy was slightly more on target with those nades, it could have been an easy double for them. So an interesting maneuver from TJB, extremely aggressive, just like a lot have people have commended them for. But in the meantime, we can send this back over to the desk as TJB gets a few more points on their tally.
Yeah,
few more points. I think they'll be pretty happy about this, as well as Falcons getting their 10 eliminations in a third place, not to mention Virtus Pro getting a second place here. So some teams who desperately want to get some points going have been able to do so here in this match. But before we dive into the end of the game, we got to talk about the start of the game and how don't take shots at Na'Vi unless you're ready for the whole team to come at you.
These guys were just straight driving by everybody, man. Beautiful shots out the car. It's good to see Na'Vi getting active. I mean, they're right there. I think right before this game, what were they in 4th place? So they definitely want to kind of keep that point gap because they are starting to get a little bit of a point gap between 4th and 5th here, Mac.
Yeah, Tiongbell's just going to be scared as all hell of Na'Vi going forward. Like, no, okay, we'll drop on the opposite side of the map. We don't want Flip to just completely spray us down in the car. That was just too good of a spray. But yeah, here you go. TJB getting himself the chicken dinner. Good to see. And you were telling me just before we went on desk here, Jukester, it kind of gave you some PL vibes, right?
Oh, big time. Because, you know, in the 3rd day of PEL, these guys went from 9th place all the way to the top, baby. And they won that championship, won over 700 grand because of that. So now we're on day 3 here. They were in 7th prior to this game, and they definitely needed to put something big on the board so they can cross that point gap and hopefully put them in that running for top 3. And after a performance like this, you got to know they're right there.
I feel like they're definitely a lot more comfortable in this lobby. Ever since day 1, they just, oh, okay, we see how this is working out now. We're just feeling the groove of things, and it's working pretty good. Tixie, no. But we're going to see the replays here, Jukes. Very soon, we're going to be seeing that insane triple man spray down from Longs on top of that shed. That was such a good spot to be at that point because it's edge of circle, so you know you're not going to be having any possible bad off angle for you to get knocked from. They had info on Vengeance. He's like, yeah, I spot them. Should I take the shot? Yeah, just one spray down is going to be enough to get the triple knocks, and then the rest of the team helps him to get the confirms. Longs, that was literally the play to clear all of the northern side, and he did it so well.
Oh my gosh, it's a dream scenario. Like, you know, every single player on the squad just lines up perfectly. Just one spray down the line, and you just get a ton of eliminations. So beautifully done for them. Na'Vi as well put up some nice points on the board too. So I was kind of interested to see that we did have a couple of the top squads go out really early here. So I was hoping to see some of those teams in the mid-pack really pop off. And I think we did. I mean, we saw Alter Ego out in the late game. I mean, just a great, solid start to today, at least in my opinion.
Yeah. And I kind of got sandwiched between Na'Vi and Falcons over towards Ferry Pier, that compound we were seeing before previously. A little bit of a shame they didn't have all 4 players left alive, or maybe they can continue what they did on Sandhawk. But for me, it's also nice to see Falcons be able to frag out. And I feel like, you know, Max, as you talked about towards the top of the show today, we haven't seen these like amazing games out of them, and obviously not winning the match here. I feel like 10 elims for me is a good sign of like, okay, maybe the old Falcons is not gone just yet. Maybe they need a little bit more time to cook here, and we're going to see them continue to pop off.
Just let them more time for Young Tash out. Yeah, that's cool. And that's all they're going to know. Young Tash. I said, yeah, I said it wrong. I need 7 to help me on saying that. But no, it was a good engage overall. I think there were definitely some weaknesses in how Na'Vi were holding down their position, but then they just full sent it. That 3 players able to just overwhelm the solo players of Na'Vi really efficiently. So yeah, 10 elim on the board. Really happy with the side of Falcons this time around. Again, I want to see more because the first 2 days they sure got himself a chicken dinner, but outside of those wins, there wasn't really too much happening for them. So this is not a win, so I'm a little bit happy to see that they can at least get some good performances when the chicken dinner is not coming their way. So, man, still, TJB, we saw that spray of Longs. I just want to talk about that spray so much here, Hodgins, because it was really the big impactful spray initially. Though, Team Kesso, we need to talk about them, right? 10 eliminations playing the southern side of Corey. That was on point, Jukes.
Oh, beautiful. I mean, who else can you really just shine the spotlight on other than Kolgo, dude? This guy is really been putting this team on his back. He's just been standing out above the rest. And we saw him with those beautiful laydown spray downs. I saw whenever he had that MG3 in his hands, Max was just screaming at the top of his lungs, MG3, yes, come on, baby. But man, I mean, it's good to see Team Kesso start off strong today. They really needed it. I mean, 10 eliminations, these guys should be stoked, and hopefully we can see them repeat that at least a couple times if they want to make that run for top 3.
Well, I'll tell you, if anyone holds the MG3, I'm supporting that team. Okay, that's how it typically goes a lot of the time. Virtus Pro, I also want to highlight them a little bit this game because they did have a good entry point north of Primorsk. They had a really good high ground. It's good for scouting. I do think they take a bit of unnecessary fight versus Incilio and unfortunately get eliminated in the process. I think you maybe send it to the beach side or to Furia's location, which as we saw, they got really fine that game. That would have been a good option here, but Virtus Pro, I still really feel like they are struggling to pick fights that really help them a lot in these matches. So that's something they can hopefully try and improve on.
Yeah, you know what rhymes with Virtus Pro?
Tell me.
I don't know.
That's a good point.
That's how I feel.
Yeah.
That's how I feel, to be honest. Because like I don't know what's going on with this team. I mean, we know the potential they have on the roster. I mean, Max, man, you've had a picture of Tixie on your wall since the beginning of time,
beautiful.
dude. So hopefully, that picture could stay up there here as time goes on.
It's just the Wolverine meme of him laying in bed holding the picture of Tixie.
Yes.
What we can see here overall is Na'Vi have been able to move up here again. The tiebreaker will be Chicken Dinners first, which they currently hold over I8, as you see TJB moving up to 5th place as well. Vengeance, I do want to quickly touch on, just because we've been kind of critical of this team of playing very passive, like Senate Center, and just kind of wait. In this last match, they did pick up 7 eliminations and 3 placement points. So I at least want to, point that out to all of our viewers, because it is showing a little bit of an adaptation and play out of them, and you got to give them credit where it's deserved. Whereas Getsa Roy have been able to fall, well, not been able, they've unfortunately have fallen from, I think it was 5th down to 8th now in our leaderboards.
Oh, that hurts. But yeah, I'm happy you're bringing up actually Vengeance here, Jason, because they are seeming to take fights instead of just, we want to avoid fights as much as possible. We want to reach the late game. No, they saw the fight in Cilio versus Pro happening. Once it wraps up, they get involved in the fight and they're able to sweep the Western teams really quickly. So Vengeance, I think, have a big change of mindset since yesterday's win on the last match on Miramar, and it's going to help them just hold on to a spot in the survival stage at minimum. So yeah, Vengeance, big change of mindset. I love to see that.
Oof. Yeah, I like to see how quickly they moved. I mean, because they landed right by farm, and they just hauled it kind of straight towards Quarry. The zone hard shifted south, and they just worked it from there. So it's good to see from Vengeance for sure.
This is rough. 24 points between 15th and 14th place.
Oof.
I'm looking at from 8th to 3rd.
I see last,
and it's like 26 points.
Oof,
not good. So yeah, I mean, I'm almost starting to get to that point where I'm counting out Fury and IHC. If they don't get a win today, or if they don't start putting up, 5 to 10 eliminations per match, I feel unfortunately we're not going to see the representative from last year who won PMGC be back at the Grand Finals yet again this year, like we saw S2G do previously. So really unfortunate for them. Again, Furia, I would rate them higher than IHC from what I've seen in this year. And I don't know what's going on within their squad either. I know you touched on a little bit, Hot Jukes, but they are just not being able to hit their stride in this event. And I don't know what it is. Maybe we can ask Seven to go talk to them, because we haven't really heard much from Furia and see like what is going on within the team, because they are just not playing like the team we know they can be. I mean, even kind of similar with Alter Ego as well, as they're kind of hovering around that 12th, 11th position quite consistently.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're going to definitely have to start thinking about things differently, right, Max? Because, I mean, let's be real. If you're Furia and you're IHC, the possibility for top 3 is still there. It would require you winning like almost every single game for the rest of the day-to-day to be kind of in that running. But it's like, what do you do, Max, right? What would you do, actually? Because you have the decision, right? All right, do we go for that top 3 run still? Or do we just say, hey, it's way too late, let's just try to sneak into the survival stage?
So survival stage is going to be the focus here, 100%. But the clock is ticking, right? And at this point in time, I would say Furia and IHC, just like what IHC said during the interview with Seven, right? Oh, we're going to start playing more aggressive today. I've not seen that, but that is the play you need to do. You need to start like just balling out on these games, getting 5 eliminations minimum in these games. If you see a team and it's a good position to fight, just send it. Don't try and play overly passive. We saw IHC on the Sanhok too, right, Jukes? Just not being willing to go for that big rotation and hoping that the circle's not going to be too mean to them. But the circle does not care about your feelings. The circle is going to be as mean as it possibly can be. So if you're IHC, I would say just send it center if you can and just get elims. Like literally just hold down your position like it's an absolute 4 and hopefully it'll work out. But as of right now, I still really think it's too late, Hodrix. I do have to say, like Jason, I might just count them out.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but again, they still have a couple of matches to potentially change our minds here as we're about to head into our 3rd match of the day. But I am hearing we are going to have Seven Worlds Gaming with their little bit of a report on the stage about Tiamba. So let's go ahead and check in with the man of the moment.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. I just wanted to talk about Tiamba because I know the desk was talking about them early at the beginning of the day. I got a chance to talk to their team manager, and I was asking him what has been the biggest struggle that you guys have had so far in PMGC 2024, and he told me that it was actually the prep. They don't feel like they were able to prep enough for some of these teams because the research for some of those teams was a lot harder. Hopefully, though, after 2 days played, they'll be able to just go back to the VAR review and adjust because they're currently in 10th place. It's not looking good for them. Back to you guys.
you really got to give credit to our production team of finding a microphone that makes it look normal size in his hand. Because if it was in my hand, that thing would barely be bigger than my hand. Yeah, hearing from Tiamba, obviously good to hear. And honestly, the pressure, I think for a team that, I mean, I had him in my top 3, man. Like, I had him as one of the teams to easily get through this, considering what we saw at PMWC. They're not really hitting the stride they want to. And I feel like, again, that's just a testament to how good every region has gotten at PUBG Mobile.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy to see just how well everybody's improved. Everybody should know, what to do at this point. But it hurts to hear that Tiamba wasn't able to kind of get that prep that they needed done here, because they're definitely getting, outperformed by their Eastern brothers. Oh,
sorry, he's just staring down the camera, man.
He's always redox.
No.
Why does he not like us? Who is he looking at?
He's looking into our souls.
Yeah, I'm scared by redox. Oh my god.
Joke's on him. I don't have one.
Oh, but that would be Kalaris, but yes. Right.
Whoa. But yeah, it's been rough times, and I kind of like this actually, because I feel like for the longest time in PUBG Mobile, it's always been Chinese teams are the best in the world, and there was definitely a time when that was true. Looking back at Nova winning 2 PMGCs in a row, but like every region has really caught up to these teams, and the unfortunate part is when we see like regional clashes, like we had the was it the SCA, SA, and PER regional clash or I guess it was kind of a long time ago. It was just all China. But I feel like when we get to these global stages, there's just too many good teams for them to be able to run away with.
Yeah, and you have all these different metas, right? It's not like years ago where everyone would play a similar playstyle. No, I mean, just between Group Yellow and Group Red. Oh, Group Yellow, very center focused. Group Red, we're playing Edge. Wait, how the hell do you want us to adapt to this global scene? It becomes so hard, Archduke. So I definitely get the struggle for them. I think that Tiamba right now, what they should focus on is at least surviving in top 11, making it to survival, and then you'll have that week and a half to prep for the teams that are going to be playing there. Of course, you've got Group Green that you'll be looking at also, so that's even better for them technically. So just survive to the survival stage, and then you'll have the time to do the prep that you feel like you didn't have time to do in the first place.
I mean, let's be real. I mean, they're not that far away, right? I mean, what do they have, like 71 points right now? Top 3 is 106, so... I mean, one good game here, they could be in that show for top 3. So, I mean, if Tiamba can hopefully, make it happen. I mean, we heard from Seven, right? They've had 2 days by now, right? So they definitely should be adjusted to these squads. So there's still plenty of time for them to get in top 3, but they got to start performing. And the reason why I'm really stressing that now more than ever is because we saw in Group Yellow just how toxic things get towards the last games, right? So you don't want to wait until then to really need like a crazy amount of points. So if they could pop off here, I mean, they'll be right there to be able to make it in top 3.
I mean, as you're talking about, right, you don't want to wait to that last day to have to pop off. You don't want to be forced to be extra aggressive when it doesn't necessarily suit how the game can go here. But as you did mention, there's 71 points, 10th place. It's what, 35 points between them and top 3? Like, it's really not that hard to go from where they currently are into PMGC Grand Finals. It's just about having those couple of good games and hitting a level of consistency here in arguably one of the toughest lobbies that you're going to have here in your career. But it is very doable for a lot of these teams. Like even Ultra Ego, there's technically in the running. I would even say FaZe Clan and VP are technically in the running as they're down to like 68, 64, 63 points. It's just only the Fury and IHCs we're looking at of not really having that chance to bounce back for top 3.
Well, that's something I kind of want to talk about, because I kind of want to like go on the opposite side of you, Max, when the question I had earlier, right? Should you go for just the survival stage or should you go for top 3? And I think IHC kind of should have that mentality to go to top 3, right? Not saying that it's really going to happen, but like they need a win here. Like I'm as much as I would love to see them put up like 5 eliminations, a game, whatever, they need like a 15 elimination chicken dinner to get them out of this hole at this point, because like there's too much potential from these squads. Like even Tiamba, if they wanted to make it to top 3, they need to do that same thing, because I mean, look who's in that running. It's TJB, Falcons, Enigma Galaxy, I8's going crazy. I mean, in one game, these guys can go off too. So like, man, I really need to see that from IHC. I want to get to see them in that mentality of like, man, we have to win in order to survive, period.
Maybe just, you can also go another direction on that, is just forget about top 3, top 11, just trying to get these big games. I feel like we have teams at the bottom here, like Fury and Aichi, we mentioned them a few times already, Jukes, are seemingly a bit scared to engage or to rotate into strong positions because they're avoiding conflict. At least that's what I've been witnessing throughout these games. And I would just say try and get yourself a good game, which I know is very easy to say as an analyst. Like, just try harder. Just feel like it's a double point day.
Here and
yeah, exactly. But like, I feel like some teams put a lot of pressure on themselves. Oh, it's PMGC, we can't afford mistakes. But everyone does mistakes. Even IWNRX makes mistakes. Enigma Galaxy, IA, Na'Vi, everyone does. So you, at some point, just go for these Hail Mary plays and try and make something happen for yourself, because if you're idle, like we've seen so far from a few of those bottom teams, nothing's going to happen for you. You cannot hope that other teams are just going to give their points to you and just get eliminated by you super easily. No, they're going to fight tooth and nail to survive, and you need to do the same thing if you want to have the hope of continuing further in this year's PMGC.
Yeah. You know what? I think you hit the nail on the head there, bro. I really do think you put the word Hail Mary plays, right? And I think that's what the mindset they need to be in, because let's be real. I think the reason why we're seeing every single region be kind of at the same level here, Jason, is because the secret sauce is out already, right? These teams know what to do. Like, all right, hey, if we get blessed with the circle, we get a good position, we're going to win this game 99% of the time, unless we just make a big mistake, right? But the teams that are on those edge plays, they're like, all right, we're not going to win this game. Let's turn around and just get some eliminations, right? And put some points on the board. But teams like IHC, they could make the decision to be like, all right, we're not going to win. Let's just put something on the board. Or we could go for the Hail Mary push on this team. And if we win this fight, we could win the game. And I think they're at that stage now, Max, where they got to go for those plays in order to make a miracle happen here.
I'd have to say, you know, in simple terms, you got to stare down the lobby like Redox stares down the camera. If you can do that, you will be successful and you'll make it in top three for sure.
Well, you know, speaking of trying to be successful here, I think a big talking point of day one was we see a lot of edge play. Day two, I felt like we kind of saw a little bit more center play, but still a little bit of edge. I'm just curious if you guys had any thoughts about if we've seen adaptations in the lobby alone about what's been successful.
Well, I'll tell you what, in this last game, everybody was playing edge, and it wasn't their choice.
You had to.
Yeah, it wasn't their choice at all. And I mean, it kind of goes either way. I mean, you know, that's what I'm saying is like certain teams realize like, yeah, you know what? This rotation to center is going to be too difficult. So let's just focus on just wiping teams out on the edge, put some eliminations on the board, because that's how you win championships, right? You got to put 5 to 6 points a game if you get a bad zone. And then when you get the circle, you got to put up a 20-point plus game, right? So, I mean, at a certain point, though, you got to just decide, hey, 5 points ain't enough, Max. You got to go for the big game.
I think sometimes, or you can just be, you know, your IWNRX, your Enigma Galaxy, your IA, and they do that in eliminations almost per game. Yeah. It's like, yeah, we're just going to cruise by. We're just going to always be in top 3. And that's why currently the top 3, top 4 has changed very little throughout this group for Group Red, is because they keep getting those eliminations. So sure, Falcons, Getzeroy, TJB, Tiamba, they can get sometimes these big games, but when the top 4 is so damn consistent on the elimination front of things, it makes it so hard to breach that top 3, top 4 situation. So you're just hoping one of those teams falters at the end if you want to make it in top 3, but as of right now, that doesn't seem to be the case.
Well, speaking of consistency, one of the most consistent things about these shows is the awesome commentary by the two gentlemen going to be taken away here on Erangel, John Allen and Blake.
Hey, look at that. Jason was really nice to us just then. I'm a big fan. Let's keep that up. Let's keep that going. Let's get that to be one of the most consistent things of the PMGC Group Red, because we're getting underway with match number 15.
Plane path from the eastern side over towards the west on Quarry. Nicer plane path than we saw on our last game as we head into match 3 of Erangel. And yeah, Jason was quite nice to us, which is always nice. I think it's because you hit him up with the old. You have 3 modes, so he's entering a 4th mode.
Whoa, that's incredible. He's going into gear 4. That's crazy. That's an anime thing, right?
Yeah.
Nice. Yes. Let's go. One Piece mentioned. Max Man going off right now. Oh dear. Plane path from Lipovka over towards the west coast. So again, fairly nice and easy for our teams to get down to the ground. Hopefully no casualties to be seen, but never say never. We saw IWNRX with some crazy hot drop on the previous day rather, early on in the matches, but doesn't look like we're going to see that here.
Yeah, this is a little bit easier for teams to move on down towards. I think right now, like the boys on the desk were saying, there are going to be some Hail Marys required going into match 3. We have 9 games remaining, 10 including this one, which is always going to be rough for some squads, because now you have to risk it all. And it's very difficult right now, especially because this is the first time we're seeing in groups at least a bit more of a point sponge towards the top side of the lobby, and very, very equal tallies towards 8th downwards. So you see 78 points right now for Getso Roy, with 14th being with 63. This is all changeable in one match. One match is all it requires for some of our teams down towards going home scenarios to get into going to survival stage.
Triple S, figure out which seat you're going to sit in. Come on, be reasonable. Stop jumping about. He'll turn that car around, take you back over to Rozok, and then you'll have to deal with Getso Roy. And how would you like that? I don't think you like that very much. Goodness me. Worst sort of passenger, you know? Can't keep still. Furia over in Yasnaya Poliana. Again, a split drop on this area. This time though with Na'Vi, not with Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and I think for Na'Vi, it's much easier for them over towards Yaz. This is where they're usually dropping, rather than Mini Milta down towards that south side. This is where they prefer to drop. They actually don't loot here for a very long time though, which I always find very curious, honestly. Typically, they'll have a very cursory loot in this area, though to be fair, from looking what some of these players have on board, they seem to be already fairly well looted. But they tend to get themselves out of dodge. But with a circle that heads over towards this northeast side, it's not massively necessary to scout out too far. I think a lot more teams have been studying the circles as well, where Mansion and the eastern edge of the map were a little bit more open, allowing Na'Vi to make some of those rotates out there. But this time around, you got Team Queso towards the south, and Alter Ego taking up more presence on Mansion as well as Lipovka. Pretty basic split. A lot of times, if you drop Lipovka, you do want to have two outposts on that western side, which is what Alter Ego's doing with Alva as well as Rosemary, because Lipovka's very hard to scout from and know what's happening off in the distance. So if you are playing in a 4-man squad at home, yeah, try this out.
Could be something that can improve your performance. You love to see that. Always good to get a little bit better every day. That's all you've got to do. Beat yourself from yesterday. It's a life lesson from John Allen from Blank. There you go. I was just thinking back to last game a little bit, Blank, because Virtus Pro dropped in East Yaz. Na'Vi weren't there. Do you think Virtus Pro were trying to hot drop onto Na'Vi?
I'm not sure. Maybe, possibly. I actually don't know. I think honestly, if you're Virtus Pro, I don't think hot dropping on Na'Vi is the greatest and latest of ideas, but certainly something to go for. Remember, the keyword of the day right now, according to Jukes, is the Hail Mary.
Yeah, we've got to try and go for some wild out-of-the-box plays. I mean, certainly if you're IHC or Furia, it is Hail Mary time, right? You just got to find something. But I think not too many teams or players or watchers as well going to be looking at them and thinking, yeah, they're a threat towards the tables right now, because they are really doing a little bit worse. Well, a lot a bit worse than the rest of these lobbies. I mean, the fact that TJB and Falcon Force as well were able to keep up based on that last game towards the top side with... Sure, they were talking about the consistency of the top of the tables, but a lot of them went down quite early last match. And that did allow TJB and Falcon's Force to get out to the inside, rather towards the outside of the track. Goodness me, got to get my prepositions right. But yeah, they are going to have an outside chance to jump up towards those top three based on that last game, almost alone.
It is interesting. I mean, you look at the leaderboards right now, I'm sure you guys have noticed already. Enigma Galaxy 105, ASI8 106, Na'Vi 106. It's really close grouping. Tongjibao and Falcons, though, off that last game, nicely done. 94 points and 96, opening up that lead a little bit, allowing more teams to make their way through. And this has happened quite frequently through Group Red, where some of our top teams, that performance has died out a little bit, allowing some of our other teams to catch up somewhat. I think for Tongjibao, this is a team that absolutely is gunning for a top 3. They deserve a top 3. Seven was talking about preparation. In the meantime, I think that's fair enough. Honestly, for the Chinese region, they have so many games, and it is a really rigorous schedule that they have to go through on their side, and the amount of games they have to play. So getting ready for some of these international tournaments is always sometimes a little bit difficult. But for PMGMOBILE, like I said, adaptation is something that can happen quite quickly for a strong team like this.
Vengeance getting pushed off the high ground here. IWNRX moving them aside over towards Potato Hill. Lily is very unlikely to get back up here, but it's possible. I mean, the crawlbacks can come through, but no, that nade sealed the deal. The tag on the damage from Frozen. Good news for IWNRX, adding a point to their tally early on. First blood is drawn.
It's a lot of nades, though, for one Elim. For IWNRX, they're not going to get a lot of those back either. Down towards the southwest edge. So a huge amount of utility expended. Now, I think that what they assumed was there was a ton more players behind this hilltop that they would be throwing nades over towards, but realistically, Lily was just that forward vanguard, playing as a somewhat of a scout role. So if IWNRX, I think they'll be pretty unhappy with how that panned out, because as we all know, grenades are hugely important in this game. You want to have a big tally of those on board at any point, and there was no way to replenish.
The value of grenades, obviously, you can throw them on in clear out areas without exposing yourself. The arc on it allows you to stay in cover whilst also doing a lot of damage and getting information fed back your way. Stepping up though, Zed Wolf, he don't need no cover. He just goes for the cover of the barrel of his gun, sends it their way, and Vengeance lose a second.
And they're looking for more on the tally as well. So the rest of Vengeance are sent away, down to just the two players now. And IWNRX carved themselves up a nice bit of space down towards this south side. They'll get the death crate as well. So I think what they were thinking right now is that we really want to loot that crate from Lily. But we also want a little bit more value out of this to steal some more utility away to replenish some of our supplies. So it makes sense that they get a bit more aggressive on this push over towards them as Vengeance look to roll out. And it's good timing on it as well just before the circle pop, because you know these players are going to be getting into vehicles to make their next rotation forward. And that next rotation is far towards the north side. It is a real hard shift over towards Severny Way as well as shooting range. And I don't think a lot of teams were prepared for it.
TJB set up in the compound in the center of this big north shift. Goodness me, nice and safe for them. Nigma Galaxy, Falcon's Force, I think that's probably one of the more dangerous areas of this crossing, but Falcon's Force managed to get through nice and quickly and straight up towards Getso Roy. A little bit further on into this one, but still quite close to that central river that runs through from Yasnaya over towards Georgia Pole. Getso Roy have the gas station with an outpost anyway, not too much presence being felt there, but they can establish a swing around the east side for Furia. They put Kayovsky up in the distance a little bit earlier on so they can regroup up to that north side.
Yeah, for Furia, again, I do feel bad for them. I don't think this is a bad team. I think they have good squad mates on side. They come from a region that is very aggressive, and also, if you are from that region in general, you are made in fire, essentially, forged in the flames of combat in Brazil. So I think for Furia, they are a strong team, and they've had to deal with some of the craziest players in the world in terms of being aggressive and mechanical skill. So I don't think that Furia's a bad team. I just think that they've had a bad hand of it here over in Group Red. They're playing into squads who are very tactically minded, and they are getting caught off a fair few times. Some of their fights just aren't going their way with unexpected third parties coming through. Na'Vi do lose Lemon on the approach to Alter Ego, which is not great.
It's a pretty heavy hit to them. And Alter Ego looking like they just get across that road and out of the way now. Yeah, they didn't quite have the speed to get Na'Vi in there before Alter Ego could lay claim to it. A nice win on that trade. You see Rosemary picks up that point. Very valuable position for Alter Ego. You can see they're sending players out to scout the surrounding hills as well. They know they can't just get into this spot and try and play from there. There is still the rest of the game to go because we're only in stage 2 and they're a little bit towards the edge. So it's unlikely that they're going to be in the circles for maybe in 2 stages' time.
This next circle is going to be an interesting one. Oof, I don't like that one. Yeah, do not like this circle whatsoever. I don't think a lot of players like this circle either, to be honest with you, with Yaz Lake cutting out a lot of that on the northeast side. The worst part about it, though, is that it cuts out the most northeast edge of Yaz Lake, preventing those rotates from coming through in this mid game, because that's going to get cut out by blue very shortly. And yes, right now in stage 2, stage 3, it's a possibility to make those rotates through, but that's a decision that you have to confirm on. So a lot of your other rotates are going to come through on the Rozhok bridges as well as Yaz West Bridge. It's difficult. I think this is more of a game where it's a case of pick a spot. If it's good, play off the back of it. If it's bad, you're going to have to make some difficult choices in the future.
The team I'm looking at right now in terms of a strong potential position is IWNRX Blank. They were hard on the southeast side, and that was before a pretty nasty spot for them to be in. But given this circle, they can move up towards the hill that sits to the west of that God compound overlooking Yasnaya Fields, and potentially have a massive stronghold on the southeast edge. They've already got 2 elims. It's going to be so difficult for teams to break through to their location. I feel like IWNRX could be onto a good game. The difficulty, of course, is if it shifts to that northwest side. But as you said, just like the other teams, it's kind of a coin flip at this point as to which side of the river you go for. And having a brilliantly strong position on one side is better than having a weak positions to both.
Yeah, you just want to take a spot that you can play out for the rest of the game. And sure, IWNRX are quite close to that edge side, but yeah, they have control over teams that are coming through. I quite like Falcon's spot at the moment. It is incredibly dangerous, but I respect it nonetheless. They're playing that bridge crossing. I think they're on the bank sides as well. And this does give them the opportunity to move over towards that north and south side. The difficulty comes where teams start crossing in droves. But I think most teams right now on this circle are just kind of in this situation where they have to make it back towards some of the positions they scouted earlier. They have to move away from shooting range, which I think a lot of teams tried to get into early on. So Falcons are fairly safe. Whew. Damn, that's some nasty shots from Longs.
A double roll-up as well coming on through. Getso, Roy, Virtus Pro. Actually, it's a triple roll-up, I guess, technically. TJB going to stop in their tracks. They see 2 teams fighting. They've already managed to take some shots over this way, and Malo is the next to go down to them. Getso, Roy assisted on their roll-up by a big nade as well, coming in through from Duque there. Able to take Virtus Pro down. They were caught in the mix of 3 teams all rolling on up to this one compound, and that's what you were talking about, Blank. Teams are just going to have to go for these positions that maybe they've seen something from earlier, but everybody had the same idea in this instance.
Yeah, it's difficult. There's no easy choice a lot of times in these circles where you're backtracking. Obviously, a lot of teams would have wanted to take those compounds that sat a little bit over towards that northwest side, which is now where a lot of teams will have to go. Falcons, I want to see a quick rollout here to try and take control of that plateau on that northern edge. I think sticking around here for too long might be bad for business, but at the very least, they can try and control some area. I think their worry is that a lot of these eastern teams will have sightlines over towards them if they try to take some fights with some of the teams coming through from that southern side. But yeah, I definitely have high hopes for Falcons in this game.
IHC. Not seeing that aggression that was promised. You know, maybe circle dependent, maybe, but it's not really been the case so far. Certainly not been winning if they have been finding aggressive positions, but they go for a long wrap around out in the blue. It is stage 4, so it's survivable, but it's going to start to hurt now, especially once this circle closes on up, so they need to be quick and take an aggressive fight. Unfortunately, TJB sit on that western side. It's a difficult barrier to break. Falcons Force spotting IWNRX as they try and make their push up towards that river, but there is a little bit of a response. However, it's going both ways. A crash onto their position, a knock over towards top, but Falcons Force are staying very healthy, and IWNRX going down to 1 player here. Just Zedwolf, a potential roll-up from Team Queso as well, off in the distance, as Zedwolf goes down. Top spot once again, taken out early, and the roll-up can be rebuffed once more by Falcons Force.
I actually don't mind this. I didn't expect them to go for this, but this is a very aggressive hold on the southern bridge, playing underneath it as well. this is typically a position you want to take if you are heading down towards the backside, but it certainly can be played earlier. They know that, again, a lot of teams are going to struggle to make those rotates on that northeast side. It's going to be a lot of teams coming from Rozhok over towards this bridge. So they can extract a lot of value out of this and then probably get into the late game fairly cleanly, just because there is limited teams on this south side to challenge them on this one. So yeah, actually, I respect the decision from Falcons to go for this play, and already finding one knock on Elim over towards Team Queso puts them at a 3-man. Yeah, a lot of nades been set from Furia. Get away from this. Get away from this gas station, please.
I just love the sight of them just all hopping about like some kind of devilish whack-a-mole to display to Tiamba that they've got the nades, they've got the ordnance to rebuff them. It was fairly comical for Furia, but they do maintain position, and that is going to be pretty valuable. Team Queso actually find a shot over towards Falcons on the south side in the meantime. TJB, yeah, they spotted IHC out on that west edge. Xiol trying to make it work for them, but nades from 676, back up from Triple S as well on the angle, goes up with the UMP, but in rolls the UAZ, and immediately Triple S puts it to sleep. Just one player now left standing for IHC. Off in the distance, it's Rogue, and he's all the way down the bottom of the hill.
This is one of these situations where you need to have plans going forward on the circles like this, where it gets a little bit tough in the sense that you know some difficult situations are going to come through in the future. We've already seen a fair few teams have those plans being laid out for them. I mean, Na'Vi could switch right back down towards this angle and play up towards Garage. Puncher going down is not ideal. 6th last player remaining. They did get a couple of really good shots over towards Tiamba, but with oversight from Furia there, that push from Na'Vi was always going to be difficult.
Circle shift up towards the Getzo Roy compound, the FaZe compound as well. Tong Jiabao right now also really happy with this shift. And remember, it's Falcons Force and Tong Jiabao both pushing. Team Queso have managed to get across the river, and it's made the Falcons Force position so much weaker, but Team Queso maybe looking to move away from it instead. See if they can get on past. We'll have to wait and see if Falcons Force are allowed to extract. But for Tong Jiabao, this is their chase game. With Na'Vi down, with IWNRX down, in an isolated position on the west side. If they can get rid of Nigma Galaxy, this is a big opportunity.
And Nigma Galaxy regroups. They tried to take a ton of space. It was greedy. It was really greedy, in fact, to head over towards that western side. But it was equally well played from Tong Jiabao to realize where those players were coming from and then shut them down as they made that entry. Because there was that possibility for Nigma Galaxy to go unchecked as they breached that ridge side. But with Tong Jiabao already finishing a lot of fights off towards that east, they could put a lot of attention down towards that south side. And this is the beauty of Tong Jiabao, who is a team that is a clean finisher. Over on those fights, they do not wait around for them to finish. They are quick to the chase, just like this, finding an extra 2 eliminations in the back pocket. Yeah, wonderful stuff right now from Tong Jiabao. 2 players down though, and it is Triple S and Longs left remaining, but with ST3N going down there for Incilio, now Tong Jiabao can go for a quick reset.
Another knock over towards 626 as well. Tong Jiabao, yes, you're right, they can go for a little bit of a reset here, but they need to be very careful with Incilio having a little bit of a nosy over their way. ASI8 Blank, by the way, they are still alive. 4 elims playing on this eastern side. They took a knock there, and that's on IQ. So these 2 players you can see in the buggy, they're moving up to try and get the res. He's a lot further north than they are, and potentially that's the position they were going for anyway. That's only going to hurry things up. However, that does allow Falcons Force to play on with 2 and be uncontested on their lead from the bridge. They're not in the circle, but they have a little bit more freedom.
With them going down to 2 quite early on, the fact they've been able to remain up and standing with 6 eliminations is good. They're continuing on that chase, which is very nice. Tiamba comes up against Alter Ego, currently in 12th right now. Team Queso did overtake them into 11th place, so Alter Ego not in the strongest of positions, in the bottom 5, at risk of going home here. Alva off in the distance, and that fight is just not being put up by this squad. Looks like it's going to be another low elim game, low point game in general.
Tiamba rolling down over Alter Ego. Furia as well, trying to contest this. And again, we're in that stage 5 phase where we're looking at FaZe themselves, right? For that central position, they've been quiet. Now they're going to start to mount an offensive to the rest of the lobby, where you can transition out of just controlling your territory and going away with it. Look, they're already up to 6 eliminations. They were on 1 not 10 seconds ago. A nade over towards Furia as the roll-up over to Tiamba seems to be inevitable here. And that is going to be the last of them going down. Tiamba, they had a good attempt at that first push against Alter Ego, but Furia, too much for them to bear.
Yeah, it's a really strong rollout from Furia. I don't think Tiamba expected it with how safe the guys from Furia were playing inside of gas station. For them to explode out of locale like that whilst Tiamba was trying to get the refresh on loot coming through from Alter Ego, it was a very unexpected play, like I say, and I think Tiamba just wasn't quite ready for it. So they go down in a game where they could have got a lot more points off the back of this one. And this starts one of the few strong matches for Furia. We've seen them in a couple of ending circles now already today, and some of that playstyle we see over in their region starting to come back a little bit now.
Enigma Galaxy still in with 3. On the south side, they've been playing the Roshok Bridge crossing blank, and we saw the strength that Falcon's Force were able to have on the bridge out to the east. Unfortunately, the zone didn't keep them in. Enigma Galaxy, they were a little bit more fortunate with that circle shift, keeping that bridge position in. Tongjibao on the west, they have the hill out to their east to play up towards. Getso Roy in the north compound and FaZe on the east. These are the crucial factors. FaZe, they're really out in the cold on this one. Sorry, Furia really out in the cold on this one.
A wall crossing to make. You need loads of smokes to make it happen as well, and with Zunda actually finding the first knock over towards Furia, that's good. There is a ton of sight lines available though, so for any team trying to poke up to take shots over towards Furia, they are getting shot at by the other teams who are taking that opportunity for themselves as well. So that's allowed Furia to get slightly further into this game. They did lose one player for it. FaZe though going for something very aggressive. Big amount of nades been sent across. Good one heads forward over towards Gusta. He steps back in the last moment. The nade explodes in his face, but won't quite take him down.
Look at Mormon on this off angle as well for FaZe. They really just want to choke this fight out, leave Furia in the blue zone, give them no options to play but walk into a wall of nades. And Ventoras actually doesn't even want to wait that long. He's scouting out, he's moving in with the vehicle, trying to get a swipe through. I mean, maybe you pick up a player, but you certainly get information. You know they're all playing here now, and in comes the crash. Do they look towards Getso Roy? I don't think so. I feel like this is the fight that they just have to take. Ventoras is going to try and hound them down, and Mormon's ready to receive. They crash onto the flank of FaZe, and that might be catastrophic for them. They do manage to take the knock, but they're already on their way. The fold back needs to come through from FaZe. Pick your player back up, get him back into the circle, because it is going to be stage 6. That tick down is too harsh. Into the vehicle, can you find the pack away and get back in? Because you might just lose a player for it. Koyovsky wants to spray down and catches both of them.
It's a hella smart play from FaZe. The fact on Furia, the fact they were able to watch over towards Mormon, they saw that Ventura scouted forward, saw none of them in vehicles. Then at that moment, as soon as he leaves away, they all make that surprise maneuver off towards the sidelines. Realistically, FaZe thought they had them dead to rights there, but the amount of smokes that were in play for both teams limited either side's sightlines. And I think having a solo off angle there actually really hurts FaZe in that situation. Getso Roy now even having a peek over towards FaZe, who are now down to 2 players, and a game that could have been massively in their favor suddenly is removed from them, and Furia makes one hell of a rotate through no man's land.
Tongjibao with a really big potential game on their hands here, Blank, because they were already up to those 8 elims. Look at those standings. Currently, Na'Vi, they are dead level. The tiebreaker going to Na'Vi, but the placements for TJB haven't been added on yet. When you consider Enigma Galaxy could be going down here and now, their placements are going to be fairly low. A good opportunity. A roll-up from Getso Roy as well to the FaZe compound. They're shredded down to 2. That's going to make it so much harder, but they're going to give it a good go. Nade in. That's not going to be good enough there. Finds one on the flank, and it's Mela to try and strafe across. Takes one, but the rest is all up to Getso Roy.
Yeah, so I lose car on that situation. But yeah, good fight there. Well played on the shotgun with the nade through the door line. You kind of just pre-fire the door there, and there's not much the player can do from inside that location. For Tongjibao, though, yeah, very much an opportunity to confirm into that top 3. This seems to just be the MO of Tongjibao, which some quiet games here and there, followed by massive blinding matches, which really blows the opposition out of the water. Again, that consistency maybe not quite there for Tongjibao at the moment, but the speed at which they're able to get those engines rolling and hit max velocity in these matches, very astounding. Very, very astounding.
thought you were just going to stop at hit max. And I was like, what did he do? Goodness me. The side swipe over towards Enigma Galaxy. With Ralph down, he can fully engage those big brain gears to try and figure out what to do. But unfortunately, getting off a cliffside where you have full sight lines from a team that just wants to spray you down, wants to take your spot on the tables, you can't outstrat that. It's impossible. You can outsmart so many things, but you can't outsmart a bullet.
You cannot. No, absolutely. Unless you're psychic, in which case maybe you could use your psi powers to stop it in midair. But that is not a part of PUBG Mobile. What is part of PUBG Mobile is this hold coming through from Tongjiabao. Again, this was very well set up, and it's very obvious that they've had a similar circle to this before, because where they're playing and the control they've had over that plateau that looks down towards that south side, incredible stuff. Already up to 11 eliminations. Would not be surprised to see Tongjiabao finish out both of these opposing teams now as they get this really nice lineup on the western side as we're crunching in towards stage 9. It has just been a great game from start to finish here from Tongjiabao. Yes, they had the circle at start, but their control has been phenomenal. It's been this iron grip over the lobby on the western side. I don't think anyone's really been able to challenge it.
It's been really well marshaled from the high ground here for Tongjiabao. Getso Roy, 3 players. Furia with 3 as well. That high ground there that Tongjiabao now fully control will have to be left in a moment. So a potential difficult maneuver for them once this circle starts to close. This is stage 8. Once this circle closes to its current white circle situation, it will be straight to the middle. And right now, TJB have got the closest to the middle position.
Yeah, I think when you look at TJB, this has sort of been just a masterclass in control on this game. It's been very hard to hold them down. I think they knew the exact angles that teams would be approaching from. They knew the exact fights they needed to take to have more presence on this side of the map. The splits have been pretty damn clean and still having impact towards that end game. It's been very, very nice. And now looking over towards Furia, even been able to pick themselves up a nice little loot crate on the side as well. FAMAS in hand for Flower.
Flower.
Wow.
Keep it a low profile, but the nades, certainly not. As Triple S nails it. Back over towards Furia. The spray down with the FAMAS still there, but the nade again from Triple S is there to seal the deal. 12 elims, likely a 13th found as he gets that flush. Getso Roy trying to mount an offensive now to TJB's position. Really the only thing that can go wrong for them here is taking a knock or two. Maybe Kayovsky can do something in this situation, because we've seen some pretty great things from him over his career. Can he make this one work? Getso Roy trying to keep them at bay and actually vying for the center on this spot. So TJB are going to have to move a little bit more.
I do really appreciate... Kayovsky, go on. Let me get his triple spray down here. I mean, it is set up so well for him. This could be an easy cleanup.
No,
there you go. That's one. I think that, again, there's so many times where you see these situations where I'm just like, you just got to make the play. Just make the play. Make it happen. I'm really enjoying the fact that Flower's got the FAMAS and the MG3 and the Ghillie. That's when you know a team trusts you to marshal a lot of these aggressive pushes. Like, just have it all. Just take it all, bro. You can have it. That's yours.
I mean, either that or they just had that many loot drops, right? That they all got at least 2, which is kind of crazy. But TJB definitely putting some faith in him. Let's get so Roy. They get rid of Kayovsky, and now it's a 4 versus 3. TJB definitely with the center, and big nades continue to roll on in. Longs does take some damage, but just a bit far from 676 on that one. To not quite connect. Triple S on the flank, though, lights up the sidelines for Getso Roy. Porsche next to try and leave the driveway, but it's not going to happen. 2 players, 3 players, 1 player more, and it's Getso Roy to fall, and Tongjiabao with another chicken dinner coming through today. This is how you make a bid for the top 3.
Yeah, it's a disgustingly good game. A 26-pointer. I wouldn't be surprised to see them in first place, actually, off the back of this one. With how many points they're able to pot up, it might be close, but yeah, that is a ridiculously good game from Tongjiabao, and a massive bid on day 3 for a top 3 here for Tongjiabao. Yeah, wonderful performance. And again, this is what I'm talking about. Adaptation. They didn't have a lot of time to prepare, but you played 2 days now. You got a good feel of the lobby.
a couple of mid games from our top pack of teams, and immediately the Lions pounce. They are ready and hungry for those chicken dinners. 2 in a row. TJB make their ascension.
Well, this isn't fair, gentlemen. You might ask, why is that not fair, Jason Kaplan, our host here at PMGC? Well, does this mean that the Chinese casters get to eat more chicken now on air?
Oh, it's not fair at all. Dude,
If you guys haven't noticed, they get to eat some delicious fried chicken every time a Chinese team wins. And we haven't had any chicken.
I had fish sticks. What? This is not fair. I want. Oh,
dude, I have been staring outside my door the whole time, dude, just waiting for it to arrive. Still hasn't. I'm crying.
Oh, you know what has arrived? TJB, man. Back-to-back chicken dinners, able to get themselves up their leaderboards and potentially into top 3, more importantly here. And that kind of makes me happy, considering I had them as one of the teams in top 3. Flower, though, 8 eliminations. Wow. I mean, we know how good of a player Flower can be, and we're starting to see him bloom here in Group Red.
In the words of Blank, this was a disgustingly good game from TJB. I'm getting deja vu here, guys. I'm getting deja vu big time, because this is the same thing we saw in PEL. These guys came on the last day of the tournament, won 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, and won the whole dang thing. And now it's looking too similar here. So the rest of these squads, I mean, they got to watch their back.
yeah. I mean, you were talking it since day one. Duke said, "Oh yeah, that comeback potential for TGB." I'm like, you know, let's wait a bit. You know, it's kind of early to say that. I'm like, okay.
Inko, though.
Except for Inko, no, it doesn't work when you talk about teams from your home region, Jason.
1 out of 2.
He got 1 out of 2 in his career. It's fine. It worked out. But Flower, really have to highlight it. I mean, Blank also highlighted it during the game. He had the FAMAS on the MG3. Crazy loadout. Like, what? This guy's just looking to 1v4 multiple teams in a row at that point. He's got a crazy loadout. But more specifically, not down to his loadout, but his position. From his ridge southwest on, I think it was phase 6, phase 7, around like really late into the game, he was the one keeping full tabs on Nigma Galaxy crossing that bridge of Rozov. If he's not there, Nigma Galaxy can push over into the circle, but he was keeping them in check, down in the water, and they could not make any movement whatsoever towards the circle. So Flower, he was really strong to just set up this team for a strong late game potential to make sure they don't get backfield. So Flower, sure, MVP of the game in terms of stats, for sure, but more than that in terms of how much he gave information-wise to his squad and creating so much space in the first place.
Absolutely.
Well, another team we're going to have to really talk about here, Hot Jukes, consider it's one of the 2 teams that we wanted to see a step up, and we finally got to see it. It's your boys Furia, man. They're able to get themselves in a top 3 position, able to get themselves a decent game. I'd say their best game so far of the group stage. And that is a small little inkling to what we could see more out of Furia, but they have to be able to maintain this pace if they want to get into top 11.
Yeah, I'm going to do this one for 7. You guys ready?
No.
Okay. It sounded very, you were questioning it like, maybe do Brazil?
Right? Maybe? I mean, come on. All right, it's good to see them be able to finally make it happen here. And honestly, let's be real, it's the perfect time, right? I mean, if you're going to start, you know, kind of making that, you know, run for that survival stage, it really needed to happen right now. And I'm happy to see Furia put 11 points on the board when they so desperately needed to.
They were listening to the desk, Jukes. They were like, oh, yeah, they say we have to do Hail Mary plays. How about we do just that?
And actually,
Insane fight versus Chiomba, Northeast. They had a really good engage. Third party of El Trigo versus Chiomba. El Trigo get eliminated. Chiomba are wounded. Let's send it out of our comfort zone, outside of the gas station, and we can just sweep that side. And that allows us then to transition uphill and reach the late game. So they're taking fights a little bit earlier, proactive in these matches. I'm just hoping, Juice, this is not going to be the only time we see them do a game like that. This is a good change of mentality. It needs to keep going until tomorrow. Please keep these games going.
Yes.
Well, with obviously TJB getting the win, we actually had a lot of teams who weren't even in contention for top 3 get some decent results. We can see Navi here in the bottom of the table, IWNRX here. I mean, Virtus Pro, but they weren't really ever contesting top 3, IHC I meant. But the fact is, like, when they have bad games, other teams are like, okay, this is an opportunity for us to catch up. And that's why we're seeing it be so close here between a lot of these teams in top 8 that really anyone could just jump up and become the new team in top 3. And I feel like that's going to mean tomorrow it's going to be ridiculous. We're not going to really know our top 3 until that final match. I can't wait until that final match tomorrow.
Oh, me too. I mean, I was getting worried. After game number 1. We saw Navi go crazy, I8, and, you know, even Nigma Galaxy, Alter Ego put up points. I mean, so, like, when you see that happen, I'm like, dang, you know what? this thing could start running out here pretty quickly. But then all of a sudden here in this match, you know, we see the top squads go out early, and then all of a sudden TJB
from 5th to 1st in one game.
That is how you do it, boys.
4 chicken dinners is madness, by the way.
Well, okay. Let me just add a little bit of a negative to the positive. 7 placement points outside of their 4 wins.
Who cares, dude? 4 chicken dinners, baby. Let's go. Dude, take it to the bank. No, I mean, for real, though, that's wild. That is honestly crazy. Out of all the matches they've played, only 7 placement points outside of their wins. But you know what? It's going to show, Max, that the power of that, what I like to call that all or nothing play style, right? Going for the major win. And when you don't get it, just put something on the board eliminations wise. And TJB is sticking to that formula, and it's working out for him.
Yeah, they do this one more time, they're going to be cruising into the grand finals at this point. I mean, they are looking incredible these last few matches. And it's not just, I mean, I think that looking back at the Quarry game, they had Circle gifted to them on the center. But this game, they were playing edge, they were sweeping teams, they were really proactive from start to finish. So this is the game where I'm like, this is a chicken dinner that is so damn impressive. I think they can maintain this kind of results throughout other matches, hopefully. But yeah, on the second page here, their PL counterpart here of Chamba is still struggling a little bit here. Fighting Furia did not quite go their way, and they're going to be quite a bit away from the top 3, Chamba. So we still need to see a bit of a resurgence from them eventually throughout today.
And we're also seeing a continuous battle for this 11th place. Like, it's either FaZe Clan, Team Queso, or Alter Ego just jumping up into that 11th place and then falling in the next match. I mean, while we're having a battle for top 3, I think it's going to be a battle for 11th of like who's going to lock in when it comes to that final match as well. And then Furia, obviously with the 11 points they got, able to get themselves up to 50 points. Now 13 behind Virtus Pro, only 24 away from top 11. So realistically, it is very possible to see Furia catch back up into this, right? They still have 9 matches left to go. And I don't want to count them out just yet. IHC, though, you got 3 matches left to show something. Otherwise, I'm going to count you out.
Yep. I mean, hey, Furia's coming back, right? They're coming back. They're now within that shot range, which was perfect timing for them. IHC needs to do what Furia just did and more in this game, and at least one more today, I think, if they want to have even a shot at survival stage. Because, Max, man, I mean, we're seeing crazy point jumps from pretty much everybody here on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, the big jump off TJB with the back-to-back wins. Furia putting himself realistically with this game back in the race somewhat. Of course, they would need a little bit of a follow-up from that. But this, because I think before this, it was what? 20-point difference between 14th and 15th. And now they're 20 points away from like top 11, kind of. So that's another good game, realistically. And they can be in top 11 for really the first time this entire group stage for them. So that'll be a really big improvement. But Hail Mary plays. We said it right just before that game. We need to see some big fights happen early for Furia. They're starting doing so. And I just hope we're going to see that mentality continue throughout the rest of the league stage. If that's the case, I would be happy to see this Furia make it to survival stage. I think they could do decent there. But again, are we going to see just this one big game be a flash in the pan, or are we going to see a continuation of it? That is the big question for the rest of this group.
Yeah, and there's a lot more to discuss. We're not going to do it just yet because we do have to head to a short break. But when we come back, I'm going to bring up the topic of the zone in that last map and how it did play out as well for all these teams. But yeah, we'll head to a short break. We'll get things ready to go for the third half, or the last half of the day. And we'll see you all in just a few minutes.
Welcome back to Group Red Day 3 as we hit the halfway mark of today. And I'm actually joined by none other than the team manager from Navi, 40. How are you feeling today? How are you guys performing?
Okay, so for today we have a good start, Sanhok game, and let's see what will happen in the other next games.
Right on. Well, one of the maps that you guys have actually been struggling on has been Miramar. You guys are currently averaging about 2.5 eliminations. Do you guys feel like you're going to be doing something different today?
Okay. To be honest, in Miramar we have like a very bad zones. So let's say this 2 games, and if we have the same zone, we will try to do our best and get how much point we can get from Miramar. Let's say 20.
Not bad. 10 points per match.
Why 10? We take a chicken and 2 soon, maybe?
How many you want?
I want 2 chicken.
All right, we're getting greedy with it. Well, you know what? Let's actually reflect back a little bit more because we have played 2.5 days so far with this group. Has any team surprised you guys, or has any teams made your guys' life a little bit harder?
Okay, to be honest, it's I8 the name, I think. Yeah, we have like a little bit drop clashing before the games, before anything, military base, and so much social media happen. But now we change, but I don't think they do very good, but they are top 3, I think, now. So let's see what will happen.
All right, well, they are currently ahead of you guys. Thank you so much for your time. Back to you guys.
Thank you. See you guys. Bye.
Get that man to host. Forget Seven. Get him out of here, man. He knew exactly what to do. Yeah, thank you. See you guys. Like, come on.
Let's go.
So respectful indeed. But yeah, I mean, obviously love to see 2 chicken dinners for Miramar back to back. Gonna be tough though, since every team is gunning for every single chicken dinner left in our lobby. But before we went to break, I did talk about how I wanted to discuss the zones, because the 3 teams in our top 3, you had Getzeroy from Razak, you had Furia from West Yasnaya, and then you had TJB from Severny. It was kind of an easy zone for them to play out. However, in terms of Fury in particular, Max, I know you were talking about, we definitely saw a change up in their style. They were looking for eliminations. They were hunting, especially towards gas station.
Yeah, they saw what was successful for the teams at the top, which is a sweeping edge play style in this lobby. And Fury like, we'll do a little bit of that. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, and we'll just start to play a little bit more aggressive on the edge this time around. And it worked out great to just sweep away the likes of Ultrigo and Chumba. Then they can go uphill towards the side of FaZe. And actually, they even had a good roll-up onto FaZe itself, right? But this circle in particular was very advantageous for a lot of those Northern West squads, Jason, because I checked on phase 1, about 70% of the circle was south or east of the river, and you have a big northwestern shift. All the teams are just getting completely obliterated down on those southern sides, which is why teams like TJB understood, well, if we just hold down these entry points like the bridges of Nigma Galaxy north of Rozhok, we're going to have an absolute field day this match. So they understood how the teams are going to respond to circles, which is very important when you get circles like this specifically, and you can just abuse it to its max potential. So yeah, a lot of teams like Furia, TJB played it as it should when you get these type of rough hardship circles.
Yeah. Rough is an understatement. This is like the most disgusting zone, I think, when it comes to Erangel, because
it's bad.
You know, it's when you have that river right down the middle, you have to make a literal bet. Like, okay, do we go to the north side? Do we go to the south side? And if the zone hard shifts to one or the other, we're most likely going to have a really badass game, right? Furia, they were kind of central position on that north side, right? Near shooting range. Boom, we see a circle hard shift east. They have an easy route on in to the northern side of it, and that's still pretty split, right? I mean, as soon as we saw that hard shift, Max, we were both like, ugh, like this one is gonna be this is gonna be disgusting. The zone goes up north once again, and Furia take advantage of it. And the problem with that is just, man, they've been losing fights. They finally won one. But look at the difference between our top 2 squads here. I mean, TJB, 4 chicken dinners, but still, IWNRX have more eliminations than these guys. I mean, that's pretty crazy.
This is to echo something that Jason talked about earlier, right? Is that sure, we do have 4 chicken dinners out of TJB, but they only have 47 placement points. 0 chicken dinners for IWNRX, and they're really not that far off of TJB. That's like 1 chicken dinner realistically, and they would be almost tied with TJB. So it goes to, again, highlight the consistency of IWNRX when it comes to reaching the late game and still fragging out big time. So Sure, chicken dinners are great to have, but consistency is something of equal value, if not more valuable, in these type of tournaments.
I mean, IWNRX are basically the IHC of last year at the moment, to be completely fair. And, you know, taking a further look at these two teams, Flower has actually taken over as our elim leader in Group Red over Z-Wolf, though I think Z-Wolf is still maintaining the MVP pace, and you can see their stats here head-to-head between the two, and obviously survival time is going to be a big factor of that.
He was actually behind Falak, he was behind Kane, IQ, and Z-Wolf at the start today. He was in 5th position in terms of top fraggers elimination-wise, and he's overtook everyone in these 3 matches. In 3 matches, which is absolute mad. He's just speedrunning for the MVP award of this group for sure, Jason, and he showed it. You give this guy an MG3, you are in for a really bad time.
But the point contribution, I think, is the interesting part. You had Flower at 12% and Z-Wolf at 19%, Hot Jukes. I feel like that's a good indicator of how well everyone on TJB is playing compared to IWNRX, where Z-Wolf is standing out more compared to his teammates.
Yeah, for sure. You know what? I mean, I remember hearing from Dennis behind the scenes, and he was just kind of like, hey, can you believe IWNRX could be one of the squads to qualify without winning a chicken dinner? Yeah. I think John was like, it's only a matter of time before they win it, but we haven't seen it yet, and that's pretty crazy.
I think Vlad's actually out there like, huh, did Dennis say that? I don't know. Is one of those two for sure. But you guys at home, if you're wondering what the device that all of the players here are using at PMGC, it's the Infinix GT20 Pro, the official phone provider here of our event. Not to mention 120 FPS. Max, I'm a little disappointed. Well, that's kind of dependent on you to have the phone out. It's just coming out of nowhere.
Sorry, I don't know. Whoa, that was weird.
That is 144 Hz AMOLED screen. You guys can play like a pro by picking one up. And also, our teams to focus here going into our last 3 matches of the day with 1 Aaron Gill and, of course, 2 Miramars to follow up with. Hot Jukes, to start off with you. You got TJB, IA, and Navi in here. Why is that?
Yeah, I think TJB's obvious, right? Replicating the PEL vibes with the back-to-back chicken dinners and having a crazy comeback. They went from 9th to 1st to win 700 grand here, and they just went from 5th all the way up and just like that. So other than that, I got the 2 teams that dropped out of that top 3, right? I8 and Navi. They are right there. My eyes are going to be on them because they really need to start clutching things up. They don't want to wait till that last day to try to make it to the grand finals. So I'm expecting them to be a little bit extra urgent here and maybe a little extra risky because now it's time. You got to risk it to get the biscuit.
All right, well, Max, you had Furia, you had IHC, and you had Virtus Pro in there.
The bottom 3, because they need to do something, Jason. It's about time. We see some big play, especially from Virtus Pro. Please stop losing 2v1s. I've been hurt too many times in these matches. But no, we've said about those bottom squads that we need to see something big at the end of today. Otherwise, they're going to be under so much pressure going into tomorrow. It's going to be really hard to make that comeback into top 11. Furia started something good. They really started something good with that previous game. Are we going to see other squads be like, you know what? We'll do some of that. The same, please, and maybe just start popping off, getting big rotations, playing aggressive, sweeping the edge. That's been so successful this group so far. I'm really hoping we see a big change of pace and that Furia is going to be leading the way to success for these bottom squads.
Yeah, and I had IHC and Furia as well. My difference was TJB though, which is kind of obviously weird, right? Looking at the bottom 2 teams compared to the number 1 team. Well, for me, it's about TJB. Like, hey, treat this like a double point day. Treat it like PMSL Americas, man. Pop off, continue to pop off and create a lead here. If they can continue playing like they've done in these last 2 matches, TJB could build up a nice buffer, potentially going into the last day of play where they can afford to have a bad game or 2, because consistency was definitely something we saw lacking out of TJB thinking back to our first day of play. So I'm curious, can they kind of maintain this pace? Can they continue to keep playing as well as they have been? And will any team be able to catch up to them if they do create this buffer?
You see these stats?
Yeah,
day 1 to day 3, they just tripled their point outputs in terms of elims, and even damage is that they almost tripled their damage too. What?
Almost 10 eliminations a game so far today. That is ridiculous. I think that was what that was I8 stream, right? Their goal on day 1 to put up 70 points. They're on trend. They're literally on pace to be able to hit that. That's wild.
We only play 3 matches out of the game, right? We expect that average normally to trend downwards unless if they keep this average remotely close to what it is right now. That is going to be the most insane day for a team so far this PMGC for 2024. Like that, these stats when you get close to 10 elims a match in a global tournament, Hot Jukes, I mean, you're just cracked. You're just
Last
good.
question for me, Max, to you. Okay, I know you said you don't want to see Virtus Pro lose 2v1s, but what if the other player has an MG3?
I will always support the team that has an MG3, okay? That's my rule of thumb. If they have an MG3, I'm like, Tixie, you're cool, but MG3, you know, so kind of hard choice.
I love it. I love it. That's not fair. Your skate can't always be the MG3. What if one of them has an AWM in close range? Go for the quick scope, no scope.
Yes.
No.
Please. Oh my gosh. No. If they have the AWN, I'm automatically their fan. If they have a bolt action in general here at this stage, they have my love and support forever.
You know, Hot Jukes, if I could remove one item from PUBG Mobile, you know what it would be?
What would it be?
Just the MG3. What? I'm you know, every time I ever see the MG3 come out, Max always does his little sound of it shooting. And you know, I think I've heard that more than enough in my life.
I'm pretty good at it. No, that's not how I do. Every time I see the MG3, Jason, it's, oh, the MG3, let's go. And that's the whole segment. I say that every time. That's tradition.
I think I'm gonna record that at some point, put it on my soundboard, and then just haunt my own memories or my own, give myself nightmares at night listening to it. But we're about to head into our third and final Erangel of the day. It's just been all TJB today, man. We want to see some other teams step up, and we're obviously gonna have the chance to find out here as we're about to drop into Erangel. And John and Blake, what's your thoughts, man, about TJB and how the leaderboards have played out so far?
I think TJB, MG3 go, and we are ready for the last Erangel of the day.
Very succinct, very good analysis. Respect to all of you for pulling out some wild statistics to back TJB up. But yeah, I think so far TJB have just had this wild improvement between day 1 to day 3. And I think it has just come down to the fact that day 1, I don't think they were quite ready for this lobby. It just shows how good of a team that they actually are, though, considering that, you know, you give them 2 days with 16 teams, which is always easier, by the way. When you're playing groups where you're having constant teams swapping back in, you're having to adapt to different rotations every time. But you do get just 12 matches with the same teams over and over again. You do get a feel for the lobby quite quickly that way. But again, it does require mechanical skill and ridiculous gameplay to be able to be like on day 3, okay, we figured it out. Let's just put up 2 massive chicken dinners to catapult ourselves into first place.
I mean, it's a very unreliable strategy, but it's worked out here, seemingly, for TJB. Yet again, they just make these last-minute bids.
We'll figure it out.
Tables. I mean, yeah, it's like we'll do it eventually. Kind of like my opinion that IWNRX will eventually get a chicken dinner this group, right? Right?
Maybe.
Getting a little bit nerve-wracking now. This west side circle, though, keeps us over towards the Gakka Fields, keeps Everest in, so it's west side rotations on a west plane path.
I think this is the kind of circle where we usually see Virtus Pro do kind of well. But we'll have to wait and see, because Virtus Pro just have not been performing up to what we expect from them. Team Queso very, very close by to Tongjiabao. Just on the other side of things here in box compound. We'll see what they can get done. Shots are ringing out, but now Tongjiabao knows what's off in the distance. Alter Ego losing a player there to IHC. Really not a good way to start out your match 4 here, especially for Alter Ego, currently in 13th place.
Not gonna quite connect with the sprays. Some damage found. Team Queso not finding TJB, and they can get away and try and figure out where else to go. Going out to Taverny, I mean, it's an option potentially, but it's not in the next circle, and you're gonna have to move through that northern side and likely cross down the river. Maybe go... I'm not too sure where TGB go. I mean, Yasnaya's not a terrible option, but they'll have to figure out where they're going to pull up in the meantime. Na'Vi with a little scrap of their own over towards Getso Roy. 2v1 on the inside of this. Back up probably coming fairly soon for both of these 2 teams. There's actually 2 players for Getso Roy close by, but there comes the backup for Na'Vi. A big nade comes through from Zunda, and they can maybe try and chase this down, but Flip's there to play Guardian, and the backup came through as well, so it's still a 2v2 with the down player here. The res could potentially come on in as well. They're wary of these step outs. That off angle is in, and Puncher gets the protection, pushes him behind the wall. The upstairs push from the down player, and Na'Vi can get the res.
Yeah, massively important fight here for Na'Vi. They know they want to keep these players up. They were so close to staying in that top 3. The Getso Roy, on the other hand, still hounding them. 0 eliminations found for Na'Vi so far. Nade up towards that top side. Good amount of damage from Flip, though, will find Zunda. That's through the window, I think, as well. So that's a nice shot.
backup comes through from Getso Roy, and Lemon's down. 3 players all around him. I don't think Puncher can hold this one off now. The healing not quite there for Na'Vi, and these early game fights, damage sticks, Blank. It's like glue. Flip, not too sure about that drop down, but there's the second. Pit 6 peeks in through the window, and in goes Puncher as well. They look to try and take control of the ground floor and the top floor of this house. But through the windowsill, it's still a big challenge. 2 players already down for Na'Vi. It's so unfortunate as they try and push towards the top of the tables. The sirens are blaring outside of my window, and maybe Na'Vi need them.
It's just one more knock here, one more elimination to be found, and that will be a full squad wipe there for Na'Vi, getting 4 points on the board. It's not ideal, but it'll keep them in this game for a little bit longer. Playing as 2 is never fun, especially from minute 4. But yeah, I think if they can get a couple more elims or just even a couple more placement points, Na'Vi's not going to be too unhappy with that one. They just need to maintain this level playing field for themselves, get towards that 115 points realistically for themselves. So in the future, life can be somewhat easy for themselves to grab another top 3, because it is still very close towards that top side of the lobby.
Certainly is. It's close. Well, at both bubbles, it is incredibly close, Blank, and the volatility still remains. We saw it over in Group Yellow. We thought that might be just a symptom of the teams in that lobby, but it seems like it's just this PMGC overall. And it goes back to what you were saying. Every single team here is a competitor in this truest sense of the word. And this competition is one of the highest quality PMGCs I think we've ever seen. It's phenomenal to bear witness to it. IWNRX, they want that top spot back. Maybe they'll be able to purloin a point or 2 from Alter Ego, but no, they turn tail, they get out of there.
IWNRX still on that south side, moving upwards. Alter Ego managed to get themselves out of that situation into the warehouses. It'll do for now on that northwest edge in terms of future rotations. It doesn't feel good losing that one player early on, though. Limits you force as a team overall, and you have to rely a little bit more over towards those third parties if and when they do come through. So other squads though that are notables is Nigma Galaxy down towards Gatka, still rotating in from that edge of the map. And with this going over towards Everest, it might be one of the first North Everest circles we see in quite a while here in the PMGC group stages. And I'd like to see that one. Might give some more of our teams a chance, as we haven't really seen this side of the circle been picked up too often in our games.
Vengeance on the road. Trying to maintain stability in the middle of the pack right now. 8th place. And I feel like survival stage is a really good goal for this team. Definitely had their wobbles, but managing to find, I think they got the chicken dinner yesterday on Miramar. They can maintain the lead on that pack towards the lower end of the tables, they'll be happy. Get another shot into those survival stages. But the survival stages, I mean, given the quality of teams that we're seeing, are going to be so difficult. It's really nerve-wracking for teams in that central block from 4th down to 11th. Sure, you get another chance, but it is such a slim chance when the other teams in the lobby are so powerful. I'm really looking forward to the survival stage.
Yeah, it's going to be massively competitive as a survival stage. It's scary for a fair few of our squads to make it in. Here comes Falcons crossing on that eastern area, actually starting another Ebnoya, so going back to basics way back when this team played under Stalwart. Even further back from when they played under Stalwart, actually. They did switch up some of their drop spots later on, but yeah, back to basics essentially for the squad. A bit of a long rotate for them. I don't think they're too unhappy about it. Tongjibao, one of the few teams that plays on this north side alongside with Furia in North George. So a pretty simple rotate for them down from shooting range. And they can play on this edge of the map. They had a bit of a scary start there in Box Compound versus Team Queso. But yeah, they were right to immediately get away. They knew that there was a spot available for them in Severny, which always is open. They could have just looted up more freely.
ASI-8 on the north side of Quarry. Moving out to the west point of it. Trying to figure out their path into the future. IHC split across the top of Everest. Holding all of it right now. With Godless down towards Hospital as well. Well, not quite into Hospital, but down into the compounds that way. They do have quite a lot of the ground under control. This is a really nasty hard shift up to the north now, Blank. Georgopol all of a sudden becomes a very viable position. I'm wondering what Furia are going to do. Do they hold that north side? It's not unlikely that it goes up north, but there's a lot of water as well.
Yeah, massive amount of water out towards the western side of Georgopol, which isn't ideal for a lot of our squads. This is one of the, I would have preferred the circle to head a little bit further down towards the south side. I think it gives a lot more agency for some of the squads on that southern edge. But this one does cause problems where you have to just cram yourselves in either over towards North George or crates and apartments. And neither situations are ideal. Or you could play over towards that eastern side and pray that you can play off the back of some high ground to work with. Na'Vi getting pulled apart here, down to just one final player now for themselves.
Virtus Pro leaving Koa in the dust. ASIA extracting value. Does take a little bit of damage, but should be safe on the high ground for now. Their move along the west side contested, losing a player. But as close as everything is, 2 eliminations could be a big difference maker for ASIA.
Yeah, still in that top 3, which is nice for them. Able to get ahead from Enigma Galaxy with those 2 elims as well. Still terribly close, though, for all these teams. That 3rd place spot seems to be the one that's most hard fought over at the moment, with IW, NRX, and Tongjiabao streaking ahead now. 122 points and 117. I want to see a little bit more from ASIA. But they are in a slightly difficult scenario down towards the southwest side of the map, still making their crossing on the western roads. This is always a difficulty when you get a northern circle like this with ASIA, who are very firm on playing down towards the southern side of the map, even when they get playing paths that go slightly different. Here's Falcons, though, up against IW NRX. This is a big fight. 2 strong teams, and IW NRX are about to prove they're further in this match.
IHC leave the top of Everest, and in their vacuum, 2 teams try to fill the void, and over the top the nades will flow. Falcons force IWNRX. Combat now along the rocky crags. Healing needing to come through from Frozen. It looks like he's got that first aid off, but no knocks sent either way just yet. Falcons Force and IWNRX both on 4 players. Zedwolf steps up with a DBS, eats a lot of damage from a nade, has to back off almost fully there. Up and behind, allows his team to take over the tussle, and in through the smoke. The nade is found as well. The follow-up over towards Zedwolf is great. Kane not really able to do too much now from the backlines, and Falcons Force in control of this fight. Icy steps in for the fight. Swain nearly clips him, but isn't going to go down just yet, not without a fight.
Icy dropping down, low HP, Top's next to go, as well as East. This is going terribly wrong for the Falcons. Get a step up in the front lines for IW NRX, and now it is Action and Icy to try and close this out, with Swain slightly further behind.
Points there. That is massive from Tianba.
It's depressing for IWNRX, actually. I mean, at the very least, they could have potentially got the 4. I think that still would have been a likely full reset for the boys on Falcons, but again, for Falcons, that's even worse for them. They knew that they would have had a great game off the back of that one, and Tiamba being able to come in from the eastern side and get a huge nade like that off, which instantly ends the fight, by the way. Ah, yeah, man, that's unfortunate. But Tiamba also really needs this. They need this to stay in the running. If they can get up towards a 90-point game, not 90-point game here, but 90 points on the leaderboard after this game, they will feel much, much safer going into the final 2 maps on Miramar.
That's got to feel good for Tiamba as well. You throw a nade, it goes bang, and you just see on your screen in those lovely red letters, 3 eliminations. You're like, what? Hang on a minute. That's great news. Goodness me. Oh, TJB, they're into the crates. South George will be our terminal destination.
Which is definitely nicer for our squads here. I think heading over further towards that northern side is just going to cause problems for teams where you're unsure where you want to go. But this kind of securing itself down towards that south side means that a lot more squads can have potential at a good game. Enigma Galaxy currently playing on the south side of the road, which is fairly decent from where they came from, to be able to get themselves into a position like this, still with 4 players as well. This might be time for Enigma Galaxy to step up once more, as they're already finding some good shots over towards Vengeance and actually pick up a lot of these eliminations coming through.
It's been a little bit quiet from our table toppers over the last few matches, so it's about time we had a stand-up from one of them. Enigma Galaxy looking to be the ones to do so here. Should be able to get the res. You'd hope so. A little bit isolated. Push down south from Incilio. They're crashing onto Vengeance. They've got 2 knocks. They know it's a weakened team. They can get out of the crates. This is a great opportunity to give themselves rotational ability into the later game, but only if they can get past the final hurdle, because that's already 2 knocks. Another one potentially in the wings and upstairs. Finally, Incilio wrest it back into control. They're 3 players and they can get the res.
Good stuff for them over on the season side. I mean, you definitely wanted to take advantage of what was going on for Vengeance there. It was a good timing to get in. And one of the few positions that is still left on the southeast side to play in the circle. Nice shot over towards 676 from Westron. I'm actually surprised he hit that shot, but well done through the smoke. IHC though, nice spot for them in apartments. Is this going to be an IHC game for the first time in Group Red?
Could it be? I mean, they took a nice fast rotate from the top of Everest, right? They were the team that was where the fight between Falcon's Force and IWNRX were. They went so quickly as soon as that north circle popped in towards the bridge position, the bridge area of South George. So this rotation may pay off for them, right? And that's what they're looking to find value for this spot. When did Enigma Galaxy get in there? They were playing all the way down on the south.
Yeah, they've been making some quick rotates, some quick movements, and taking advantage of a lot of the fights that are going around the map. And this is something that Enigma Galaxy has always been quite good at, is identifying like when those gaps form in the circle. They don't form for very long, but those opportunities when they come, Enigma Galaxy is quick to take up on the chase on them, and that's realistically down to the call coming through from Ralph, as well as assist from the rest of the team. So again, like I was saying earlier in Group Red, yeah, they've had a massive improvement when it comes to IGLing, as well as just cohesion within the team, because yes, the IGL can make a call, but it's not all down to the IGL a lot of times. It's Tixi up against Furia. 2 players for Furia still remaining, but right now Tixi in a heated 1v1 with Gusta.
Cooking the nade, trying to get it nice and hot, nice and toasty for him, but he doesn't like it. He sends it back to the kitchen. Tixi knows he's allergic to those nades, but not going to be friendly. Not going to be friendly with him. Last nade in the pocket. Keeps just going short on the top of this ridgeline, though. A bouncer off the pillar. Oh, that was so close.
It really was. That was actually a very nice throw coming through from Tixi. That could have been one of the nicest nades we see here in Group Red. I wonder if he's used all of his nades, of Tixi just going out in the water. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know what else he's going to really get done here other than just kind of chilling in the back lines.
You managed to pick up some more nades from that crate. Go on, get it off the pillar. That's what I want to see. Get that ankle. I meant to say angle, but I went for ankle. That'd work too. Oh dear.
That's one of the sillier fights that we've had here in PMGC. Just not wanting to look at one another. Just see who can get that nade first, and Tixi's unable to find it in the end. PMGMOBILE currently in crates over on the season side. Their only competition at the moment is FaZe, but pretty solid location for PMGMOBILE to be, and well played to them as well for the fact that they've been able to maintain a lot of vehicles here by tucking them away inside the crates. One is smoking, but quite a few of them that are fairly healthy. It's one of the difficulties of this location that there's not a huge amount of spots to actually place vehicles in a position where they won't have tires shot out.
Currently FaZe playing in that little dip you can see that's behind those lifting cranes, but they're going to have to leave and move around, probably through TJB at this point. Potentially could go for a swim over towards the bridge. That might not be the worst idea in the world for FaZe. I mean, you know you're going to have to fight through. Unless you can get players ahead of TJB, it might not be the worst idea in the world, but it will be met with solo snakes. And if Vintoris can get value here, they can push through on land. But yeah, he's been spotted, and that's what I was talking about. There's just so much danger from across the way. I feel like a swim could be in FaZe's future.
I don't think that they're finding the success they want here. I mean, TJB is just packed in towards those crates with some crazy sight lines all over the place. Noise goes down. I think Mela's already made the decision to send out towards that western side and try and play the cliff face. It's the smart decision they could go for here, especially when they're right on the bubble at the moment. FaZe currently 74 points, 1 point ahead of Team Queso on 74. At risk of dropping into the bottom 5. It hurts to see these elim proportions, man. 20 elims, 43% contribution coming through from Mela. Needs to get picked up by a team, dude.
Oh, wow. A big shade to FaZe. They're not a team, according to Blank. Goodness me. But you're right. I feel like he definitely has been a massive, massive factor in this roster. The numbers bear it out. And he has a bright future ahead of him. I'm hoping to see a lot more from him.
Yeah, me too. I'm not, no shade to FaZe, honestly. I just think that the current team he's on, he is just outshining a lot of the other players on that squad. I don't know. Maybe the rest of the squad just needs a little bit more time. I know that the other players are good. I know Mormon's a strong player. Onzen's been around for quite some time as well. It is just Mela who's doing the lion's share of the work, though.
Yeah, that's kind of undeniable. They did finish 6th back in their respective qualification region back in Southeast Asia. So in general, they didn't have the strongest of results back there either. They did come through their league stages in 2nd place on the overall standings, but that really didn't come back to aid them in those finals. They only got 1 chicken dinner across all of those finals. So definitely seeming like a little bit of a middle pack table stuffer from FaZe as a team right now, but with Mela, if you can unleash him, right, that is where you find that value, and hopefully FaZe can figure out how to do that.
Let's take a look at the other side of the map now, because we do have Alter Ego sat down towards that southwest side. I think most teams right now are figuring out where they want to play this one going forward. I don't think Enigma Galaxy actually has one of the strongest of positions over on this eastern edge. It is really difficult playing from this spot, but your main focus is sort of clearing out the teams coming in through on that northeast side outside of crates. So this is where Enigma Galaxy needs to pop off a little bit and basically create space for themselves on that northeast edge.
Oh dear, that's a terrible slip. TJB more than happy to pick up that point. Oh, it goes to IHC again. Enigma Galaxy also potential to pick up a lot of these cliffside players. They could potentially move one of their players out to get some oversight on it. I think potentially Incilio may still... No, they're out now with that drop down. FaZe, yeah, on those rocks. TJB are picking up a lot of these points. An answer back towards 676, but... yeah, should just be easy pickings here. Easy reses as well, nice and covered off.
Flower going fairly low. Mela finally down. PUBGMOBILE's nades today have been fairly unreal, honestly. That's in terms of accuracy. Time on cooking them as well. Yeah, it's been pretty awesome to watch. Mela down. I think that PUBGMOBILE likely going to try and get a refresh on some of the loot here. It's whether or not they know Vintoris is in the wings. Who again is another strong player coming through from FaZe.
And an in leader turning the corner, spots 2 of them. Goes for the first break, catches Longs. Flower is still on the beachhead, and Longs will not get back to it. An isolated player now. Enigma Galaxy, could they read into this? Could they know that it's getting crazy? The nades from the high ground, and PUBGMOBILE need to find another big nade. Hits the water, goes around the edge, the blue zone's there. Dodges a lot of damage for it, though. And across the beach, TJB trying to make their approach to this circle. 676, ever vigilant, waiting for that rock. Knows that it's likely he's going to leave on the blue zone, but he's already ahead of it. Vintoris out in the water. As soon as that nade goes in, he knows that he's not going to be there. And have to be wary. Tiamba looking for a cross, and they roll straight into the barrels of Alter Ego, but only losing 1 on the approach means danger for Alter Ego. Fortunately, up on the wall, they've got Boysil to handle Tiamba on their roll-up. No way through. The way is shut, and Alter Ego hold the south.
Yeah, Tiamba had a really limited decision to go for. Enigma Galaxy over towards Team Queso right now. Nice nade kind of thrown very casually by Redox as he passes by this shack. That was very cool. Does move up towards a window and will get shut down, but now Snowix needs to support the rest of his squad.
A nade to suppress, but might bounce back out. Unfortunately, Melosa with the nade over to it, looking for the one in the shack, and Snowix goes down too. Team Queso dastardly in their defense against Enigma Galaxy. Big nades from Melosa to stay alive for Team Queso. 2 players, and remember, they have now just pushed out FaZe into that 12th place.
Damn, that is sad to see. I think for FaZe, they were banking on having at least one more elimination, keep them a little bit safer for a little bit longer. Na'Vi, though, on the other hand, after being hounded by some of these other players on this eastern side, actually one of the few to remain healthy and living over on this north edge. And the circle still holds him in. So looking for an even higher placing. And with only 19 players left in the lobby, it is predictable that quite a few teams will be going down soon. You can see Enigma Galaxy 1 player, Tongjibao 2, Na'Vi 1, Falcons 1. Team Queso, technically right now, only with a 1 player up.
And blank, there's only one team with 4 players alive. It's IHC. 1 elimination so far, but this is where you have that central circle team that starts to flex their muscles. In urban environments, it generally tends to happen a little bit later because you don't need to expose yourself to as many angles in these built-up finishes, which means that going in towards stage 7, that's where you expect to see the numbers start to rack up. But are IHC up to it? Because they have not been so far in Group Red. This is their big opportunity. But they're so far behind blank. Is it even going to be enough if they make it work here?
For IHC, it's one of those games where it has to be a gigantic win for them. And at this rate, with the limited amount of eliminations they've been able to pick up, they've just got to hope that teams do make their way on over to where they're currently playing. And they can pick up 6 to 7 eliminations on a chicken dinner there. At least that puts them back into a position where 1 or 2 really strong games tomorrow might see them into survival stage. At the moment, if they don't get this chicken dinner, we're still kind of just counting them out from making it in.
ASIA, 4 elims, 3 players alive on the south side, pushing in towards north edge of this area. The next building they need to strike towards, a little bit difficult to access right now with Team Queso on the off angle, with Alter Ego as well, down those alleyway sightlines. Boysil, a little bit less of an impact than Team Queso are from that position, but you can see how difficult it is to make moves here now. Just getting cut down. Falcon's force will fall. 6, still with the circle on top of him, and TJB similarly positioned.
Yeah, 6 can definitely live this game out, which is really nice for him. And the circle allows it. That's the only reason he's still into this one. But likely stage 8 is going to cut him out. He'll be super lucky to get another northern shift on the circle. But for Na'Vi, 6 knows just how much getting a top 5 would mean to them as a team. Just needs to survive a little bit longer. IHC, they actually take a knock in the center of all the teams that it could have happened to. They have a pretty wide split on the hold right now. And I think coming into stage 8, there is going to be some very quick movements, and IHC are going to have to be on the ball. And during that shift, already they're having to send a player out from one of those outposts just to get that res off. I think it was a very bad time to be peaking.
I think in general, though, Rogue was very likely going to have to regroup here anyway, with the players on the west side likely going to try and take that building from them. So that res, that regroup, potentially just waiting to try and catch someone moving too early, or trying to get ahead of that rotate. However, that regroup comes through, that res is out, and IHC are back at 4.
Ooh, for Tongjibao, that's a smart move from them. Heading over towards the buildings on that north side. They know that 6 wasn't really going to challenge them, and now 676. This is a complicated sentence. Will now be watching 6 for his move.
No, he's on that cliff face. They've been prepared for it for a while. The crossfire from TJB as he tries to step up, and it's Triple S to take 6 down. Papi Potro, 14 Queso. The last player on their side to stay alive, out in the blue zone, and it's going to take him away. Will last no longer. IHC still as 4 in a 2-2 split.
His 2-2s go out really relatively quickly against one another. So that's Na'Vi as well as Team Queso out. ASA still running, still making it happen over on this south side. Again, a team that had a long way to go. They are very good at finding these openings. Similar to Enigma Galaxy, though, they really fell apart on their push over towards Team Queso. Felt a little bit messy, honestly. And now Ralph is in a tricky scenario.
Waiting to pre-fire that door. The smoke is there to cover him off visually. Ralph actually trying to go for another angle. A shot over towards the north side, but it is just going to be the play zone to take Enigma Galaxy out of the mix. ASI8 now can push on up towards the top 3 with this game. The only team really to be able to do so. In fact, definitely the only team to be able to do so off the back of their performance here. With the placements that they have yet to earn, I think they will jump up over Enigma Galaxy, even on those Elim points. And they are still alive. Not so true for the teams ahead of them. Is IWNRX even safe from this one? Because they went down with very few points. IHC, though, the big story here. Against TJB, tournament leaders, 7 elims, but only 2 players to play with. Xiol has to hold face. They're on this 2-2 split blank, so it is essentially a protracted 2-2. And I think this is the right choice, right? Just regroup, play the middle.
Yeah, it's still unreal that PMGMOBILE is still in this game with 7 eliminations as well in stage 9. Like, from the spot they're in, they can push forward. It's going to be ASI8 who is the big problem, but a nade like this could cause disaster for the 2 players making their way in. Catches the one on the back lines, and that is a lot of damage done, helped by Alter Ego on the outside, but any placements upwards for PMGMOBILE, they're happy with.
Absolutely. In goes the last player from ASI8. That's IQ. IHC taking shots out towards the window. And that nade goes on in. It's going to be TJB to take another point here. 8 elims. 2 players from TJB now looking to move in on the ground floor. A high nade up from Furia. The rooftops across from them. Not isolated enough. They're going to have to drop down. Danger abound as Demo steps out the window. Gets that peek beautifully. And able to hold off TJB for a moment longer, but there's still one more player to go. It's Triple S with the DBS on the outside, can't quite get it done, and Furia, the last to stand in the way. IHC, only 5 eliminations, but a chicken dinner could be the start for them to try and turn things around. They need to find it here. A 7 elim chicken dinner would give them 17 points and put them in an outside chance of jumping up to that survival stage. Furia, they're kind of in the middle now, though, and IHC with Demo and Xiol need to worry. In they go across the hallway as he steps in. Furia goes down first, the second, not so quick, but the DBS, still a difficult challenge. IHC are up to it.
Yeah, he was lost in the smoke there. He had no idea where he was in the end. Needed a map to figure out where he was inside of that room. But at the end, it will be IHC. And you can see they don't look too elated with that win. It's fair enough. That is the first footstep on a long journey ahead of them to get into a survival stage and a firm position to do it in. But first game, it'll do the trick. They have 2 Miramars after this and tomorrow to make it happen. And with a lot of our teams still stumbling around that 11th place barrier, you know, there is still a chance for IHC, although it is a very long way away.
Definitely a great result for IHC. Let's head back over to the desk before we get stuck into Miramar.
Finally, the team who won PMGC last year has a decent showing, but it obviously did finish this out. George was exactly where they dropped. That's a little bit of the caveat I'll give. But for them to make the right decisions, Max, I'll let you go into that. Obviously turned it into a game-winning match for them.
I was really scared initially, Jason, because we know how much IHC loves. They just absolutely love Everest. They love it to bits. And they sent it super early. Yeah, it's their best location. It's their favorite thing. And they go there super early, and the moment I saw the circle go north, I was super scared, like, IHC, I know how you play. You're going to hold on to that position for as long as you possibly can. But no! For once, Jason, they left Everest early, went in a position they pre-scouted because that's where they drop. They drop in Southern George Pole. And they took the best building in Southern George Pole, in the residential area, which are going to be these apartment buildings because it has extra verticality, which makes it a little bit easier to scout and shut down teams that are rotating in your vicinity. Macro-wise, this was so clean from IHG, but my question is, where were they until this point? That was good.
Man, I mean, this was a It was so good to see IHC and Fudia like right there at the end fighting each other in a game where they really needed it. I mean, we got 2 Miramars left for today, and they still got a lot of work to do. I mean, you saw IHC, they got the chicken dinner, and you didn't see a pop-off celebration, right? Because they know, like, all right, yeah, it's about time, you know? And that's a terrible feeling to have in their situation. I'm glad they got this win, regardless of whether you want to make the conversation about they were blessed with the circle or whatever, right? They just needed it. They needed something to go their way. It finally did. But is this just a start, right? Or is it just a one-time thing, right?
You look at the Fury right there, the great previous game, they followed it up with a second place here on this game. So they definitely have built a bit of momentum. We're just hoping to see the same thing out of IHC now. That's going to be the big expectation, hopefully.
Yeah,
and actually, it kind of was easy for them to get to the late stage because you look at their damage ratio, how much damage they took. I think only one player would have been knocked realistically. The 3 other players, they didn't take enough damage to get knocked throughout the entire game. So quite rough. But as we go through the replays, Chiamba just ruined it, man. Falcons, yes, we're going to survive, but Chiamba.
Let's get this reset, and then, where's my team? Gone.
One nade.
I've never seen IC drive away so fast before. He went straight down Everest, like, I'm out of here. And then, obviously, they get picked up later on. There was something else I wanted you to actually kind of talk about, Max, that I don't think you hit on necessarily, is the way they regrouped in those buildings for IHC, more importantly.
Yeah, we talked about the Everest regroup for the early game, but also the late game regroup was pretty solid because we said it, they sent it in the residential area. They hold 3 of those apartment complex buildings, which, again, said it, great positions to hold on to. But they see that when the circle keeps closing around them, teams are going to be breaching those buildings. So they're like, okay, we go from holding 3 of those buildings to now 2. And they do the 2-2 split. And then they see TJB breaching the eastern building. Let's regroup in the center building. And then look at this. Because of that, they get the perfect angle to completely eradicate TJB off of that map. And then it's a 4v2 versus the side of Furia, which is an easy wrap-up for IHC. So the regroups, again, from early to late game were on point, Hot Jukes, and deserving of a chicken dinner.
Yeah, you know what? They got the chicken dinner here, but I'm going to be real, dude. The real winners got to be TJB. Look at that.
I thought you were going to say the viewers.
Yeah. The view. I mean, they are, because they're watching a clinic being put on by TJB. By far, the most successful Erangel run we've seen in this tournament, Max. You agree?
Yes. How can I deny that? The thing is, it's not even just their being successful, right? Where's Nigma Galaxy? Where's IWNRX? Where's Na'Vi? Like, Na'Vi got himself 6 points this game, is still decent, but the big contenders here are falling behind. So there's a gap that's being made for TJB that they could afford to just be chilling tomorrow and they will still be in first place, or at least in top 3 to make it to Grand Finals. They are building a lead that is a threat to those top squads.
And who was it? Was it you or Jason that said about 10 eliminations a game this tournament or this day?
It was Dennis.
Oh, that's who it was. Classic Dennis, back at it again, dude. This is crazy. They're on trend to surpass 10 eliminations a game today. 2 more games left to go. They're almost there.
It's going to be tough, but they've definitely shown that all you really need sometimes is just that one day, or maybe even just that one win for them today, since they were able to get a back-to-back on the day. But also, I want to touch on just really quickly, able to get themselves, I believe it was 8 points. Now, this is the team that's been constantly battling for that top 11, and when we get there, it's going to be interesting to see where they're going to finish off. But I think that might have been able to propel them back into top 11. But I worry for those teams so much, because every time you have a bad game, you just know you're probably going to be falling out of top 11 or getting so close to. And when you go into the final set of matches tomorrow, I think, honestly, I'm going to tell you right now, I think it's going to come down to the very final match to determine who our top 3 is and who our top 11 are.
I gotta agree. It's gonna be an absolute showdown tomorrow. I mean, this is getting too close, especially with IHC and Fudia pulling it out right here at the end, Max. I mean, it's gonna be an absolute bloodbath tomorrow. I mean, this is gonna get so close. The only thing is that TJB, if they win these next 2 matches, first place is locked down. That's gonna be for sure, because these guys are just absolute wrecking balls right now.
Yeah, it's so close. It's a tiebreaker too between Nigma Galaxy and IWRX. Tiebreakers are going to be a thing, Jason, until the end. We know it last year, and it might happen again here.
Yeah, it might not have been Group Yellow this year, but it definitely could be Group Red with the way it's going. I mean, TJB almost 20 points in first place. I8 able to rejoin the top 3 as IWNRX, the team to fall out of top 3, which is quite surprising. And to be honest, you even have Falcons kind of knocking on that door as well. They're only 13 points behind, so we could see even Falcons jump into top 3 here just in one match, let alone 2 matches to come up.
Yeah, they're going to be able to jump up. Just to take it back to IWNRX, is like, we were saying, oh, it would be so cool they're in top 3 without a single chicken dinner. But what if tiebreaker?
Yeah.
That's realistically, that is a prospect we have to keep in mind, that they currently have no chicken dinners. They could be maybe losing a spot to Grand Finals because they don't have those super valuable chicken dinners for those tiebreakers. So kind of scary, but here we go. Bottom of the rankings. Hot Jukes has been the talk of the town for these last 2 matches now.
Man.
Furia, IHC, they're still at the bottom, but they can technically reach a way better spot at the end of today if they do well on Miramar. So they're not too far behind now. They can make something happen.
Yes, they can. And I said it. They needed to finish out the rest of the games today with really solid matches if they want to be in that rundown. They do not want a 20-point gap going into tomorrow because there's too many teams that need those points. And after these performances today, Jason, like, this is ridiculous. Like, is it confirmed that Group Red is in fact the group of death?
No. We don't need Vlad kind of become.
Told you so.
He might come in here and be the analyst. He might be the third analyst. Who knows at that rate? But I mean, it really is like a bloodbath in this group, staying true to Group Red. And for IHC, what blows my mind is they have 10 placement points in 15 matches. Now, I guess maybe it shouldn't blow my mind considering how they won PMGC last year, and it was all about the eliminations. But just to see like 10 placement points out of 15 matches is kind of insane.
I mean, they don't even have the eliminations that made them stand out last year. They got 36. They're almost the last team when it comes to fragging power, just barely above Furia. So they said they were going to play aggressive today. Even this win, Hodgix, when you look at it, it wasn't an aggressive game. It was just purely based around macro, which that is the complete opposite of what I expect from an IHC squad, right?
Yeah, I don't know what IHC's been doing lately. I mean, every single game I see them rotating like extra late, like in from the blue zone, trying to be able to find a way in, and they're just getting denied every single time, like just running into a stop sign. And I want to see it different. I hope they realize that, hey, you know what? Yeah, we got blessed in this circle. We made it work for us. We got to find a way to get into those center positions, or at least, you know, even off center a lot earlier rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, a late rotates does not show to me that you are an aggressive team. I'll tell you that much. We saw even on Osanok, they could have rotated super early, but they keep delaying it, and it puts them in such a trash position, to be completely brutally honest here. So I'm like the fact that they were quick this game. We have to keep in mind, of course, that this might be a bit biased because the circle was on Southern George, and that's where they drop. They love that kind of area. They know it like the back of their hand. What happens next if they get a circle completely away from their drop spot? That's the big question for me. Are we going to see them speed up the rotates, or are they going to go back to what they were doing before this chicken dinner? And if they do that, then I'm losing hope right now. I hope this is going to be the big change that we needed to see from IHC going forward.
Yeah, speaking of change, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I'm about to say, speaking of change, dude, one person we need to see a change from, or at least one team, is Alter Ego, dude. What are these guys going to do to change things up?
To a quick report with the 7WG, as Alter Ego has made a big change in their roster for the rest of the day. Rosemary is going to be sitting out. He told me that he's just currently not performing, so we'll see if he's maybe going to make a comeback tomorrow. We have to wait and see what happens. Now, another team that has been performing really well today has been Furia. I got a chance to talk to their coach, and their coach told me that the biggest change so far for that team has been just a mentality change, a big confidence booster, and it's definitely starting to show today in their performance.
Whoa. Rosemary out. Max, man.
No.
I almost wish we could cut to your camera because I'm pretty sure there's a tear rolling down your face.
It is. I just looked at the stats. I was like, please, I want to stay on Copium for the rest of this tournament. But Alva has been realistically the top fragger and top performer of the squad. And it's not been good for Rosemary. He's even behind Ox at the start of today looking at the stats. So he's been having a really bad time. Even Hans, that we know, Jason, looking at the spring season, Hans was just an incredible fragger for Alter Ego. Sure, they didn't qualify to PMWC, but Rosemary, Hans, they were just completely shredding it. And seeing those two players as the bottom performers of their squad is very, very surprising and upsetting to me. So I get why they would want to do a change. They want to try and see if a little iteration of the squad might be successful, but the fact it's Rosemary, Jason, one of the people call him one of the best players in SCA, is a really big shocker.
But I feel like Hawk Jukes, you gotta respect a player when they're the ones, even when they're like normally seen as the star of the team, when they're just like, yeah, I'm just not playing well, and he's being selfless by saying, take me out, put someone else in, because I want my team to succeed. I have to respect that, especially when you're a big player who can potentially have a giant ego.
That's a big step down, you know, and it's very risky too, because if your sub comes in and they start performing like nuts, you could sit permanently. I mean, I've seen it happen plenty of times in my day. So like, it's a very bold thing to make, but you know what? It's a sacrifice that only the best of the best are able to make that decision, because you know what? Everybody has an off day, you know, every now and then. You know, I don't know if you guys have had those days where like you just start dropping everything and just everything just feels off. If he's having that day today, then yeah, it's his responsibility to tell his team, guys, I don't know, I'm just not feeling it, right? Let's go ahead and bring in the sub and see if we could change things up, because we don't have very much time left to kind of make things happen here, and these guys gotta qualify.
I thought he was going a completely different way with this. When he talked about the sub coming in, I thought it was going to be like, oh yeah, you know, Michael Jordan just said to our team, I'm just not playing well today, sub me out. And to be the sub to go in for Michael Jordan is like, what do I do? How are you supposed to be able to play to hit the level of the legendary stature of a player like that, which is exactly where I feel like Rosemary is. Maybe not MJ level, but he's definitely a massive player.
We can go to football though, right? Tom Brady stepped in and that man never left the field. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not getting these references.
Anything can happen.
People are like, Tom Brady football? I think he's talking about the wrong game here. That sounds like you know, handball, but we're gonna be
John Blank, help us, please.
Player of the day. But two gentlemen who know what true football is. John Allen and Blake.
Let's get Caitlin Clark stepping onto the court for some big three-pointers and hitting Miramar with a big game from the bottom of the tables. IHC looking to make a bid for freedom.
What? What? I know
You'll be
esports.
following
Bro.
Caitlin Clark's rookie season, the WNBA. Goodness me.
I'm a esports kind of guy. I'm not a traditional sports kind of guy, unfortunately.
Ah, so sad, so sad.
I think a lot of people will be very sad about that, I imagine. Yeah, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm into my esports.
That is true. How about, yeah, you're right. In the chat that they've just put out, like Faker. There we go.
Yeah.
You know, very good player at video games. How about
Yeah, absolute demon in the lobby. But yeah, we are heading over towards our 5th match of the day here on Miramar. And it's a weird one, because I think that the variance between some of our teams on different maps is wild, by the way. I think PUBGMOBILE is the only one so far that's been able to have great games both on Sandhawk, Miramar, and Erangel. It just sort of depends when they want to step up, really, but today has been seriously unreal. They're getting quite difficult to catch now in first place, actually, and that PMSL EMEA 1-2-3 sweep doesn't look likely anymore.
No, it's been a little bit bedraggled, but IWNRX, you know, they are massive on Miramar, seemingly. Zedwolf especially, the star player on their team yet again. Circle goes out to the east side, it keeps Al Azhar in. That is their home territory. IHC is, oh goodness me, IHC as well will be in with a fairly central spot in this one.
Again, not a bad position for IHC, and we said that this is a team that, you know, it's the first step of many for them. Down in 16th place at 56 points now, so at least now with a somewhat of a running, if they can get themselves another chicken dinner. I think a lot of teams have been limping through quite a few of our previous games over like the last half of yesterday and the first half of today, especially some of our top teams in the lobby. I mean, IWNRX, Enigma Galaxy, Na'Vi, 112, 117, 117, with ASI 8 now taking 119 in second place, and PMGC far ahead at 135 in first place. Here's the performance right now for Enigma Galaxy between day 1, where they're averaging 5 eliminations per match. That has dropped down to just 3 eliminations now in day 3. So you can see that the drop off a little bit here for Enigma Galaxy, who were on top of the world over those first 2 days.
They are still in that top 3 though, but you're right, that an EMEA 1-2-3 looking less and less likely as TJB continue to keep pace with, well, outstrip everybody else's pace, keeping pace only with themselves at this point. 135. The current ceiling was Team Spirit last week. They broke records, getting 225 points in their group stage week. I feel like it may be a little bit late for TJB to make a push that far, but still definitely capable of being within reach of that 200-point boundary.
It depends, man, because from their glow-up day to now, I think the point scoring average is somewhat ridiculous. If they're able to keep that up, I wouldn't be surprised over 8 matches that they can maybe catch that. But it is a tall ask. I'm just saying, with how they're currently playing, you know, back to back to back, just game after game after game in those top threes. Yeah, it's wild that we've even reached this stage. And with that, for the top 5 elims, Zed Wolf really was on top for quite a while, but now Flower has firmly taken that lead at 34 elims total.
Which is kind of a nutty result. And then, I mean, you even go down to third, right? And you look at IQ, the drop-off of 4 elim difference down to the next place there. Big stuff from ASIA. And I mean, we talked a lot more about them in day 2, I feel like. And rightly so, that was really a massive day for ASIA. Coming into day 3, it hasn't been as loud for them, but they're still up in that second place. They're still getting into these late game circles. I mean, we saw them in that South George finish, right? They were still up and into the game late, getting, I think it was a third place. This Tiamba lose a player to IHC, actually. Continue to add points to their tally. First blood is drawn here as teams start to move into the east. But yeah, I mean, ASI8, I feel like they had massive pop-offs, but they are still maintaining consistency where teams like IWNRX, like maybe Nick Galaxy also, haven't quite found that.
Yeah, I honestly though, for Miramar, if we home back in on this game, I think it has been unfortunate for both Nigma Galaxy as well as Na'Vi over in 5th and 3rd place respectively. Purely because the coach is right that they haven't been getting great circles on this map. They've been consistently heading far over towards the eastern side. I think we saw this exact circle recently as well. And these are the two teams that really do have to travel the longest distance here on Miramar, from La Cobreria as well as El Pozo, which are both strong spots to start in. But we really just haven't had many like northwest shifts on the circle, or even just western shifts in general.
Sightlines over towards FaZe for IHC. Not going to be able to take too many shots, though. Just make sure they keep control here over on the north side of Impala. A little bit further up the coast in the high ground compound. Vengeance moving in past El Azahar right now. Not really too many teams close by. I mean, you've got Getzo Roy about 400 meters away right now, down to their southwest. A little bit further, in fact, actually, closer to 500-600 meters, so out of that render distance. Team Queso, they're very, very central, close to IHC.
Team Queso on that south side. They're a little bit out of the way. I mean, Miramar's quite a big map, so down towards that southeast side, they do have a little bit of room between them and IHC. I think at the moment, it's more FaZe who are heading over towards that northeast side right now, trying to careen through ASI8 as we do get this clump up of teams. So likely Falcons, Tongji Bao, Nigma Galaxy and Na'Vi all having to play that edge playstyle towards the end game, likely wanting to hope for a hard shift either over towards that southwest side or even northwest.
ASI8 around La Bandita right now, not in the crater, so they have got a bit of mobility, a bit of cover off sightline there. You're right, it's very, very central here, and teams on the outskirts may have to fight through a lot of it in order to get value out of this game. Na'Vi, less concerned with that. They're over towards, just over the north side of water treatment right now, heading seemingly over towards Torre Hamada, and going to be moving in across the East Coast Road, potentially. I'd be surprised if they decided to go south of El Azahar, given they're taking this angle of approach, right? If you were looking to go in on that south edge of El Azahar, you would probably likely be going past Hacienda del Patron right now. So expect to sweep through Tierra Bronca to the east side of El Azahar and potentially coming up the coastal road and into contact with IWNRX.
Yeah, for IWNRX, it's not a bad spot to be in for them at the start of the game. It's nice and tucked away, but I think the biggest change we'll see from IWNRX here is that they're already making a breakout towards that western side. I think in a fair few of our Miramars here in Group Red, IWNRX has been fairly passive over on the eastern edge and kind of waiting the game out. But this time, I think they're realizing, as it's the first time in a while that they've been knocked out from that top 3, that they need to start making some moves. They need to start making some plays and gaining ground quickly, which is what gave them quite a few of those points early on in the group.
They'll need to try and regain some of that momentum, regain some of that strength. Nigma Galaxy similarly out in the blue on that western edge. We'll see where they opt to go in. Next circle coming through. A hard north shift. This is big news for everybody who sent Central. Fantastic for Na'Vi. Look at that approach they can make now. It's so free and clear. You can play on that east ridgeline of El Azahar, take up that high ground position, nice and strong. Enigma Galaxy, they need to move fast now because the teams in the middle will start to sort themselves out and make that approach. They have a big opening, but it's going to close in the next minute.
Yeah, for both those teams, it is going to have to be an unbelievable speed up, like pedal to the metal here for both squads to get into position, because this is a golden opportunity for them. Falcons as well were quite happy with this because they were just closing in on the circle to try and break in on that western edge, and now are rotating alongside with Ghetto Roy, who again, they play on that north side, and they have quickly identified a strong position for themselves. So I think for Enigma Galaxy, they are slightly late to the party. Na'Vi, on the other hand, this is a golden opportunity for them.
Really, really big stuff. Still, that east side of Azahar, that high ground ridge that sits up there, the compound that's just beyond it, potentially both very, very valuable areas. We'll see if Na'Vi are able to take control. Falcons Force and Vengeance, both sort of the blockades right now for teams moving up towards the north. IWNRX, I think, also in a really pivotal position out towards the East Coast road. Everybody from Impala going to be looking to move through the ground on this road. So if IWNRX can extract one from each team that passes, the toll will be high, but the points total for IWNRX will be so grateful for it.
Yeah, so for Falcons coming in on that western side, they lose a player in Icy. Not great news for them, especially when they were looking to take a dominant position over towards that northwest side for El Azahar. This time for them, I think it is just a case that this is the right decision, is to head into the buildings and try and play it out that way, stay as safe as possible. FaZe locked in. 3 players with Vengeance up on high, who love these kind of situations. I think it's the 4th time I've seen Vengeance be able to pen a team into a horrible situation and kind of take shots like fish in a barrel.
They do find the fish in the barrel and turn them into sashimi. That's a real rough time for FaZe. They find the wrong end of that deal. They will have to play on with 2, Noise and Mela. I mean, to be fair, these are probably... I mean, you definitely pick Mela, and I feel like you just take one of the other ones with them if you're choosing 2 players from FaZe. But either way, not ideal. However, they do have a position in the circle, which is more than could be said for a lot of teams.
This has been cruel heading up towards that north side. A lot of squads still scrambling on that southern edge, but it's good. It is a good thing that IWNRX made that breakout over towards the western side, because now they have a lot more control to work with. If they were penned in over to where Fury is currently playing, you wouldn't be too happy with that. But the circle does move north once more, and it's Tongji Bao that... how have they even made this rotate, man? Yeah.
I'm just looking at where they've come from. It looks like early on... Okay, so as soon as this shift came through, I'm going back through the map feed. So the circle popped. They were just on the north side of Los Leones, coming up to La Bendita. They just went all the way out west, past Graveyard, up towards Hacienda, and looped over the top. Na'Vi obviously leaving gaps there, and TJB have managed to sneak their way in on the north side. They read this shift like incredibly well. This is brilliant stuff from TJB.
Yeah, it's a gamble play, right? I mean, they're going to try and take control over towards El Azahar and then play the late game in towards the center. But to be honest with you, the big case factor is that that gamble pays off even more because the circle shifts over towards that north side. So it's just a good understanding of like, what could we do here on the potential next shifts? As this goes down towards the south, yeah, we can get a strong position over towards Al Azahar and play out from there. But if it moves north, then we're going to be one of the few teams on that northern side of the map. So for Tongji Bao, yeah, again, they have all the chips on the table right now with first place at 135 points. So they can afford to take risks like this, which now are going to pay dividends.
Really great news for the team. It's been careening up the tables time and time again. IHC now up to 2 eliminations. They are on that western side near that truck stop. They've got the high ground on the east and the low ground on the west as well under control. So really nice southwest position for them. But Enigma Galaxy just across the way. Getso Roy continuing to joust right now with IWNRX. Not really going to be able to do too much. That road that sits between them may as well be a river. It's just impossible to cross with the teams crunching in this close.
You gotta be patient. You bide your time inside the circle, wait for the shifts to come through, try and annihilate some squads down there, rotates as they come in. That's your only option, really. You need to start creating gaps in this circle because it is a very nuanced area of the map with multiple things going on, with the plateau down towards that south side. You move over towards some of the rolling hills on the north where you've got Na'Vi playing. The one thing that does worry me is that for Na'Vi is how suspecting are they of a team coming through on that north side. I think they would assume they're one of the few teams that did break through onto the north, considering they came from La Cobreria. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them get backstabbed by PMGMOBILE. So I think that they just need to be aware. In a lobby like this, it's entirely possible for a team to make a bit of a quirky rotate over towards the side of the map.
It's all about being prepared for it, handling every eventuality. IHC with the spray downs over the ridgeline against Incilio. They have lost one on their off angle, and the blue zone's not going to be kind to them. Still not quite able to find the openings. Finally, over the top, they get that first knock. Turning around, a 180 comes through to try and make sure that they have their back secure. And another shot over the top, but the ridgeline is so exposed. You've got Enigma Galaxy on the north, you've got Alter Ego on the south, and it's just so difficult to make any moves here without everybody having their say. In Incilio, they're down to just their one player. Westron remains, and he's going to go into the fight. He wants to roll on forwards, but that may have been a misstep because ASI8 are ready and waiting.
Yeah, that was a bold move from Westron. One of the few moves he had left remaining in the tank, though. It was that or concede, really. So tries to go for something a little bit crazy. Team Queso, they're picking up Virtus Pro, but Virtus Pro is fighting back, but they just don't have that same kind of presence anymore, I don't think. I mean, they're able to take out Colgoat, but I'm not sure how much further Virtus Pro can go here. Only one player left remaining. And that's a fight that they know very well on that southeast side, so it's just... It is not fun to watch Virtus Pro kind of lose a lot of that edge that we have seen them develop over the year.
Ooh, I thought that nade was going to do it. Icy stays alive as IHC try to leave their ditch underneath the watchful eyes of Enigma Galaxy. A nade in from Icy, and Team Queso are looking to try and find that res, but they're at the blue zone. They're taking shots. That's from Alter Ego, who are flexed back out this way. I say Alter Ego, I mean Alva, because there's only one player left standing. Is there, and I think that's going to leave Team Queso on one player going down here. Icy can try and challenge, but needs to get this first aid off at Zone 4, soon to be Stage 5, which means that blue zone will really start to hurt. Team Queso do get Papi Potra out of the blue zone, and they need to find this res now.
Yeah, Papi Potra getting back up, head forwards towards that north side. IWNRX have already started to make their rotate down towards that northern edge, towards Getso Roy, so there is a little bit of an opening. Zedwolf is keeping hold over towards that south side just in case there are teams coming off from that low ground. So he's going to have to be the one that passes that information back to the rest of the squad who do have their compound set. You can see there on the map, the mini-map at least, where Virtus Pro as well as Team Queso are rotating in from.
This is a really nasty area of the map, Blank. The east side of El Zahar is just mountaintops set across massive valleys. You can see, well, we can see right now that ASI8, they're at the back of this queue of teams on the southwest side. You've got Vengeance and FaZe ahead of them. Enigma Galaxy also with their outposts down here. But other than that, it's Na'Vi's high ground, and then everybody out to the east is sat in this little ditch that comes down into the valley between these two roads. So Na'Vi, TJB, that fight is isolated on the north side.
For Na'Vi, winning that fight would be really good for them, as well as the rest of the PMSL EMEA teams, because then you cut PMGMOBILE out, and then there is a chance for some of our teams like Enigma Galaxy, like Na'Vi, like IWNRX, even Falcons to an extent, to climb further up. I think it's going to be hard to block ASI8 out, especially when Phalanx making plays like that. Does try and get away from it, but will be taken out by Alva, in fact, from Alter Ego.
Need to be found. Cooked but not launched just yet. Not quite on the money there. A shift up to the north side with the circle blank. This is huge for Na'Vi's opportunities to stay in the top 3 and for TJB to stay in the top spot as well. I think my attention right now is on IWNRX, though, our top Miramar performers by a long shot. And they're in a tricky position. They have to make it work for them. Falak does finally go down. ASI8 may be the target that IWNRX will set their sights on because UZM goes down second.
Vengeance looking over down the hill. ASI8 not having the greatest time of it as Vengeance continue to find some of that high ground approach towards them. Good smoke setup as well, denying a lot of the sight lines coming out from that warehouse and just putting ASI8 into an uncomfortable situation. But it is Nigma Galaxy over towards that western side looking to take advantage of this fight here and potentially carve out a little bit of a path for them forward, because it's not an easy rotate towards that northern side where FaZe is currently playing as their 2 players left remaining inside the lobby.
I mean, we saw FaZe losing players early on, right, to Vengeance with those down shots on towards those outposted 2 players. So the fact that FaZe are able to stay alive and potentially be in a better scenario than that is really rough for Vengeance, but looks like ASI8 just can't quite find their way up this hilltop, and it's kind of expected, right, in this position. As I said, the hills, the cliffs, the mountainsides on the east end of Al Azhar are so dangerous to try and play around.
It's been quite a slow game, honestly. It's basically just been these teams down towards that south side, cutting each other out because there just isn't enough room for everyone, especially moving off from that plateau that looks down towards the eastern side of El Azhar. Alter Ego, final player left alive. They made some changes today. Even Rosemary getting subbed out, who is not performing up to snuff. Alva drops up, looks for a second flush there. Not able to find Noki, and that's Alter Ego out again. Now, it has been multiple times where they've just been clinging to this 11th place spot. They've been in and out, and it must be so stressful.
Sends a nade up to try and push Vengeance back. Actually, doesn't cook the nade at all, so maybe a little bit of a surpriser there, but Team K, so they push up. They third-party this. IWNRX further out to the east of this. They're a little bit on the low ground and will have to fight through Getso Roy over on that east edge, but Vengeance can now start to move further north, with FaZe making a cross on the road, trying to get to the other side, and seemingly doing so successfully. They have gotten to the other end of that cable car there. And now Getso Roy have their fight against IWNRX to worry about.
It's a really question of where IWNRX goes next, and I think that they would love to open up a knock over towards Getso Roy, and then they can start to work the problem on that eastern side. But even with Team Kato behind them, yeah, life's kind of tough for them right now. Nigma Galaxy, they take a knock and a flush and go down to 2 players. Not an ideal scenario for them as they wrap around towards that western edge. I think it was one of their few options. That fight towards the east edge just wasn't confirming quick enough. And the circle drops right on top of Na'Vi. Good rotate from them. Definitely the circle look is there for them.
Yeah.
But they have settled themselves into a nice spot. The question is now for me is, come stage 6, stage 7, how do they play this out? Can they maintain all 4 players? Realistically, off the back of this one, you would want a chicken dinner because you've been given a chance here now.
The position that FaZe hold is where IWNRX and Getso Roy both want to be moving up towards. You can see the ridgeline beyond where FaZe sit right now in the scopes of Porsche. That is oversight on towards Na'Vi's compound, right? You've got Puncher who's trying to take control over the south side, but in general, they don't want to be overexposed to that angle. They've also got TJB on the north to worry about. So if one of these teams can get out clean and into FaZe's position, they are in with a really good chance of overwhelming this lobby.
IWNRX moving up that roadside. This is a smart maneuver from them. Haven't been able to open too much over towards Getso Roy, but now both teams know they need to move. Slightly dangerous for IWNRX moving out into this open zone towards the western side, so they are taking it slow alongside with the blue as it pushes them in. Best thing they can hope for. Falcons now know that Vengeance is close by. Vengeance consistently having this high ground. Very difficult to deal with. FaZe did move up alongside with Noise and Mela and have been taking shots, in fact.
Galaxy do go down to a shot from TJB. The nades over the top, finds Porsche with damage, and there's the knock. Another one over to the backline as well as Car goes down. Swain tries to tuck away, but Frozen's lit up from the off angle. That's Mela, who goes for the flush as well. Frozen should be going down here. Can't be rezzed. Two players from Getso Roy trying to get across as well as they get over the road, but how much further can they find it? Because Furia is that blockade that sits on the roadside to the northeast edge, and they're going to have a really tough time to make it through. IWNRX, they haven't managed to get across clean, but can they still make it up to the position that Fate holds from them?
Unreal nade coming through from East, by the way. Takes down the entirety of Vengeance there, and Falcons stay alive with their 3 players. Wow, very, very nice play. Kind of group up, especially on the silos as well. One well-placed nade could be the end of it. There is a big pick, though, from Lemon over towards Tong Jiabao. They find the first knock through onto them. One other player goes very low as well, down towards half HP. This is a super important fight for Na'Vi. They know they need to win this one out. Another good nade will flush out Longs. Na'Vi continues the fight.
Both of these fights, one on the northwest, one on the southeast, Blank, they're both pivotal for the progress of this lobby, but Team Queso may have just ruined IWNRX's chances into this engagement on the south side as Na'Vi try to regroup against TJB. It's not looking super healthy, not looking super easy. There's the flush coming on through, and IWNRX playing on with 2 now, but it's just Noise up the top. Team Queso across the way, Melodious trying to have an impact, but Getso Roy trying to poke their noses in, but it does not belong there. The book snaps shut. Noise able to keep a hold of the position for just a moment longer.
Falcons even finding a shot over towards Tiamba. East has been a true hero during this game. IWNRX will get rid of that player who has been so annoying for so long for them, playing on that south side. Na'Vi moves up with Lemon. Flower in the front line, but a fantastic shot with the pump action will take down Flower, and Na'Vi might have just cleared out the most dangerous threat to them on this northwest.
Can they regroup, though, in time? Can they get rid of Triple S and get back on the road, back into their compound? Because the Falcons are moving into the vacuum, and they might have just gotten ahead of this. Na'Vi send out, but they've been cut off. Their resources now run dry. The push back in towards the circle will be difficult, but they've got 4 players to do it. In the meantime, IWNRX, they've handled Team Queso, and now it's up to FaZe. Mela run down with a buggy on Swain, and the spray down from Kane. A 2-piece playing off one another. Symbiotic there, and a venomous approach from IWNRX.
Good start. I mean, Falcons, again, taking down players from Na'Vi. I think, realistically, for Na'Vi, what they should have done is just head further north. Again, it's whether or not you understand that Falcons have been making their way so fast up towards this location. Remember, Falcons have just been winning fights back to back to back here. So they've been just crushing the lobby on this south side. But Na'Vi do finally get themselves back into position. 6 elims for them. They get a reset on this too. It's still well played, but again, they are looking for a chicken dinner on this match. That's what Na'Vi want. And with Furia in the wings, with 4 players alive, Falcons looking damn good in this game. Yeah, it's scary, scary. They do have the compounds to work with, though.
Blank, our 4th, 5th, and 6th place teams, all looking for a 3rd place spot right now, are all still in this one. IWNRX with the worst of it right now on the southeast side, but they are ahead in terms of the points. If they can ladder up a couple of placements, that would be big news for them. If they can extract some value from maybe Furia's position out to their east side, that would be great. But you're right, it's Na'Vi and Falcons, both of these 2 teams with opportunity to push in, to muscle their way through and join the top 3 going into our last game of the day.
It's difficult for Na'Vi as well, because I think that they would have liked to maintain over towards that high ground. It was just a very good pickup from Falcons, understanding where Na'Vi moved across from, because they have essentially taken one of the stronger positions in the lobby. Although these compounds are nice, it would require the circle to head a bit towards that northwest side for them to continue to have presence, because Falcons can typically now just play that high ground, right? They can play off the back of that, take shots towards teams as they make their way in, and Na'Vi still have to deal with the player from Tiamba who is waiting in the sidelines here in back C.
Swain trying to get info, but he's out with his back to the blue. And moving forwards is difficult. Furia have control over their north. Falcons force over their west. And you can see action. I mean, he knows there's players over here. He's going to launch the last nade in his pocket there, potentially. XC for Tiamba in the meantime on the northwest side, spotted by Na'Vi, pushed out the back of the building. Top may be able to pick this one off. Certainly we'll see Puncher go for the cross and jump back on in as well. XC looking for some healing before he makes a move, and rightly so. Everybody knows where this guy is right now, and there is no way that he stays healthy. Opens the door to allow him to use the corner of that wall a little bit more effectively, but I wonder how long it's going to last. Furia, keep IWNRX at bay.
Yeah, he knows he's sort of doomed here. Does throw a quick nade out. Punches fast on the trigger. Will pick up the Elim as well. Very nice. Now can regroup with the rest of the team. Now that that play has been removed, Na'Vi can focus a little bit more towards their end game goals now, as they control the majority of the northern side. Furia getting stuck in with IWNRX, who are likely going to be taking a 4th place home here as Kine tries to get in the vehicle for some fancy movement, but it's Na'Vi actually finding top and some shots coming over the top sides from Falcon towards Furia. So all hell breaks loose on this top side, and Na'Vi might have just found the opening that they were desperate for.
They were looking the cleanest of all of it, but there's a response. East finds Lemon on the approach. Puncher and Six now trying to break out wide. A 1-2 punch to maybe come on through against the Falcons team. 2 players alive for each of these 2 rosters, but Furia get back up to 3 blank.
Ooh.
East goes low, but the nade doesn't fully connect. Puncher with the spray through the smoke doesn't connect either, but spots him.
No.
Loses Lemon in the meantime, though, and now it's just 2 for Na'Vi. Furia stand in their way with 3 players out on the west side, and there is a lone Falcon. Action in the middle of it all.
Oh, that's frustrating, man. I mean, if they were able to keep Lemon up, and Lemon did a great job to kind of juke around and create opportunity. Smoke went down, though, which was so painful for Puncher to try and find that shot. So it is now Six and Puncher left up and remaining, which is a 2 players that I would say are on the weaker end to both Lemon and Flip, but with Puncher, with 6 going down, Puncher forced back and trying to get this res. Zone 9 is pushing in. I don't even think it's possible at this point. Still 9 elims and a 2nd place is not horrible.
They do not have long on this.
Falcon's still alive, though.
Yeah, Falcon's still having action in this is really, really important. Furia moving in with 3, though. I feel like Action may not be able to do too much, but maybe he opens the door for Na'Vi. First shot goes in. Action's still alive. He's still giving them the slip, but takes one down.
They have to go
a little
now.
bit of damage. Na'Vi need to come in now. They need to come in strong. A nade over the top. What have you got? Six is cooking. Silence is low. They can't go for this res. A lot of damage, and Kayovsky goes down next. Na'Vi looking to put the 11th, the 12th, and or maybe the 13th nade through on in, and the eliminations can come in thick and fast if they can find this last knock. That's what they're looking for. The spray, the nade, and it's Na'Vi to take the chicken dinner with some hard north shifts. They make it work, and a miracle to put them back in the top 3.
I mean, you've got to thank Top for that one at the end of this one, or at least Falcons in general. The fact they were able to control that side for so long and then getting a knock as well. It is really quick reactions from Na'Vi and some very well-placed nades on the top of it. But 11 elims at the end of the game. Really good stuff for them, and they'll be super happy with that one. 21 points. That sees them happily up into a top 3.
Well, Na'Vi getting bailed out a little bit, I'll say there. Six gets knocked inside the compound, inside a little bit of a building. Go back for the res onto him, but Action, as he's being chased down in Mad Max style, gets one knock and a butt ton of damage onto Furia, which inevitably causes Furia to lose that match. But credit to Na'Vi to capitalize off of that moment as well. Not to mention the perfectly placed grenades here. Max, man, I know you're happy for this.
Oh, this is a good game. I mean, I'm happy with how Na'Vi played it. I can already see the comments coming through, like people said, oh, they were gifted the circle. Man, sure, they were gifted some circles here, but they were using it to its full damn potential, I'll tell you that much. Like, sure, Falcon helps out Na'Vi in the end there, taking care of a few of the players of Furia, and then they just get the 2 angles behind the ridge after they got the res. Na'Vi played it great, but especially the reason why they got here in the first place, Jukes, and this is the big highlight of this game, in my opinion, it had to be that push against TJB.
Oh my gosh, that push against TJB was ridiculous. And I'm telling you what, Na'Vi, you said it best. I mean, Na'Vi played this circle to perfection. Puncher, 5 eliminations, Lemon with 4. These guys went absolutely nuts. But at the same time, you can't shy away from the fact that Furia got another good performance. I'd say that they had to win almost every single game if they wanted to be in that fight, and that's exactly what they have done so far.
how many second place finishes have they had?
Right?
Today? It feels like quite a bit, but definitely being consistent and getting into those top placings. But obviously Furia, to get to that position in the game, they had to rotate in towards that east side of the compound that Na'Vi were at. And Max, we were discussing that at the time before Furia actually made that move, saying that like Na'Vi, they're gonna have to regroup here. In case someone did push on. I believe that was 6th position.
Yeah, I believe it was 6 over to the east side. And that's the thing about Na'Vi, they were aggressive at the right time versus Dongjabao. And they were also passive in fights that really didn't make too much sense and wasn't going to really add too much to their current position, which, yeah, we just don't want to fight that wide rotation of Furia. We can just coexist like a symbiote in that compound and just survive into the late game. Have an easy access to a podium finish, and then we'll have to fight later on down the line. So it was, again, a perfect mix of being aggressive, being respectful at the right time, and the timing was on point for Na'Vi. But Furia, I'm telling you, man, they have stepped up big time here. They are gunning for top 11 placing. Sure, they can maybe get a few more eliminations, but they are taking fights that make sense right now. So Furia, they know what they have to do, Hot Jukes, to make up there, and currently the game plan is successful.
Yeah, man, I mean, they had to play this one from the east side towards the end of the game. They were right next to Get the Roy, IW, NRX, but they just pushed their way in little by little after that big circle shift onto Na'Vi, and they played it so well. So I'm really excited to see, you know, how they finish off today. And man, dude, at the end of the day too, TJB still, I mean, the performance they've had today, you got to give them just so much hype, right? So the fact that they're able to put anything on the board is still a success in my opinion. You got one more game left to go, and I have a feeling it's going to be a big one, Jason.
Well, think back to what Seven said in his like post interview he had with Furia, and he was saying like they realized they have to like kind of change their mindset and change the way they're approaching the game, and it seems like all that has been paying off here. They only get 4 eliminations, but they get themselves the 10 points, and the 10 might be enough to push them ever so close to that top 11. But also Falcons, we didn't really touch on them too much, guys. I feel like the timings, the windows they hit were pretty damn spot on.
And that Falcons position was tough. They were having those silos right there on the south side. They had they gate kept the likes of Vengeance, and once they got that silo position, they had that hill, they had that sight lines to try and third party the likes of Na'Vi, Tianba, and put some good points on the board. So I mean, yeah, when it comes to Falcons, you got to be happy with 13 points here.
Oh, very happy, but they didn't just get rid of Vengeance. They dropped a nuke on Vengeance. That was a grenade from East. It was insane how good that nade actually ended up being there. It was so clutch, clearing the entire Vengeance, allowing Falcons to remain as almost a full squad. And then it was down to timing. Again, I think timing was very important, was of the essence for all of the teams like Falcons, like Na'Vi, like Furia, because they hear the fight of Dongjabao versus Na'Vi Northeast, near the compound, sorry. And they used that as an opportunity to cross the road, which at that point is so deadly. If you make that cross without any smokes, without any cast, teams are going to see you and they're going to spray you down almost instantly. But that timing is perfect. They make it to the ridge, they clear a few solos that are just straggling about, and then they can truly get involved in that conversation for a chicken dinner contender. So Falcons, sure, it was a bit more silent in the early stages, but the timing was exactly what it needed to be at that point.
Agree.
And obviously with the way the zones played out too, it's definitely rough for any of those teams coming from the south who just got heavily condensed in towards each other, especially in zone 2 when it shifted more northeast. We can see here Puncher could be the MVP of this match. It's nice to see that, you know, anyone on Na'Vi could be the MVP at the end of the day. That's what we always say when it comes to PUBG Mobile these days. You have to have a team of 4 fraggers if you want to be one of the best teams in the world, and we're at the best event in the world, so it's time for you to step up.
Everyone must shoot good. Yes, I agree. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, Puncher, 5 eliminations. This was one of my teams to watch. You know, I had Na'Vi on there because they had just dropped out of top 3. A win here is definitely going to put them in that running. Yes, sir. All the way up to 2nd place with a little bit of room to breathe, Max.
Yeah, TGB are like, oh man, I'm so happy I got 4 chicken dinners. Na'Vi are like, wait, you guys got 4? We only had 3. IW and RX are saying, you guys getting chicken dinners?
What? Chicken dinners?
You guys, what even is that? Just, I don't know what it is. It's a mythical creature of ancient times. No, it's still not getting any of it. But I8 slipping down a little bit, same for Nigma Galaxy, because, I mean, to be completely fair, TJB, Na'Vi are just the point sponges of today, it feels like, especially TJB. These guys have been an absolute menace, and the teams that were normally getting consistent points like I8 and Nigma are just not really getting that same type of result. But it's still really close. I mean, when you're looking at the point gap between those teams in 4th, 5th, 6th position. They can all push it up there. As we head on down, we've seen a lot of squads jumping up in top 11, Jukes, and Ultra Ego, Incilio going even deeper down the rankings.
Yeah, but guess who's going up, right? It's Fudia. They move up to 14th place, passing up Virtus Pro for the first time here, and with a nice amount of points as well. But they still have a little gap here that they got to cross, so they're not out of the woods yet. And speaking of in the woods, Max, I mean, we're definitely getting towards the last stretch here, right? We got one more day left, and I'm looking at the rankings. There are a couple teams, that are actually quite a few squads, right, that really need to pop off on this one. And one of them, I'm going to say, is Falcons, right? Falcons put some good points on the board on this game. They got to be happy with it, but they're going to need more if they want to feel comfortable going in tomorrow, because right now they have, what is it, not a very large gap at all. Yeah, like, what is it, 8 points? So that shouldn't be too difficult to get here, but with how crazy these games are, like we're seeing Navi pulled up a crazy chicken dinner. I mean, IWNRX, I mean, it's got to come today, or at least some point in this tournament, right? You don't want to give them that opportunity. So if Falcons want to be in top 3, they need a good game here, at least in my opinion.
They have that potential, but when I'm looking at Falcons, and I mean, we've been covering this team for years and years now, they still don't feel like that Falcons of old. They still don't feel like that old stalwart esport, just completely dominating every single lobby, if it was global, if it was local. I have not yet seen that Falcons for a big portion of this year. Of course, PMSL was going pretty decent for them. They still had some up and down performances, but it's still not looking like the big matches that we would expect to see from Falcons. The timing, the rotates are good, but the fragging potential doesn't seem as good as it once used to be. So they're in reach, Dukes, as you said. They can make it up there, but we still need to be getting a few more results, because right now that sponge at the top is not giving any points to those middling teams.
You know what? I'm actually going to disagree with you, bro.
And
the reason why I am is because I think that we are seeing the Falcons of old. I really do. I think we're seeing what they did before. The problem is everybody else has just gotten that much better. You know what I'm saying? Because they're being decently consistent. They're not far off from the top 3. But what are you going to do when you have TJB win 2 chicken dinners in a row and average almost 10 eliminations a game this entire day? I mean, that is so difficult to deal with no matter who you are. So it's like, yeah, you're doing solid, but in order to become the champions these days, I mean, solid isn't enough. You have to do something special, right, Jason?
Yeah,
it's putting the blame on TJB for being too good, it feels like.
I feel like you shouldn't really be able to win. Okay, let me try to like work out my thoughts here. You shouldn't be able to get top 3 in a group at this level of play without doing something special. Like, I feel like just solid play, it should not be enough to get you into the Grand Finals directly, or to get you the title of the best team in the world at PMGC. I feel like Falcons have shown us during CSA that they do have that potential, but it seems like it's very difficult for them to tap into that potential. And I feel like those big explosive matches we saw when they were under the name of Stalwart just aren't really happening anymore, which I think where Max's Core are kind of referring to. They haven't been able to dominate the lobby like we've seen in the past, partly due to the fact that the lobby is just a lot stronger in general.
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to
and
say.
it's gonna be very difficult for them to kind of separate themselves from the rest when it comes to the pack, but obviously they have every opportunity. They're still in reach. In the meantime, we got to head down to 7 yet again here for a quick little chat.
Report with the 7WG. This time is going to be in regards to TJB. This team has played insanely today, being able to get 63 points so far, and we still have one more match to go. I got a chance to talk to their coach. Their coach told me that they have been getting lucky with the circles, and they also been making the right decisions, whether it's going to high ground or whatever the case might be. They've been lucky with the circles and getting those right decisions. Will they stay at the top of first place? Stay tuned and find out.
That is the question. Can they maintain their #1 position going into tomorrow with one final match left to go? Every team is still trying to get into top 3 and, more importantly, solidify their spaces. We do have a little bit of a lead growing in our leaderboards. You know, I talked about the start of the day. We had like a 20-point lead between, what was it, like 6th or 15th and 14th.
Yeah.
And then at the top, it wasn't that big of a lead. It was like 11 points between like 3rd and 8th. Well, now we do have a little bit of a gap, looking more towards like 6th to 7th place at 117 to 94. We're definitely starting to see, I think, from the end of this match, which teams realistically will have a chance to break through into top 3. Because right now, like Vengeance, 85 points. They're like 40 points out. I don't think realistically we're going to see them get Roy either. Currently sitting at 94 points. I don't think they have a chance. I think for me, the cutoff is going to be Falcons and above of who can legitimately contest this top 3 places.
We definitely have a pack that's starting to lead the charge into the top 3 position. TJB, Na'Vi are looking super good, but really IWNRX, we've seen them jump in and out. Even Na'Vi, realistically, have been jumping in and out of this top 3. So I have to agree, Jason. I think it's between those top 6 teams to make into top 3. And it's going to be down to the wire. I'm telling you, that last game, Hot Drooks, is going to be absolute madness on Miramar heading into tomorrow. So who's going to make it? I'm not sure. We got some that we expect to remain in top 3, but realistically, the top 3 could be completely different tomorrow. I'd be like, yeah, I'm not too shocked.
Yeah, I mean, for real. I mean, if Falcons get the chicken dinner here, we could see them easily in that running. You know, Vengeance, like you mentioned, Jason, I don't see it happening because, like, in order to be the top 3 these days, yeah, you have to be consistent, you know, on pretty much every single map, but you also have to have that crazy pop-off potential to get those like 15+ elimination chicken dinners. And I just, at this stage, with how intense it is, I just don't see that yet from Vengeance. You know, I do see the possibility from Get to Roy. I think that they could do it, but it's just unlikely with how everybody else is playing right now.
Well, I had to like go triple, quadruple check before I made this statement because I really didn't want to look dumb because I do that more than enough on my own.
True.
When we looked at Ultra Ego earlier on the camera, Rosemary is back in the roster. And I'm checking on our map feed right now, and I'm like, he for sure is in the game. So Rosemary, who said he's going to sit out because he doesn't feel like he's playing too good or too well today, has come back in for the final match of this 3rd day.
Let's go. Quick break. You know what I'm saying? Quick break.
Coffee break's over.
You know, just say, let me shake it all off and let me get it done, baby, because we got one more game left to go. Let's get it going, Jason.
Well, let's see if he did T-Swift it and shook it off. We're going to head back to our casters here for the final match of day 3 of Group Red with John Allen and Blake.
I mean, they said that they were never, ever getting back together at the end of today, but goodness me, Rosemary, he's straight back in there, ready to set a fiery brand underneath the Alter Ego, Rosto and Seer. See if they can get their last slice of the pie here in the last map today.
Like, it's not working with Rosemary. Let's take Rosemary out. It's working a lot worse without Rosemary. It's time to get Rosemary back in.
Rosemary's such a good player. I love that guy.
Yeah, I think it does require you to remove a key component from the team before you realize that maybe it was a component that was required to keep the engine running. I do think Rosemary's a great player. I think it's absolutely fair that he has some bad games. I understand his decision, willingness to drop himself back out again to give like a mental refresh, but yeah, the rest of the team needs to step up alongside him because I think there is a lot of pressure on Rosemary right now to perform at a super high level. He's a very, very good player. And it's somewhat similar to the FaZe situation with Mello right now.
It is a little bit unfortunate, you know, to see teams struggling to really find that identity that they've had in their previous regions and their previous tournaments as well. And again, it comes back to the power of the overall strength of this lobby. It's really, really difficult to handle, and the pressure seems to be getting to some of our players. Southwest shift, though, and maybe Alter Ego could do something with this. Tong Diabao as well, and Chumasera, potential for them to get up into the hills or maybe play to the northeast side.
Yeah, I like Tong Jiba though. Like, what was the team last group stage doing? Oh, playing Chumasera. See, let's do that. We could probably take first place as well from that same position. So Tong Jiba, play it in Chumasera. Not a bad spot. I always think it's a little bit stifling at times when you get a circle like this though, because with a lot of teams going through this area, a lot of times you are forced to play down towards that south side and take control of the foothills in Chumasera quite early on. But you got plenty of time to loot up here. I think a lot of our teams over towards that north side will allow that to happen. Na'Vi back up into second. Very well done to them, with the Falcons attempting to make their catch up now with 117 points. And IWNRX do claim that third place spot. But again, ASI8 really not far behind. And this is a really nice spread of eliminations coming through for Na'Vi, with 6 actually pulling out ahead from the rest of the squad with 23, but it's a 5 elim differential between the best player in the squad down towards Poncha, who is the one with the least amount of eliminations. So again, I think that this is what you need, and right now I think Na'Vi's got one of the best rosters that they could have hoped for on their team.
Absolutely. They have really come in storming to this group, and it's great to see they're now, again, back in the contest for that first place spot, with TJB not getting as many points as they could have done in that last match, and Na'Vi obviously taking that chicken dinner so that they can keep up pace. Na'Vi, though, up in La Cabrera. They came in late to the previous time around on Miramar. Let's see if they can repeat their success from coming in towards the edge of this one, too.
So for Vengeance, I'm actually quite interested in Vengeance because they have stayed pretty consistent now towards an 8th place. I think after that win they were able to pick up, it really lifted their spirits in a big way. Again, their team fight, I am still willing to say that I don't think it's there with the best of the lobby right now. But I think Vengeance has definitely done a bit of a 180 since their first day of play, where it really didn't feel like it felt like they were going to be one of the teams in 15th and 16th, but they've turned it around. I'm really happy to see it for Vengeance. I would like to see a couple more points coming out from them because, again, on that last game, there was a huge potential for them to take out the entirety of Falcons, and it would have been a very, very different game from there onwards. But just going down to one unfortunate grenade, it's a rough feeling. That car is drunk.
Yeah? It needs a little bit of a lie down, a coffee.
Yeah.
Get back into it, you know. Make sure that you're fit as a fiddle. Ventoras, oh dear, he's maybe going to be a bit dizzy in a second, but does manage to survive the initial roll-up against 2 Team Queso players. The rest of FaZe could maybe come on in. Has got the auto-shotty around the corner. But Team Queso now have more players to worry about. The rest of FaZe are descending on this. A nade, a beautiful nade, actually, over towards Mela. That's going to slow them down, but FaZe come in with 2 more onto the outside, and the reload needs to come through. That allows the rest of FaZe to come through. And there's the sideswipe, the re-emergence of the player who made that initial dash. Ventores swells in to protect Mela, and it's all up to them. A 4 versus 3 now as FaZe go up to the top floor, but there's ground floor threats as well. Noise to another nade as Kolego finds so much more than he was looking for there with that one. And a drop down, the spin is huge coming through, and Team Queso see FaZe in their sights. The roll-up not going to be healthy for them, maybe losing one. Protecting the rest of the team was the name of the game for FaZe, but they may have just thrown them all away.
I mean, Mormon, last remaining, 2 players on the outside. Difficult fight for them going forward. S12K in the hands, going to try and make something happen alongside with this good first knock. Now just has to close it out.
One more chance, and there's the shot on the crossfire, and Mormon finds 1, 2, and a third as well, but all his teammates fall. FaZe finding 4 eliminations, 3 going over to Team Queso, but both of them fall, and at a crucial point blank, look at those points tables. Vengeance, Tianba, Alter Ego, and Cilia, all of them poised to jump up.
And that will keep Team Queso down. I'd keep FaZe slightly ahead. I really don't know how much further they can make into this game, but with Mormon having a fairly central position anyway. Man, that shot through the doorway, though, was such a nice fadeaway. Again, a lot of pressure on Mormon's shoulders there, but he steps up to the plate, up to the door, and he will take them all down. Very, very well done to Mormon.
I mean, we talk about Mela, right? But that was definitely a show of strength from Mormon. Another point on the FaZe star, but they need to rise higher to fully commit to getting into those survival stages at this point. A good start, sure, but they're only 1 player, and it's not too likely that they can get a huge amount more value out of this game. However, they are very central on the circle. Other teams are going to move into this ground, though, and I think that's where it's going to get dangerous. So 4 points may be enough to just about keep them in these top 11.
Alter Ego down towards that south side now. One of the teams that we were talking about with Tiamba and Vengeance, the 2 teams that they need to rise above, including FaZe as well. This is a bit of a last hurrah for them on the day. Definitely doable from this south side. Okay. Okay.
He's in.
How did he do that?
He's just a magic man. Demo's got those magic driving gloves, you know?
What, in the sense you teleport your vehicle around?
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's cute.
That's how that works.
Yeah. Vengeance now making their way in down towards the south side. Nice bit of high ground to play around with. Always do like this position. It has some slight lips around the side of this compound though, which means you do have to get pretty far out to get any kind of good scouting done. But at this early stage of the game, just heading into stage 2, I think a team like Vengeance is not going to be bothered too much by having to take a little peek here and there.
They've got a lot of control for their spot. They can bide their time. Circle coming on in soon, nearly about to reveal our second shift here on Miramar, and our last Miramar shift of the day for day 3 here of Group Red. 10 seconds until we see where we're going to go. Na'Vi very slow on their approach here. Same for Virtus Pro. All the way up on the north side for Na'Vi, the east side over by Impala for Virtus Pro. The circle goes between Chumacera and Los Leones on top of Tiamba's position. Gets a Roy in the middle of it. IWNRX as well.
Yeah, we do shift that. I actually think most teams will be pretty pleased about this as well, John, considering it moves away from those foothills in Chumacera.
Oh, no.
Which are always pretty awkward to play around with. Yeah, that's definitely unfortunate. He's going to leave his boy behind. Yeah, come on. You got to give him the turtle treatment. Come on.
And the spin around and the bump up. That was excellently timed. That's brilliant. Can we get a clip of that? I'd love a replay on that one. That was fantastic. IWNRX, they lose probably about 10 seconds on their rotate there, which in this sort of a stage could be pretty pivotal, but fortunately for them, no one really rotating into the same spot that they were, so they're in front of the queue. Am I getting a replay of this, really? Oh, no, okay. It's the actually good play coming through from Mormon. Oh, it's a 1v4!
I mean, he took down the majority of the team, right? But it was with the 2 last elims, those were all him. Those were all him. But he did have the assist from the rest of the squad, though, on the first couple. There he goes. There goes our hero. And he will be out the lobby.
That's quite a sad way to end that game for FaZe. Both them and Team Queso go down with 4 and 3 points. FaZe are 1 point ahead, and remember how important 1 point can be, especially how close these tables are. It might be the difference maker. Top threading the needle over towards Car, but Getso Roy should be able to get that res fairly swiftly and in a central position. You'd imagine that they definitely want to maintain that strength. They currently sit in the compound that's on the northwest, on the north point of the junction between Picardo, Los Leones, and Chumacera. So able to keep a lot of ground under their control. Further north, the Falcons sit, and they'll be pretty happy with their spot too.
Tiamba actually make a break for a fairly decent position in the circle towards the central side of things, with Getso Roy once again making a nice little pivot over towards this ridge side. And you can't really fault Getso Roy's rotations, honestly. 94 points in there. Seeing themselves, I would say, on top of this pack, beneath them, who are all vying to stay outside of the bottom 5, because it is really close, to be honest. Yeah, Getso Roy, not quite as good as our top 6, not quite as bad as our bottom 8. So yeah, it's kind of a funny position to be in for Getso Roy.
I mean, it's a nice, safe position, and I mean, they're rotating into the late game of the tournament, right? And just sort of being there fairly consistently, which is kind of exactly what we've seen from them repeatedly. And it's working out, so fantastic stuff. Hopefully it will see them safe through the survival stage, if not a little bit further. I mean, this is a game that maybe they could do something with, but with TJB on the high ground just to their south, it's going to be difficult to move unimpeded. But the shift goes up to Tiamba a little bit on that east side, closer to Los Leones.
It's quite amusing that in our interview earlier, we had a little laugh and joke about Na'Vi in terms of Seven asking them about how Miramar was going to go. It was like, well, we had some bad circles. They weren't great. Once again today, the circles have been pretty far away from Na'Vi. They're like, yeah, we want 20 points, 10 points per game, 7S. No, we want 2 chicken dinners. Well, John, they've succeeded in the first category, which is to win the first Miramar. Now they're looking for the second. And honestly, they are one of 2 teams on the northern side of the circle. They already find themselves a knockover towards the Falcons. Do they just come out swinging on Miramar?
I don't know, man. I mean, you know, best performance on Erangel. What about desert now. It's desert time for Na'Vi, potentially on the north side. They haven't fully committed to that crash. It was just an open and knock towards Falcons, and they haven't fully sent for that. They're going to go a little bit further east. In the meantime, Vengeance on their position have IHC to deal with, leaving from Chumasera, moving up to this angle, and Noise goes down first. TP, nade over. Ooh, just a little bit short of the ridgeline there. Could have been nasty for Godless, but a response comes in from Ziol, takes half his HP bar away. Godless has one cooking too. The Vengeance fall back.
Yeah, after already receiving a knock, it's a bit awkward. Yamak on the sidelines, typically a really good off-angler. Nice first nade, actually hits over towards Godless. And Ziol is up front in the distance. This is IHC, who right now seem to be only playing with the two, with Ziol and Godless. Both Demog as well as Rogue haven't quite moved into position just yet.
So you're looking for the res onto Godless on the ridgeline there after the nade came through. They might have burnt through a lot of their nade supplies here and unwilling to go for more. You can see still 2 for Yamak. No, TPs has a little present to launch over the top, but the off angles are starting to come through. You said they left them back, and maybe they did that on purpose to create these off angles through those windows, force Vengeance to take peeks through these windows that they have sightline control of, and that seems to be the game plan for IHC. But right now, Vengeance are having a pretty good time rebuffing them. They found that knock onto Godless. They haven't really given too many sightlines away, and likely they're going to have to leave. I think they're just going to go for it now.
Yeah, you can sort of see the difference in between our top teams as well as Vengeance here, especially in nade usage, because the first nade goes out, does a fair bit of damage, but then you can't just throw the nade in the same spot. You have to have a predict the left or the right there, depending on the audio cues. So they don't really find too much off the back of it. And again, they've done a lot of damage. There's a potential another knock on side. Now, with Vengeance losing a player without being able to rotate too far away from this position, IHC can gain more ground on this. And this will just be full-on war between Vengeance and IHC.
It's a north side of the road finish by the looks of things, which gives teams like Na'Vi, Furia a much better prospect into this one. As IHC continue to try to move past Vengeance, seemingly successfully. 2 players now stand in their way. It is unfortunate. Alter Ego clashing with ASIA on the south side in the meantime. And then Cilio got a third party as well from the off angle down on the south side engagement. ASIA on the far side of it means that Alter Ego bearing the brunt of this fight.
Good shots on the sidelines, you can see there. It has just been a full swap around between IHC and Vengeance, now having to play on the edge of this compound. Moving over towards D-Moog though. They can find him. That is the off angle taken down, but he's immediate on the retreat. No point sticking around for too much longer there.
Demo needs to hold this angle behind the ridgeline, but the wraparound comes through, has the backup now, and Noise really can't do too much here. You can't peek into 2. They know that they've isolated this fight on this angle. However, 1 is good. Noise looks for a second as well. Popping up, popping down. 2 players fall to the DBS. Is there backup? There's a third, and Noise is doing so much work against IHC here, all on his lonesome. There's an off angle, sure, but he's already gone. He's already sent away, trying to crunch on in, and now it's just Godless. Moving on in, it's Noise to try and make it work for them. They're both into the same position. It's a 2v1. It's turned topsy-turvy here, Blank. And IHC might have had the last game of their day ruined.
This could be a great nade from Godless, depending on how he throws it. I mean, the time is limited, though, as this Molotov does stop. Now they can't isolate that angle on the nade towards the sidelines. I think he's just running away to get away from the off angle. So sad there for Godless, because I think that could have been a really big nade. But what a way to lose that fight for IHC. In the meantime, ASIA clean up onto Alter Ego, but in comes Enigma Galaxy. A high Molotov comes through from Snowix, who is leading the charge for the team.
Pushes them back off that ridgeline. They know there's no close contact now in that smoke. Nuki already crawling back. UZM low. Narvalo going to make him even more vulnerable with the nade approach. There goes IHC in the meantime, by the way. That was held down, and TPs finds that final shot. UZM does fall, and now ASIA faltering in the face of Enigma Galaxy. That third place spot looks really tasty. Enigma Galaxy want to put another EMEA team up in there.
Yeah, 3 points already. Very nice stuff. Clearing out the south side fairly handedly as well. That's a lot of our southeast teams just gone. Leaving Enigma Galaxy, ASIA's final player in Falak, who is certainly Not a player to be trifled with, even as a solo, but it's Tongji Bao off towards that northwest side that I think Enigma Galaxy has to be very aware of going forward.
On that western edge, although with the road as it sits, it's likely that it's going to be moving up to the north side of the road for the final circles, which means that TJB, whilst they have that high ground right now, they have a really, really strong oversight under the compounds that Getso Roy, that Tiamba hold right now. They are going to have to leave it, most likely. And it's a question of what information can they gather, what paths can they establish for their next rotate route.
Next circle, where's it go? Nice and central, supports Getso Roy or over towards Tiamba. Actually moves far over towards that eastern side. So Furia, Falcons actually pick up a really nice compound, which has beautiful sightlines all around it. It is a little small in terms of a compound, but it's difficult to crash upon because so many teams have sightlines over towards that area, which means that Na'Vi is likely going to have to play on this northwest edge for a little while longer and wait for some of these teams on that south side that who do have that oversight to be forced to move out. But they're already picking up eliminations. They've got one. I think they found one of the players from IHC, one of the players that was knocked beforehand. Falak.
Uh-oh. Tilts the buggy up, gives them the underbelly and eats some bullets with the buggy, but Malloy nails the headshot through the ribs of the buggy, and it will take down the last player from ASI8. So third place is locked in at 125 points blank. IWNRX, because of the lack of chicken dinners, currently losing the tiebreaker. But on the south side of the road, it's likely that they get a little bit further into this one, staying alive for just the time being in the buildings they hold. Enigma Galaxy may look to crash it. TJB may also, but again, you're just going to have to go beyond that road on the next rotate.
Yeah, I hate this Tongji Bao and Enigma Galaxy. What a horrid position to be in. I think if you are Tongji Bao, you're more considering making this northwest wrap to try and potentially get some shots down and make a quick crash over towards Getso Roy. Enigma Galaxy, though, they find the back line as Tongji Bao gets stuck into a fight with Vengeance on the west side, so they really can't help their other player here, and Tongji Bao should lose at least one on this eastern edge.
Yeah, Long's going down. They're playing on as 3. Tongji Bao trying to get on through, but it's just not working out. IWNRX spot Enigma Galaxy, and that's Ralph. They are going to find that flush. Point going over to IWNRX does tip them over the top, and you can see immediately ASA8 down in 5th from third place in under a minute. TJB looking to push on past towards Enigma Galaxy. The blue zone's putting pressure on it. It's a stage 5 circle, which means it hurts, but it doesn't hurt quite as much as SnowX with the DBS, but there's a response, and 676 with the pump action now spots both of the Enigma Galaxy players on the backline as Stunner goes on through the smoke to try and slow things down, allow a little bit of a response from TJB, but down on the backlines, Redox tries to rain a hail of bullets in, and in goes the melee combat, but 676 is ready for it. The pump action shotgun burst out wide, and Redox with another one with the DBS. A 1v1 now, a 676 on the pump action. Low ammo count for the DBS, has to swap to the M4, both of those spray downs, instead of having that close range one-shot potential. Luckily, already damage done to 676, but he's looking to heal, getting out around it as well with the pump action once more. Redox needs to connect the spray, but it's not good, and 676 takes down Enigma Galaxy.
676 just cold as ice, man. It's actually brutal to go up against him. And Enigma Galaxy gets hit by a load of frostbite and is chopped off by the blue. I don't know, man. 676 quickly becoming my favorite player here on Tongji Bao, which is surprising considering they're fielding Flower. But yeah, honestly, the clutch potential. Also, the fact that this guy's shotgun of choice is the pump shotgun is very interesting.
It's clean. I like it. No messing. I mean, you only just peek out, go for the one shot, you tuck back in. It has a really high damage count. Its range is pretty decent as well. It's a lot more adaptable in very specific, well, in pretty specific situations, but I'm liking it. I'm liking it. We saw it a little bit back in EMEA as well, a couple of times, but
I mean, they'd rather have a DBS.
Its fullest potential. Yeah, I think a lot of the time, yeah, you could just put more volume down.
But it seems like 676, like, he will forgo a DBS for a pump shotgun. That's what he likes to play with. I'd be curious, because I think I need to read up on the PEL patch notes, because I wonder if it's a case that that weapon is just stronger. in PEL.
For now, though, as a solo and out in the cold on the south side, he goes down to the play zone. So first place locked in at the end of the day as well. Going down in 9th, I think that's a placement point earned, if I'm not mistaken. TJB will be up to, what is that, 6 points on the game? Coming up to 143. 143, rather, at the end of day 3. Na'Vi with a pretty decent opportunity to rack up the points for it, but not if they go down against the shots from Falcons, actually third party in their engagement with Virtus.pro.
Ooh, that is horrid to work with. 6 down the back lines. I actually really wanted to see the Na'Vi back-to-back here on Miramar just for storyline's sake, but that nade, it should be the end of it for him. Flips forced to heal, and now it's just Puncher left remaining. Tixi on the side, he's doing a decent job to keep himself alive there, but yep, Na'Vi is now finished. Could have definitely been better. Yeah. I don't think Na'Vi's too unhappy with how they finished today.
Big crash on the south side, and IWNRX have gone down as well. They tried to get across the road towards Tianba and just couldn't find an opening blank. They all went down, melted at the feet of Tianba. Furia find the same angle that Virtus.pro found on towards Na'Vi as well. And with 4 players alive, it's just similarly almost impossible to research from this. Virtus.pro should be going down here.
Furia. Nade over towards the top. Yeah, Virtus.pro in a difficult situation. They essentially find themselves in the exact same spot that Na'Vi did, as Furia makes their way over the top side and will take down Virtus.pro instead. I think that's one of your... It's not a mistake that you want to make too often, but when you see those death threats, you want to take them, but it's easy for a team to rock up behind you and take the exact same positioning that you just dominated another team with. So yeah, good play from Furia to get over towards this spot nice and early. And now we're looking over towards Falcons. 117 points. Not a huge amount of eliminations, but they could see themselves into a nice position for tomorrow. Even if they get 130 points on this game, that still sits them ahead of IWNRX in 3rd place.
Teams in this circle. Falcons really in a the most pivotal point on these tables, right? That is what they're looking for, the jump on up. Tianba wanted to secure a spot, so gets so Roy. They just want to maintain consistency. They've already had a pretty decent game. The question is, how far up those tables can you get based on these positions? Tianba holding off a crash, have 5 eliminations. Looks like they might have to hold another. Scherzo Roy go for the roll-up. One goes down immediately. Duque can't quite get up to the wall. Falls short onto the tree, stuck on the branches there and taken down. That's actually Falcons with a third-party angle, isolating the fight to the south side of this compound. But 2 players from Tianba go down. A really nice off-angle found, and the Molotov to force this fight. A third goes out, and it's all up to Zunda. He's in a 1 versus 1 now against Shan, who breaks out, hops over the wall. The first aid cancelled, and will be timely to do so. Tianba may be able to get the full reset.
Yeah, serious grimace on that fight for Tianba. I think that they really thought they might have been going down to Zunda all on his lonesome. Ridiculous set of sprays coming through from the UMP, silencing Tianba's push out from the building. Yeah, very, very well played. Looked terribly scary. And for Tianba, it is really important for them to get a good game off the back of this one, especially right at the end of the day. Those are the type of things you like to see. And they can move up a little bit further on that north side, even use those loot crates to their advantage in terms of cover. Koa out in the open will have to break out on a quick run as Falcons make their exit, but he could potentially cut one of them down to size, but East knows already.
The play zone took him down there. It's just too tough of a tick. 7 stages in, and the blue zone just bites you so hard trying to make those moves. Falcons flexing out now. Furia have got so much oversight, but they're having to be pushed back as Tianba make a bid for the center of this circle. Furia's approach made a little bit harder as Tianba's starting to stretch out. Falcons do get spotted though, and top goes down with 3 teams remaining. Keeping 4 players alive would be massively valuable, but it's just not going to happen there. A little cache of goodies on the corner for Tianba to pilfer through, but you're going to have to head into the battlegrounds very, very soon. Out to the open. They've put Bond as a forward outpost.
Yeah, it was a good pick-off as well, and some good sprays coming through from the rest of the team, because essentially the reason they want to back both these teams off is just to get Bond up, to create that anchor point for the rest of the team to drag themselves over towards. And now Falcons and Furia both in a tight spot up top side. East with a follow-up onto a great nade, which will at least knock one. But Tiamba starting to break out from their position. They know they need to create conflict here, as they do not have the high ground and are forced to play these weird little divots down towards the south side of the map.
Tiamba, 9 eliminations. Looking to follow TJB towards
12
the top of the
nades,
tables.
by the way.
Looking 12 nades? Goodness me, okay.
Yeah.
A lot of ordnance then. These roll-ups, for anybody who tries to get close to them, is going to be so tough. A lot of those nades are because IWNRX just crashed straight on top of them, right? They gave them 4 full crates. They also picked through all of Get So Roy's, so they've had so much opportunity to get everything that they need. A perfect inventory layout, an optimal approach to this circle.
I don't know if it's optimal because QZ has 12 nades and 80 bullets. But, you know, whatever works for him. And I mean, especially in a circle like this, there's no compounds. It's fully open terrain warfare. Maybe this is optimal for them right now to have those 12 nades that he can just toss time and time again over towards them, because it is just going to be an onslaught of nades now coming through from QC. And here he goes.
Looking to unleash, but Furia and Falcons have some of their own as well. Just because you're coming up against 12, you only need 1 to hit. There's 3 launched, 1, 2, 3, but not going to go quite the distance they needed. Falcons into the middle of the circle. Tiamba with their ridgeline, they've been defending it for a while, but Icy has the shack. A shot over towards Artisan as well goes through, and East picks up a point for the Falcons. A big nade over the top, and that's QZ, of course it is, coming through to land that shot, and a spray down towards the backlines as Bond falls next. Icy is the last Falcon to stay alive. Trying to push towards the top 3 on these tables, but it's made all the harder by this constant bombardment, this barrage coming through from Tiamba, and they just keep layering them down. This is why you only need 80 rounds in the back pocket, because all you need is just huge numbers of nades, and they can't move. It's the last stage.
Icy on the backside. Again, that little door there that's on the outside, kind of annoying for them to deal with, but they know they can get rid of Icy later on. I think they'd be best off throwing those nades over towards the right-hand side now that they know he's desperately not in the shack. Nice bounce off the top, though. If they can get 2 of those flowing through, that would be a knock-on towards Icy. He's only got 1 first aid kit remaining, but fully stimmed up here. Gusta takes a tumble and a second nade. Should about finish it unless Kajowski can get him close, but no, it's not meant to be.
A very explosive way to close down this game for Tiamba, our last game of the day. They've only got 2 solos left to handle. Kajowski again eats more shrapnel, and it's just explosion after explosion, blast after blast. And it's only Icy left to stand. He's on the inside of the shack now, but an aid in through the window. Of course it is. Under his feet. It's not even needed because QZ finally pulls out the weapon and takes the fight through the sightlines there. And that is just so controlling of a way to finish it out. A lot of eliminations found. And Tiamba, have they just made the top 3?
They will have climbed a lot, and they have been slowly reaching towards the top side of the lobby over the day. So very, very well done to Tiamba. But again, it's a very good understanding of that terrain going forward for Tiamba too, in terms of just being like, right, we don't really need bullets in this last zone. What we need is nades. I think they had a total of like 20 to 30 between them. But yeah, fantastic stuff. And once again, it is really even towards the top 6, John.
Absolutely brilliant stuff to close us down. Nade after nade pouring on in, and Tiamba reap all the rewards they were looking for with the final chicken dinner of the day.
This is definitely proving to be the closest group yet in PMGC. Obviously still 1 group left to go with Group Green, but my God, what could happen here? Any team could still go for top, well, not any team, most teams could still go for top 3 as we see.
IHC.
Or potentially just top 11. Insanely close across the board, but again, these 3 teams that did survive, another time we've seen Furia in like a top 3 situation. I feel like that's like almost 3-4 games in a row for them.
This is getting ridiculous. I feel like I need to go buy a lotto ticket or something, because I was like, yo, hey, I need to see something from Furia right now. I need to see something.
You said that about Inco first week, man. Come on, like, you just got like this.
Hey, you know what? We're back, baby. Right? We're back. Because Falcons clutching it out. Before this game, they were in 6th place, 117 points, right? With this performance here, that should definitely put them in that running for top 3. And then Tiamba, I mean, they were on the 2nd page, 9th place with 85. This game is definitely going to put them in a good, solid spot. Tomorrow, they're going to have to go crazy if they want to make it to top 3. But you know what? It's a conversation now, right?
Yeah, I mean, before this game, Jason was saying, oh yeah, top 6 teams already competing for top 3. This game puts Jumbo already in now the new top 6, which would be 7. The top 7 are going to be competing for the top 3 spots into the Grand Finals, of course. It's going to be happening in London. So Jumbo, great game. And the most important fight this game, just looking back, was clearly Getso Roy versus Chamba. That fight resulted in whoever won that engagement to be able to play that ridge that gave so many opportunities for Chamba to third party Falcons versus the side of Furia and just get all the information you would ever need to wrap up that game in style. So that fight, I respect Getso Roy for trying to go for the send it because it could have been invaluable if they won it, but Chamba won it, and that ridge was just too OP at the end.
Yeah, you know what? I gotta talk about this fight too.
Oh, yes.
Right? Morbid with the 1v3 against Team Gesso. That's gotta be brutal for them too. Hopefully they can kind of shake that off going into tomorrow. But man, yeah, that was a great play there from FaZe, trying to hang on. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to kind of make it, far into the game. But it's still good to see a little bit of sign of life from these squads. What a way to finish off today, though, man. Tomorrow is gonna be ridiculous.
Yeah, I think Max set up perfectly, right? If you want to contest top 3, you need to have shown up here, and that's exactly what Tiamba did to put themselves within reach tomorrow. But there's still 7 teams fighting for 3 slots. You just can't. You can't have all 7 go through. Either you're going to get through from here, or you have to go through in the survival stage, and then hope you can make it to last chance, where then you have to get top 6 with the best teams. Well, I can't say the best teams in PMGC, because the best teams are already qualified to the Grand Finals, but with the best teams that are left here in PMGC, it really does get easier from here on, especially with the mixing of groups and the styles they played. Thinking back to Group Yellow, where it's very center play. Group Red's been more edge play. Who knows what Group Green's going to be? Maybe it's both. Maybe it's middle play. Something.
In between the middle and the edge.
Exactly. But it's getting tough times here for all these teams. And I mean, Fury, I'm curious to see where they're going to be on our overall leaderboard, because they've had so many top finishes. But last time we checked in, they moved up only 1 placing because they had so much work, so much catch up to do to even make any movement in our leaderboards.
Looking at the games here, especially Jason, when we're looking at how they're playing, it's not just, we're going to play passive and try and get to the late game. They are taking really important fights. In this game in particular, Jukes, if we look back, that third party we saw happen from them onto the side of, I forgot which team it was. It was Virtus Pro and Na'Vi. That was the fight that allowed them to make it into top 3 in the first place. They are sending it so many matches in.
Max, 24 points. The next closest is 9.
That is a gap and a half.
Goodness gracious, dude. They needed it so bad, too. They needed it so bad if they even wanted a shot at top 3. And they did exactly what they needed to do here. 24 points. I mean, clutch badge earned, right? I guess I'll give it to them for now.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I feel like you got 2 for now. We'll see if it's true clutch when we get into tomorrow. Take a look down the list, though. I mean, Virtus Pro, that was one team Furia was able to leapfrog, though. I don't know if they're going to be able to maintain that leapfrog here. But even with Furia's, results with their late placings, I feel like they're not necessarily getting a ton of eliminations behind it, which means they don't make that big of movements in our leaderboards. It's looking on the list, though. You can see, FaZe, we saw the 4 eliminations they got before. Ultra Ego with Rosemary coming back in, only netting themselves 1 elimination here. I'd hate to say it, Max, but with the way Ultra Ego are playing, it looks like they're not going to make top 11 at this point. And then even IWNRX, who had a decent start to the day, started to fall off as the day went on.
It was a PL-like day. After looking at who won and who keep making it towards the end, IWNRX were completely overshadowed by the Chinese players. And QZ, I said it before going into this tournament, I tell you, man, QZ is an MVP potential for not only maybe this group, also for the entire tournament, even though, of course, we're looking Z-Wolf, we're looking at Flower, they've really been standing out. But yeah, it's a rough time for those bottom squads like Ultra Ego that I don't think they really know what to do right now, Jason, by putting Rosemary out and he's playing again, as you mentioned earlier. I think they're just trying to find something that works, but unfortunately in the pressure, that's really hard to find that kind of momentum. And they, as of right now, have not found it. Can they find in the last day? As of right now, I don't really think so, Jason. It's going to be tough.
Well, we can see our overalls, and Tiamba with that 24-point match puts him at 109. So still a little bit off of getting into top 3, but very possible now. And even Falcons putting themselves 1 point away from getting through into top 3. But the spread between 3rd and 6th is 2 points.
It's crazy.
2 points. And honestly, Hot Jukes, what if tomorrow IWNRX is on the bubble and they have 0 chicken dinner, so they end up losing out on top 3. It's very possible. Every team on this top 8 except Getsoroy has at least 1 chicken dinner except them.
It's unreal. It's unreal. When are they going to get that elusive chicken dinner? I have no idea, and it's so crazy because I mean,
even if they get one, it doesn't matter.
If they get one, it doesn't matter. They need like 2 right now.
They got 4, 3, 2 around them. Like, it's sure, like 1 chicken is great, but you're going to need more than 1 if you wanted to win the tiebreaker. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, dude. I mean, this is ridiculous. This scoreboard. I mean, I just can stay here all day long and talk about it because I mean, yeah, you mentioned it. Just a few points away from 3rd to 6th. Anybody can make it into top 3, but I have to say it before we go for sure. TJB, dude. I mean, what a performance today. These guys, before the day started, where they have like 70 points, that means they doubled their entire score in one day after playing 2 days worth of matches. That's insane.
Oh my. Well, what's also insane, 88, 87, 86, 85, 83. Like,
dude, TJB scored more points today than IHC has done this whole tournament so far.
Okay, man, you don't have to do them like that. It's true.
I mean, that's how wild it is.
But it's going to be tough tomorrow because I'm happy I'm not Trin and Blank because they're going to have to keep tabs of, oh, who's going to be racing for top 3? Well, wait, it's also super close for the teams trying to make in top 11 to make it to survival. It's going to be all over the place tomorrow. You can have so many storylines could just... Yeah, keeping tabs on stuff is going to be rough going into tomorrow's matches. But you know what? There's still some room for these bottom squads to make it up there. It is not an impossible gap to close. It's definitely super close. As you said, 88, 87, 86, and even closer below. So tomorrow is going to be Hail Mary for a lot of these bottom teams. East? Oh.
What?
It was that grenade. It was that grenade on Miramar.
How is that? How is it not a TJB player?
Yeah, how
There's
is it
no
not
way.
a TJB?
There's no way. These guys average 10 eliminations a game. That's crazy. I don't know.
Maybe he was picking up all the elims.
Yeah, shout out to East, though. Yeah.
Good job, East. But very surprising, yeah. Like, what? Even the survival time is really high, 21 minutes. Average damage, 500 a game. That is really good. I mean, these are MVP stats, but you know what? He flew under the radar. We were looking at TJB, looking at Chumba, the improvement of Furia. We were looking to the west, yeah. We were like completely looking the wrong direction, and he just flew under the radar. Like, I am MVP today, and good job. You know what? GG, respect.
I mean, look at his average damage. He has the highest average damage in the lobby, which is kind of insane in its own right. But not to mention assists. It's all about working together in the PUBG Mobile X Venom The Last Dance collaboration, which is available right now, where you guys can experience a unique gameplay adventure. Discover the Black Symbiote clusters in Erangel, Sandhawk, Miramar, and Livik to obtain the Black Symbiote arm and encounter Black Symbiote warhorses. You can equip the Black Symbiote arm to move rapidly by aiming at fixed targets, pull immobile targets like players or airdrops, and launch yourself with slingshot-like moves. Gear up and harness Venom's power in PUBG Mobile, bond with the Symbiote, and become the ultimate duo in PUBG Mobile now. You can play the game, and more importantly, watch the movie. We can see 676, he's going to be the man that we were talking about when it comes to assists with his team, not to mention pulling off 1v2s as well on top of that against your boy, Tixie Maxman.
Why you gotta? That was at the start of the day, Jason. That's old news. Okay, you've already broken my heart once by reminding me. But it's really funny that actually Zeewolf is up there, despite being one of the top fraggers. He's also top assist. He's the whole package right now. Okay, Zeewolf is just a threat. But cool to see Cole go up there too. Jukes he's the man. You know, from the Americas. Let's go.
Yep, take it. We'll take that all day long. Good to see at least one of the Americas teams up here, man. But I mean, this has just been, and it's just so brutal. I mean, all I know is that if I was in a group, I would definitely not want to be in this one because it's just, tomorrow's crazy, dude. I mean, I would be not surprised if we see a team make it in the top 3 that we had no clue, like we did not expect at all.
I agree.
Max, do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. I was just looking at Redox. He's staring in the camera again, and I'm scared.
No. Don't look at his eyes, because if you look at his eyes, you can't look away.
My soul!
And you're...
No!
Well, let's be fair, Max. You already sold your soul to One Piece.
But
that's
worth it.
We're here for a quick little chat. We do have 7 down on the stage with an interview. Who it's going to be? It's going to be a surprise.
Welcome back as we finish the day number 3 of Group Red, and I'm joined alongside 2 great coaches here, Nigma Galaxy Peko and IWNRX Bluffus. I'm just going to start off with you. What are you guys going to be doing tomorrow to make sure that you maintain yourself within the top 3?
First, in last 2 or 3 tournaments, we had final day issues. We couldn't perform well in last days, but we tried to fix this. We trained, and I hope we can get the London ticket in this stage. We will see.
Right on. Well, hey, you told me last time it was all about the mentality. Hopefully, you guys got that narrowed down. Now, Peko, you guys are currently outside of the top 3. Last time we talked about this, you guys were in first place. So, what are you guys going to be doing to make sure you actually get to that top 3? What's going to be the biggest challenge?
It's going to be tough. I mean, the pressure is on top and everything. So, tomorrow we're just going to go and play as usual. We're probably going to get a little bit lucky than today because the zones weren't really that good for us. We still got some points. I mean, the top 6 teams of the leaderboard are fighting for the London tickets, and it's going to be tough, obviously. So yeah, tomorrow we'll just give it everything, and yeah.
You mentioned it. The top 6 teams are going to be fighting for that direct ticket to the Grand Finals in London. So make sure you tune in tomorrow for the final day of Group Red, and let us know in the comments, who do you think is going to make it out of these 2 guys here? Which team are going to make it? Back to you guys.
The viewers are going to make it 7 because they don't have to compete to try to get into PMGC Grand Finals. They can just click a stream and watch it, or they could even buy tickets and watch it live. We still have tickets available from the 6th to 8th over in December in the UK, in London, where you can watch the finals and see who will take the title of Best in Show this year. The best of the best, and honestly, you're not going to want to miss it. Not to mention, you get to participate in some activities. We'll be there. You can potentially meet some of the fans, the players, and potentially meet some talent as well. And maybe, just maybe, there'll be an Infinix GT20 Pro giveaway during PMGC. I don't know. It could be possible. It could be Maxman's phone that we're going to be giving away.
No, that's mine. Get your own.
Well, you know, other people, Max, want to learn to play like the pros. You're already playing Ultimate Royale. I still don't even rank high enough to be able to participate in that. So maybe I need to pick up another one.
Pick up another one.
Get good. Yeah.
Well, it is hard to get good when Neptur just body slams you and eliminates you in the game on your own team because she decides to not rank you. And we don't have Hot Jukes carrying us like when we were in Saudi Arabia doing PMWC. Laying down on the ground, picking up like 24 eliminations. This man went crazy.
Once again, dude, it will happen. Trust me, dude. I am ready. I got my backpack on. I will carry you guys any day of the week.
Well, I mean, that backpack's meant for 7 because he could fit in a backpack. But gentlemen, what's your quick little recap of the day before we end things off?
Dude, I don't know, man. I mean, tomorrow's gonna be wild. I mean, I wish I could just pull up my analyst hat and be like, this team's gonna make it for sure. But I truly have no clue. I mean, anything could happen for sure.
Yeah. Everyone loves a good comeback story. I'm going to say, Furia, keep on going the way you're doing, and you might just make it to the survival stage. Yeah, good job, Furia, for today. That was a good little comeback.
You heard it here first. Maxman saying Fury is going to qualify top 3 straight at PMGC. There's one way to find out by tuning back in again tomorrow for the final day of Group Red. We'll see you guys then. Have a great night. We'll be back tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile action. And Fury qualifying top 3.
Studio.
Come bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Waves up, lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, more fire, grow that fire, pure fire, yeah? Pure fire, grow that fire. We be getting real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and we dip, we can meet west side. In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag full of bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the core, baby, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm laying the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling a lot. Burning the heat and we're ready to pop. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire. Control inferno, wild war, fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah? We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling them lot. Bending the heat and we're ready to pop. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Waves up, lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, 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 yeah? More fire, fire, go that fire, yeah? Pure fire, 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 go that fire. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, baby, you know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field, fam. Taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks. Bringing the heat like we're bringing the hot. Pure fire, yeah, more fire, go that fire. Pure fire, yeah, pure fire, go that fire. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Waves up, lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, pure fire, pure fire, yeah? More fire, go that fire. Pure fire, yeah? More fire, pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Waves up, lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, more fire, go that fire. Pure fire, yeah? Pure fire, go that fire. We've been getting real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and we dip, we can meet west side. In the darkest of bits with the flame ignite, yeah? It's a bag full of bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah? We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling them lot. Burning the heat and we're ready to pop. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Waves up, lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, 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 yeah? More fire, fire, go that fire, yeah? Pure fire, fire, go that fire. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, baby, you know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field, fam. Taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks. Bringing the heat like we're bringing the hot. Pure fire, yeah, more fire, go that fire. Pure fire, yeah, pure fire, go that fire. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Waves up, lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, pure fire, pure fire, yeah? More fire, go that fire. Pure fire, yeah? More fire, pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire.